Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Harry Potter's pain made him the most dangerous wizard alive. Here is short summary. After the Triwizard Tournament, Harry is left broken by loss and ignored by the world around him. But instead of fading, his pain transforms into something far more dangerous, turning him into a wizard no one can control. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. The ancient and noble House of Black. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin helped bring in the school trunks and other luggage for the new arrivals. Both were trying to be as quiet as possible, but it was difficult with so many. Sirius and Remus were partially dreading this change. Although the company would do some good, they were hesitant of the stress this would put on their charge. Harry Potter, also known as the Boy Who Lived, was still recovering from his duel with Lord Voldemort that had taken place a little over a month ago. No one other than Sirius, Remus, Professor Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and Madame Pomfrey, the school's Medawitch, knew how slow Harry's recovery actually was. No one outside of the four of them was aware of how difficult every single night was for the soon-to-be 15-year-old. It had taken a lot of time for Sirius and Remus to help Harry deal with the death of Cedric Diggory, the first victim of the Second War. Harry had felt incredibly guilty for his part in Cedric's death, although Harry had nearly sacrificed his own life to protect Cedric. The teenager had finally accepted that he had done everything possible to save Cedric's life, but that didn't stop the nightmares from coming, and with the nightmares came the episodes. It had nearly given both Sirius and Remus a stroke when, in the middle of a violent nightmare, Harry stopped breathing. They had heard him screaming and hurried into his room to see him thrashing in bed. Sirius had jumped on the bed and held the boy's shoulders in place while Remus grabbed the boy's legs. They both tried to wake Harry, but nothing worked until Harry suddenly stopped moving and stopped breathing. Remus ran out of the room to call for help while Sirius had tried to revive Harry. For nearly 5 minutes Sirius received no response. His pleas became more and more desperate with each attempt. Professor Dumbledore had arrived with Madame Pomfrey, who worked on the unmoving teenager once Dumbledore and Remus pried Sirius away. For a quarter of an hour the three wizards waited outside of the room, praying and hoping, until Madame Pomfrey came out looking completely exhausted. The diagnosis wasn't good. Ever since Harry's 3rd year at Hogwarts, his magic started to mature faster than normal. Last year it had gotten out of control, forcing Harry to wear a necklace that would suppress the outbursts that would come without warning. While Harry was being held captive by the Dark Lord, the necklace had been removed, leaving Harry to deal with the outbursts on his own, something he had never learned how to do. One outburst was a force to be reckoned with, but Harry had suffered through 3 in a matter of minutes. As a result, Harry's body experienced physical and magical exhaustion that no body should ever have to endure. His lungs had collapsed, his heart had nearly shut down and was still healing. Evidently not as quickly as the 4 individuals believed. To help Harry's healing, he now had to take a simple potion once a day to help his heart along. He was also monitored during the night to ensure something like this didn't happen again. Spells were cast in the room and attuned to alert everyone in the house the moment Harry was in any sort of duress. His heart was monitored magically, much like it had been in the hospital wing at Hogwarts before he had left for the summer holidays. This had all taken a bit to get used to, but Harry's heart hadn't stopped since the measures were put in place, so Sirius and Remus felt it was worth it. There had been a few nightmares that had put some stress on Harry's heart, but with the precautions in place, Sirius and Remus were able to wake Harry before he was in any real danger. The sound of the trunk hitting the floor pulled both marauders out of their thoughts. Quickly turning to the commotion, Sirius and Remus saw the smiling faces of the Weasley twins, Fred and George. A glare from Sirius wiped the smiles off of their faces. Sirius could be a kid with the best of them, but when it came to Harry, the former Azkaban inmate, could be quite stern. The rebirth of Voldemort had sent the protective nature of both marauders into overdrive. From letters Harry had learned that the recently turned 17-year-olds had just received their apparition license, which allowed them to disappear from one place and appear in another. Sirius and Remus had been warned that the twins were currently extremely eager to use their magic now that they were of age, something that the adults in the Black House were really dreading. Next to enter was Harry's best friend, Ron Weasley. The tall 15-year-old was looking around in awe before looking directly and Sirius and Remus with a slightly confused look on his face. "Where's Harry?" he asked instantly. Sirius and Remus glanced at each other before Sirius answered. "He's sleeping," he said firmly. "Please try to keep it down." Ginny Weasley, the youngest of the Weasley siblings and only girl, had followed Ron in. "Is he all right?" she asked. "He didn't say anything was wrong in his letters to the family." "Did something happen?" "Harry will be fine," Remus said in a reassuring tone. "He just needs rest. He's still a little worn out from everything that happened with Voldemort." The Weasley children flinched at the sound of Voldemort's name. Mrs. Weasley entered the house followed by her husband. The Weasley parents had been warned that everything wasn't as bright and cheerful as Harry had portrayed in his letters. Sirius and Remus knew if anyone would help them with Harry's condition it would be Arthur and Molly Weasley. The couple loved Harry like one of their own. "Molly, Arthur," Remus said with a nod. "If you'll head into the kitchen, the meeting is about to start." Mr. Weasley left for the kitchen but Mrs. Weasley remained. Remus then turned to the 4 Weasley children. "You 4 can head upstairs. You'll find your names on your bedroom doors. We expect you to go straight to bed," Sirius added as Remus left for the kitchen. "Tomorrow is Harry's birthday and we want to make it special." Sirius was about to follow Remus when he stopped and turned back to face the teenagers. "Also, don't go searching for Harry," he said evenly. "Let him sleep. You can talk to him in the morning." The 4 Weasleys nodded, but it was obvious they were disappointed. "You heard Sirius, children," Mrs. Weasley said. "Now off to bed." Under the watchful gaze of their mother, Fred, George, Ron and Ginny strolled up the stairs to the bedrooms. Mrs. Weasley had already charmed the trunks to be feather light, so each teenager had no problem carrying their own trunk up the stairs. They found the 3rd door on the left marked Fred and George, the 4th door on the left marked Ron, and the 4th on the right marked Hermione and Ginny. Each Weasley entered their designated room and dropped off their trunk but found it difficult to stay put. Where was Harry? Why was Sirius so persistent on leaving Harry to his rest? Fred and George came out of their room first and stood in the doorway of Ron's. "We're going to do some harmless exploring, Ronikins," said George. "Care to join us?" "I'm coming too," Ginny said from behind them. "Excellent," said Fred. "If anyone asks, we were looking for the loo," Ron said, then followed his siblings. They walked past 4 more bedrooms until they reached the end of the hallway, forcing them to turn right. They entered another hallway of rooms with strange names on them. The first door on the left had Moony on it, while the first door on the right had Padfoot on it. Fred and George stared at each other in disbelief. It couldn't be. The infamous marauders were staying here. The next door on the left was partially open with Pronglet on the door. As they drew closer, they could hear a strange soft beeping sound coming from the room. There was a distinct pattern to it, sounding somewhat like something they had heard in the hospital wing a month ago while Harry was unconscious. With curiosity getting the better of them, the twins peeked in the room and couldn't believe the sight before them. Sleeping in a large 4-poster bed was the very person they had been told not to look for. It was Harry. He was sleeping on his back with his head turned away from the door. The duvet covered him up to the middle of his, allowing the twins to see that the shirt he was wearing was form-fitting, revealing that Harry had put on some muscle in the past month and the growth spurt he was in the middle of. All in all, Harry looked healthy except that his breathing seemed to be somewhat uneven. "Well?" Ron asked impatiently. Fred and George looked at each other before stepping back and closing the door completely. The last thing they wanted was to anger Sirius Black their first night here. "Well, Harry's sleeping in there," Fred said at last. "Remember what Sirius said, so I think we should head back to our rooms." Ron and Ginny looked at each other in confusion. It was a rare occurrence for Fred and George to fear an adult. "What's going on?" Ron asked suspiciously. Receiving no answer, Ron pushed past his brothers, opened the door and poked his head in. Everyone could hear his sigh of relief when he saw Harry. Closing the door again, Ron turned to his brothers and stared at him with narrow eyes. "He's fine," he said quietly. "Why were you acting like he was on his deathbed?" "We weren't," George answered just as quietly. "We just didn't want you to wake him up. Come on, we can play a game of exploding snap in our room until the meeting is over." Without another word, Fred and George retreated back to their room, leaving a very confused Ron and Ginny. The two youngest of the Weasley siblings had noticed that the twins had been acting extremely odd for the past month. They weren't as social as they normally were, spending the majority of their time in their room inventing for their joke shop. The only time Fred and George made themselves present was when a letter from Harry had arrived. It was just strange. Harry Potter awoke to darkness like he did every morning. Pulling himself out of bed as he rubbed the tiredness out of his eyes, the birthday boy mentally prepared himself for an extremely long day. For the past week, Sirius and Remus have pestered Harry about his birthday much like they did last year. They wanted to know what Harry wanted to do, what Harry wanted to eat, what presents he wanted. It was enough to make anyone's head spin. Truthfully, Harry didn't want anything. Sirius and Remus had already given Harry anything he could possibly need within the first 2 weeks of the summer holidays. It had taken that long for Harry to convince his guardians that he wasn't made out of glass. After the heart-stopping episode, Sirius and Remus had restricted him to bed rest. He had protested at first, but Sirius and Remus wouldn't listen. As a result, Harry had completed all of his homework in record time, but it was dreadfully boring. You can only sleep so much. Noticing that this method wasn't working, Sirius and Remus bought Harry books on a variety of topics that could possibly help him with his outbursts. Madame Pomfrey had been a lifesaver when she ordered Remus and Sirius to start Harry on minor physical activity to get his strength back up. It wasn't a good sign when Harry nearly fainted every time he got out of bed to use the bathroom. Sirius jumped at the opportunity. He continued teaching Harry the basics of Tae Kwon Do that they started on last summer and started teaching Harry Tai Chi. There was no sparring involved since Sirius felt Harry's heart couldn't handle it yet, but the parts of the arts that Harry could learn provided an unbelievable change in the teenager. Within a month's time, Harry could control some of his smaller outbursts with the help of the relaxation techniques learned through Tai Chi. He hadn't experienced any of the more powerful outbursts yet, but something was better than nothing. After cleaning up, changing clothes and taking his prescribed potion, Harry left his room as quietly as possible while grabbing his glasses on the way out. Despite Remus' claim that Sirius was a sound sleeper, the man always seemed to wake the moment Harry left his room. Stepping into the dimly lit hallway, Harry tiptoed past all of the closed doors and continued down the staircase just like he did every morning. The silence in the house was a little on the eerie side considering how many usually spent the night in the large manor. It wasn't uncommon for members of the Order to spend the night in one of the guest rooms, especially when the meetings ran late. Harry didn't mind. He was on a first-name basis with most of them anyways. The Order of the Phoenix was a secret society led by Professor Dumbledore. It consisted of people who believed Voldemort had in fact returned and were prepared to fight regardless of what the Ministry was currently saying. Sirius and Remus had been a part of the Order last time along with Harry's parents, so they had given Harry a pretty good picture of what the Order was about. The noble House of Black had been designated as headquarters for the Order since it was unplottable. The Black family had used every charm in the book to hide number 12, Grimmauld Place, and with the Fidelius charm in place, no one could find this place unless the secret keeper revealed it, which Dumbledore wasn't about to do. Living at headquarters had been both overwhelming and frustrating for Harry. He had met a lot of people who had known his parents and was able to learn more about them than he had ever dreamed, but there had also been the times when he had been sent out of the room because something came up that was for members only. Harry never said anything, but Remus and Sirius must have noticed something was wrong because the next morning the two marauders pulled Harry aside for one of their talks. They explained that some things the Order would be discussing weren't necessarily pleasant and weren't something a teenager should be hearing. Seeing that Harry didn't understand, Remus said the one thing that would make Harry agree to anything. "We are not trying to hurt you, cub. You have lost so much of your childhood already. We just want you to try to enjoy what small part of it you have left. If we learn anything we think you need to know, we will tell you. That's a promise." Harry accepted that. After that, Harry simply did as he was told, no questions asked. He didn't blame Sirius and Remus for wanting him to enjoy what was left of his childhood. They were right. He didn't have much of a childhood living with the Dursleys. It had been 2 years since he had been rescued from them and their abuse, but the reminders of it were still there. Every time Sirius and Remus caught Harry cleaning, they silently cursed before telling Harry to stop. The cooking they had given up trying to stop Harry from doing since Harry was the best cook of the three of them. Entering the kitchen, Harry turned on the lights, rolled up his sleeves and got to work on breakfast. He was aware that there were now several more Weasleys under the roof and would have to make quite a bit more than he normally did. He started with the muffins and while they were baking moved on to the eggs and bacon. Harry figured he would take the easy way out and make scrambled eggs today. Once the muffins were done, Harry started brewing the coffee and preparing the tea. By the time he started making the toast, the kitchen door opened and two half-asleep men entered. "Morning, Pronglet," Sirius said as he moved to the kitchen table and sat down, which was what Harry and Remus expected him to do. Sirius Black was completely useless in the kitchen. "Happy birthday." Harry nodded his thanks as he placed a cup in front of Sirius that would be filled with coffee the moment it was ready before returning to the bacon and eggs. Remus grabbed a basket and stared, putting muffins in it, apparently fighting to stay awake. "Long meeting last night?" Harry asked curiously. "You have no idea," Remus muttered as he put the basket of muffins on the table and took over making the toast. "Severus was here last night, so we all had to hear of how dangerous his position is." Sirius let out a snort at the comment. Professor Severus Snape was currently working undercover as a Death Eater. It had been Snape who had revealed that Voldemort, like Harry, hadn't left the graveyard that night without injury. According to Professor Snape, the Dark Lord was currently trapped in some sort of coma but was moved from place to place often, so no one knew where to find him unless you were in the inner circle, something Professor Snape hadn't been able to accomplish yet. "Sorry I missed it," Harry said as grabbed the coffee pot and filled Sirius' cup. He then grabbed the cream out of the ice box and set it down in front of Sirius. He knew his godfather preferred a lot of cream in his coffee. "So how did the move go last night?" Sirius' head instantly popped up. "Did they wake you?" he asked quickly. "I didn't hear a thing," Harry answered honestly as he put the bacon on a plate that was charmed to keep the food warm, then pulled out a large bowl for the eggs. "I just remember what it was like my first few days here, and knowing the Weasleys I figured they would be curious about the order. I think they were more curious about you, Cub," Remus said as he put 2 plates of toast on the table. "Be ready for a lot of questions today. They'll want to know everything about the order." "But I don't know anything," Harry interrupted as he set the bowl now filled with eggs on the table. The bowl was also charmed to keep the food warm. It was the only way to make meals with so many people under one roof. "But they don't know that," Remus said calmly as he moved to the ice box and pulled out a pitcher of juice to set on the table. "I'm sure Molly and Arthur have told their children less than we've told you. You can't blame them for being curious. You were until we talked to you." "Point," Harry said as he filled a kettle with water for tea and placed it on the stove. Turning around, Harry noticed that Remus had already started making the porridge. Remus usually helped Harry with every meal while Sirius supervised. This was normally the time when most of their talks took place since no one else was around. They had many talks about the events after the 3rd task in this very room. "So what do you want me to say to them?" "Tell them the truth," Sirius said with a shrug, then took a sip of his coffee. "You don't really know anything about the order other than the history of it. If you're honest with them, they won't pester you about it anymore, at least let's hope they don't." The sound of the door opening ended their conversation quickly. As if on cue, all 3 of them looked towards the door to see Mrs. Weasley standing in the doorway with a surprised look on her face. Harry suddenly felt nervous. Was she expecting to be making breakfast now that she was living here? "What's all this?" Mrs. Weasley asked, then looked at Harry. "I thought you were supposed to be taking it easy, Harry, dear." "Harry usually cooks the meals with us, Molly," Remus said casually. "Harry likes to feel like he's helping the order. This is a happy medium for all parties. Don't worry, Harry's cooking is certainly more edible than Sirius could ever be." Everyone glanced at Sirius waiting for a retort, but nothing came. Noticing the silence, Sirius looked up from his coffee cup with a raised eyebrow. "What?" he asked. "I'm not going to argue with the truth. My cooking usually comes out like my last name, Black." Both Remus and Harry smiled at the comment because they knew it was the truth. "Honestly, Molly, Harry's fine. Remus and I never let him cook without someone present just in case." Mrs. Weasley seemed reluctant to believe Harry's guardians, but nodded anyways and sat down across from Sirius. The high-pitched noise fired from the kettle causing Harry to jump. Turning off the heat, Harry grabbed the kettle and prepared 2 cups of tea, one for Remus and one for him. Setting the 2 cups on the table, Harry turned to Mrs. Weasley. "Coffee, tea or juice?" he asked. "Tea would be wonderful, dear Mrs. Weasley said kindly. Harry prepared her tea as Remus finished the porridge. Once everyone sat down, they ate in silence until the door opened again. A woman with short and spiky violet-colored hair entered the kitchen and sat down next to Harry, ruffling his short messy hair as she did so. This woman had given him a haircut a few weeks ago. Her name was Nymphadora Tonks, but she preferred to be called simply Tonks. She was a metamorphagus, someone who was able to change their appearance at will. She was also Sirius' cousin, which, in her mind, gave her the right to treat Harry like a relative since Sirius had adopted him. "Watch her, everyone," Tonks said as she poured herself a cup of coffee. "So what's on the menu today, Harry?" She looked around at the food and shook her head slowly. "No one your age should enjoy cooking as much as you do, kid." She leaned to her right and playfully nudged Harry, earning a nudge from him in return. Tonks could rival Sirius when it came to acting like a kid. Both of them seemed to find it their mission in life to make Harry laugh and bring some of the joy back into his life in a way that only family could. The prank war between them a few weeks ago was just one of the many instances when Harry and Remus felt it was best to steer clear of the Black family. It had turned quite tough in the later rounds. It wasn't unusual to see Sirius with multicolored hair one day and Tonks with changing colored skin the next. "Well, someone in this family needs to be able to make a meal without burning down the place or breaking every dish they touch," Harry countered with a smile as he put some eggs and bacon on his plate. Everyone in the order was aware of Tonks' clumsiness and made a point to keep anything that was breakable out of her hands. Sirius snorted in his coffee cup while Remus tried to hold back a chuckle. "He's got us there, Tonks," Sirius said, "and we're the outcasts in the beloved family. That's not saying a lot for the Blacks, a bunch of pureblood hypocrites." Tonks shook her head and rolled her eyes as she grabbed a muffin and stood up. "I'm off to work," she said regretfully. "Happy birthday, Harry. I want to hear all about what these 2 goofballs put you through when I get back so I can plot my revenge." "Hey," Sirius and Remus said at the same time. Tonks grinned. "What can I say?" she asked innocently. "I've got a soft spot for the kid." She shot Harry a wink before leaving the kitchen. Bill Weasley, the eldest of the Weasley siblings, entered a few moments later. He covered his mouth to hide a yawn as he sat down next to Mrs. Weasley. "Morning, Sirius, Remus, Mum, and happy birthday, Harry," he said as he poured himself a cup of tea. Bill used to work for Gringotts Bank in Egypt and now works for Gringotts in London. Rumor had it that Bill was also now dating Fleur Delacour, one of the Triwizard champions who now worked at Gringotts with him. It was a rumor because Harry had only heard about it from Ron. Bill hadn't said a word about his personal life. "So Harry, do you feel up to a little training this morning?" Sirius asked as he grabbed a muffin. Harry bit back a sarcastic retort. It seemed that some people still thought he was made out of glass. "I'm fine, Sirius," he said. "I've been fine for a few weeks now. Just because I had one nightmare that nearly killed you," Sirius muttered. "But it didn't," Harry protested. He was really getting sick of this discussion. "I don't know what I have to do to convince everyone that I'm fine now. I'm sorry if I scared you that night, and I'm sorry if I scared you when I had that nightmare. It wasn't like I intentionally tried to kill myself or something." Seeing everyone staring at him, Harry realized that probably wasn't the smartest thing to say. "Look, I'm not saying I'm ready to face him again, but I'm not going to collapse after walking a few steps. School starts in about a month. I'll need to make through an entire day of classes without resting. I need to start preparing myself for that." "Harry has a point," Remus said and noticed Sirius moved to object. "He has to be ready for school days, Sirius. If Dumbledore wants to keep his condition a secret, we have to do the best we can to make certain no one finds out about it. If anyone loyal to Voldemort." Remus glanced at Mrs. Weasley and Bill, who flinched at the mentioning of the Dark Lord's name before continuing, found out that Harry was still suffering from the duel, then he could become a target. Right now they are focused on their master. What will happen when he wakes? He will go after Harry for revenge. Sirius stared at Remus for a moment before shifting his gaze to Harry. Go to the training room when you're done eating, he said softly. I'll go change. Without another word, Sirius stood up and left the room, taking his muffin with him. Perhaps that hadn't been the right thing to say to an overprotective godfather. Mrs. Weasley let out a sigh and shook her head, clearly not approving of what had transpired but knew it wasn't her place to say anything. You be careful, dear, she said to Harry. I know you think you can handle it, but there's nothing wrong with taking things slow. From what Sirius and Remus tell me, you've made excellent progress so far. Harry let out a sigh as he rested his elbows on the table and held his head in his hands. Mrs. Weasley had a point, but Harry was so tired of waiting. He had basically done that all summer. Was it really that bad? He asked Remus. Remus took a slow sip of his tea. Honestly, he asked as he set his teacup down. I've never been so scared in all my life on both occasions. Sirius puts up a tough exterior because he has to. He's Sirius Black, the only man to escape from Azkaban and your godfather. He has a reputation to uphold in public, but privately Sirius is far from the person he portrays. He doesn't really trust people anymore, and he certainly doesn't trust anyone with you. Give him time, Harry. Sooner or later he'll realize you're not as fragile as he thinks. After an hour and a half of training, Harry needed to take a break. He was sweating and his breathing was a little labored. It had been longer than Sirius had expected Harry to last, but for Harry it wasn't long enough. How was he supposed to handle school and Quidditch if he couldn't even handle his godfather's training? Whoever the new captain for the Gryffindor team was certainly wouldn't go easy on him. At this rate he would probably pass out in the middle of the game. This was also the time when Ron, Ginny, Fred and George had finished breakfast and started looking for Harry. Remus and Sirius had been right. The Weasley siblings wanted to know everything about the Order and what was going on to make Sirius and Remus so protective. The Order topic was easy since Harry didn't really know anything other than who the members were. The other topic was a little trickier. Harry tried to convince the Weasley siblings that Sirius and Remus were still upset because of what happened after the third task, but he could tell they didn't really believe it. The discussion was put on hold when it came time to prepare lunch. Ron, Fred and George sat at the table while Harry, Remus, Mrs. Weasley and Ginny cooked. Lunch was usually the smallest meal of the day because everyone was usually at work, although it wasn't unusual for a few people to stop by for a quiet bite and a little small talk with Sirius and Remus. The main topic of discussion was normally how to hold off the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Harry still hadn't given his statement to Fudge about the night Cedric died. He had managed to show the memory to a few selected adults before, going into hiding for his own protection. At least that was what Sirius and Remus claimed he had done. Harry hadn't been up for talking the last time he saw the minister and knew the man didn't believe a single word Professor Dumbledore had told him. Fudge had even implied that Harry had killed Cedric, but the Diggories didn't believe that and ordered the minister not to tarnish their son's memory by making false accusations. Running out of options, Fudge had even gone as far as to demand for Harry's presence at the ministry or Sirius and Remus would be charged with interfering in an investigation. Mr. Fudge received a rather nasty howler from Sirius after that was said. Sirius had more than enough dirt on Fudge, something the minister was all too aware of, so the investigation was currently on hold, awaiting Harry's statement, which would most likely be taken the second Harry entered Hogwarts. As long as Harry was under the care of his guardians, he was protected from the ministry. Ever since Fudge had tried to order the Dementor's key on Sirius and failed, the coward of a man had made an effort to steer clear of the former Azkaban inmate. Professor Dumbledore wasn't as fortunate as Harry. The moment Dumbledore revealed the Voldemort had returned, the Ministry, more precisely Fudge, had tried to discredit him. It didn't help that Rita Skeeter was still writing her usual articles blaming Dumbledore for anything she could and claiming that Harry was being used as a pawn by Dumbledore so people would believe him. Skeeter was also afraid of what Sirius would do to her if she said something bad about Harry. The articles were nothing but lie after lie, but apparently some people believed them. Professor Dumbledore had been voted out of the chairmanship of the International Confederation of Wizards. He was demoted from being chief warlock on the Wizengamot, the Wizard High Court, and there was even rumors going around that his Order of Merlin, first class, was going to be taken away. Dumbledore tried to downplay everything, but everyone could tell the fact that no one believed Voldemort had returned bothered him. Too many people were blind of the corruption in the ministry to know any better. It also didn't help that there were quite a few supporters of Voldemort that had high positions in the ministry. Lucius Malfoy, the very person who arranged for Harry and Cedric to be transported to the graveyard for Voldemort's rebirth, being one of them. After lunch, Harry was bombarded by questions again when Hermione arrived. Hermione had always felt the need to know everything and was a little put out to learn that Harry didn't know much. Although she did enjoy learning about the history of the Order and wanted to know everything everyone had done in the past month. She and the Weasleys, since Harry hadn't revealed much yet, were shocked to learn about Harry being restricted to his bed for the first 2 weeks, but was ecstatic, while Ron was horrified to find out that Harry had completed his homework. Both Harry and Hermione then turned to Ron, silently asking how his homework was coming along. Ron avoiding their gaze was all they needed to know that Ron was far from finished. Hermione took it upon herself to inform Ron that first thing tomorrow they would start working on it and keep working until every assignment was complete, much to Ron's horror. Seeing the exchange, Harry couldn't help but feel bad for Ron. Hermione could be relentless when it came to schoolwork. As the afternoon faded into the evening, Harry was once again in the kitchen with Remus, Ginny, Hermione and Mrs. Weasley. There were a lot of people expected for dinner, and the 3 newcomers felt bad that Harry was working on his birthday and insisted on helping. The help was welcomed until Harry felt a wave of power wash over him, catching him off guard. Grabbing the counter for balance, Harry focused on his Tai Chi training as he closed his eyes. Breathing deeply, Harry mentally ran through his exercises as a hand rested on his back, reminding him that he wasn't alone. When the wave finally vanished, Harry nearly fell to the floor only to be held up by Remus. "It's okay, Harry," Remus said softly. "It's over now." Before Harry could do anything, Remus helped Harry to a chair to sit in, then hurrying off to get a glass of water. Opening his eyes, Harry noticed that there were 3 worried witches staring at him. "Great," he thought sarcastically. "How am I going to explain this?" Remus stepped in front of Harry and handed over the glass of water. Taking a sip of the cool liquid, Harry instantly started thinking of possible excuses he could make, but his mind wasn't working at a reliable rate. Although he could handle the smaller outbursts, they still took quite a bit out of him when they came. The only thing running through Harry's head was, why now? "Hermione and Ginny, please find Sirius," Mrs. Weasley said, breaking the silence. Both girls moved to protest but were silenced with a look. Reluctantly, they both left the kitchen. The moment the door closed, Mrs. Weasley cast a privacy charm on the door so no one could hear what was said. "Was that one of them?" she asked softly. Remus nodded. "That was a rather small one," he said as he pulled up a chair and sat down across from Harry. He looked at Harry's tired face and gave the teen a reassuring smile. "How are you feeling, cub? Do you need to lie down?" Harry shook his head as he took another sip of water. "That would only make matters worse." "I'll be fine," he said as he met Remus' gaze. He could already feel the fogginess in his head leaving. It would just be a few more minutes before he trusted himself to stand again. "What am I going to tell them?" Harry asked worriedly. Remus let out a sigh as he rubbed his eyes. "You could try for the truth, you know," he proposed. "They're your friends, Harry. Do you really think they would turn away from you if they found out about this? We haven't. We've been able to help you through this. Maybe they can too." Harry shook his head. There were many reasons Harry didn't want his friends knowing about this. The biggest one of them was fear. He was afraid of scaring them away. He was afraid of being different. It had been difficult to hide it from them last year, with the outbursts coming when Harry least expected it, but the suppression necklace had helped. He didn't have that luxury anymore. Dumbledore wanted to give Harry time to adapt to these bursts of magic before resorting to the necklace again. No, if they let it slip. Seeing that Harry wasn't going to agree, Mrs. Weasley stepped in. "We'll just say you were a little lightheaded, Harry, dear," she said gently. "Everyone knows you're still recovering, but this is a very large secret to keep. Are you sure that's really what you want to do?" The door swung open, ending their conversation. Sirius was the first to enter, followed by Hermione, Ginny and Ron. The 3 teenagers watched nervously as Sirius hurried to Harry's side. "Harry's fine, Sirius," Remus said casually as he stole a glance at Harry. "He was just a little lightheaded." Why don't you two talk while we finish preparing dinner? Sirius nodded, not missing the emphasis Remus put on the word, light-headed, and sat down. After a moment, Ron pulled out a chair and sat down while Hermione and Ginny went back to helping Mrs. Weasley and Remus. Trying to break the silence, Sirius told Harry that he had been cornered by Fred and George, who figured out that two of their idols were living here. A variety of topics were then brought up, from Quidditch to the Ministry, with Remus, Mrs. Weasley, Hermione and Ginny jumping in to comment or question every now and then. As dinner time drew near, people started arriving. Tonks was first and was rather disappointed to hear that Sirius and Remus hadn't pulled any pranks on Harry. She ruffled Harry's hair before sitting down next to Sirius. Mad-Eye Moody, one of Harry's previous defense against the dark arts teachers, entered a few moments later. His appearance could be described in only one word: frightening. Ron, Hermione and Ginny were shocked to see Moody walk up to Harry and wish him a happy birthday like they were old friends. The rest of the visitors treated Harry in a similar fashion. Kingsley Shacklebolt, a tall and friendly black wizard who worked at the Ministry as an Auror, entered with Bill Weasley and Mr. Weasley. Sturgis Podmore, Hestia Jones, Daedalus Diggle, Emmeline Vance and Elphias Dodge arrived at the same time. By the time Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall arrived, the kitchen was more than half full. As the meal started, various conversations broke out around the table, Harry's lightheadedness forgotten. Looking around the table, Harry noticed that Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred and George seemed to be overwhelmed just trying to take it all in. It seemed odd that this sort of chaos was normal for dinnertime at Grimmauld Place. This was the time when Harry learned the most of the outside world. There were plenty on Ministry employees seated around the table who had spent the entire day out in that world. Harry understood why he had to stay at Grimmauld Place. He knew staying in this place was for his own protection. The Ministry wanted to question him and the Death Eaters wanted to capture him at the very least. Sirius and Remus had made it clear how dangerous times were to be the boy who lived. Harry accepted this. That didn't mean he had to like it. A hand on his shoulder pulled Harry out of his thoughts. "Is something wrong, Pronglet?" Sirius asked softly. "You're really quiet tonight." Harry shook his head and gave Sirius a reassuring smile. The last thing he wanted to do was worry his godfather. Sirius could really be a pest when he thought you were keeping something from him. "Just thinking," Harry said. "Do you think I'll be able to go to Diagon Alley when my letter arrives? I wanted to pick up some things." Sirius looked a little nervous as he appeared to be considering the request. "We'll see," he said finally, which could be translated into, "if Remus and I think it's safe enough, which I know it isn't. I can't promise anything. I'll talk to Moony. I know you hate being locked in this place. It can feel quite claustrophobic when compared to Hogwarts. We just want to keep you safe. If the Ministry were to see you." "I know," Harry said as his gaze fell. He knew that Sirius was more afraid of Fudge and his supporters using him as a political ploy than anything. Since Fudge hadn't actually heard Harry confirm Dumbledore's suspicions, there was still hope that the boy who lived wasn't turning against the Ministry, at least in Fudge's mind. This was what they had learned from Percy Weasley, who was working as Fudge's assistant. Percy's position had been a difficult choice for the Weasley family to accept. Sirius and Remus had helped Percy through the mess made when Percy's old boss, Barty Crouch, was found at Hogwarts suffering from a shattered mind. Although no one outside of the Order knew about the involvement of Marauders, Percy had returned the favor by helping the Order, especially when Fudge gave him a promotion. Fudge had given Percy the position because of his family's close friendship with Harry and Professor Dumbledore. To protect his family, Percy staged a falling out with Mr. Weasley at the Ministry of Magic. To the public's knowledge, Percy abandoned his family for his career. In reality, Percy kept in touch through letters passed through members of the Order who worked in the Ministry. Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. "I know you do," he said with a smile. "So what did you want to go to Diagon Alley for?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. The excuse of, "I need some fresh air," probably wouldn't suffice. "A few books and I need to refill my potions kit," he said. "Moony said that this year will be hard. I just want to be prepared." Sirius let out an annoyed scoff as he rolled his eyes. "Stop listening to Moony," he said. "You're bound to drive yourself mad. You have another month before you need to worry about school. Concentrate on your recovery, all right. I know you have made a lot of progress in the past month, but you still have a long way to go. I'll feel a lot better when we don't have to monitor you during the night. Harry let the subject drop after that comment. He knew that Sirius and Remus were extremely worried about his current health. There had been more than one occasion when Harry had woken to see either Sirius or Remus asleep in a chair at his bedside. There had even been times when Harry had opened his eyes to find Midnight, the name Harry had given Sirius Animagus form, otherwise known as Padfoot, asleep on the bed. It wasn't so frequent anymore, but it served as a reminder to Harry of how much he had put his guardians through in such a short amount of time. I think it's time for presents, Mrs. Weasley announced. Harry looked at Sirius and Remus in confusion. Both of them were obviously avoiding Harry's gaze. That can't be good. As if on cue, a small mountain of presents appeared in front of Harry, making the teenager's eyes widen in surprise. He had told everyone repeatedly that he didn't want anything for his birthday, but apparently some people were a little hard of hearing. None of them realized that having people around that didn't hate you was a gift in itself. Nervous with so many watching him, Harry started to open his presents. After opening the presents from his friends and the Weasleys, he reached a rather large and long present. He once again glanced at Sirius, half expecting for it to be a prank before unwrapping it. Once the wrapping paper was pulled away, Sirius and Remus helped Harry pull off the top of the box to reveal a large black telescope. To say Harry was stunned was an understatement. He had never seen anything like it before. The telescopes at Hogwarts didn't compare to the one in front of him. Everyone in the Order chipped in to thank you for everything you've done for us, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly. We all know it isn't easy having your home taken over by adults. We all appreciate how understanding you have been, Harry. I also believe this can be of assistance with your present from your guardians. Harry turned to his guardians, who were each holding a thin present. Remus handed his over first. With shaky hands, Harry unwrapped the present and pulled off the top of the box off. Inside was what appeared to be a certificate. Before Harry could take a closer look, Sirius handed the present he was holding over. Harry took the hint and opened that one to see that it was the same thing. Now taking a closer look, Harry noticed that it was a registry certificate. He also noticed that on one certificate the name, Lily Potter, was written in gold, while James Potter was written on the other. These are star registry certificates, Harry, Remus said, breaking the silence as he knelt down at Harry's side. If you look here, he pointed at some numbers and letters underneath the names. These are the coordinates where you can look through the telescope to see the stars named after your parents. We thought that this way, well, if you ever wanted to talk to them, you could just look up to the stars and they would be there, waiting to listen. Harry was speechless. Running his fingers over his parents' names, Harry couldn't believe Sirius and Remus had done this for him. His guardians had told him enough stories about Lily and James Potter for Harry to feel like he somewhat knew them now, but this was more than he could ever hope for. Being able to talk to his parents was something Harry had never thought possible. Sure, it wasn't the same as talking to them in person, but nothing ever would be. Fighting back the tears that were coming, Harry gave each of his guardians a fierce hug while whispering a heartfelt, "Thank you," since he really didn't trust his voice at the moment. The more time Harry spent with his guardians, the more they tended to surprise him. In all his life, Harry had never thought he would find guardians who would ever treat him like this. It seemed that he had gone from one end of the spectrum to the other. The hate from the Dursleys was replaced by the love from Sirius and Remus, something Harry was still trying to get used to. Turning back to the crowd, Harry couldn't help but notice that there were quite a few people with tears in their eyes. Regardless of what had happened in the past few months, Harry knew he wasn't really alone. He had more people that cared about him than he had ever dreamed. How do you tell people that they are the reason you aren't dwelling on the past? Thanks everyone, Harry said sincerely. I really appreciate everything. Sirius pulled Harry into a one-armed embrace. Don't mention it, kiddo, he said with a grin. Just remember, this is the type of birthday you deserve. Harry looked at Sirius and returned the grin before looking at Remus, who ruffled Harry's hair. For the first time in a long time, Harry felt happy. All of the worries of the outside world didn't matter right now. Whatever happened with the Ministry and Voldemort would happen. Right now Harry could only focus on the present. Sirius was right. He needed to concentrate on his recovery first. The sooner Madame Pomfrey declared him healthy the better. The next week passed slowly. Fred and George had cornered their investor and showed him what they had thought of for their joke shop. Harry just watched as the twins went over their inventions, trying not to be overwhelmed. He had known Fred and George Weasley were creative, but he had never thought they would accomplish so much in such little time. They had been extremely proud to show off their extendable ears, an item that allows someone to listen in on conversations. Harry made a mental note to tell Sirius and Remus about that invention. There were plenty of conversations that took place in these walls that were meant to be private. Keeping his own affairs private had proven to be more difficult than Harry thought it ever could be. The curiosity of his friends had been something he hadn't been prepared for, although he should have been. He had avoided their questions ever since the school year ended about what had happened to him because he wasn't ready to talk about what happened with them. He had worked through his guilt, anger and depression with Sirius and Remus. Why should he have to relive it all again just to settle their curiosity? Harry knew it was more of Hermione's persistence than anything. Her heart was in the right place, but some things couldn't be solved from a book, which was where she would look for the answers to whatever the problem was. The Weasley siblings would reluctantly listen to whatever their parents told them unless they heard differently, something Hermione had done. Since Hermione came from a Muggle background, she knew exactly what the beeping noise was and informed the Weasley children it was monitoring Harry's heart. Out of fear, the teenagers cornered Mrs. Weasley, demanding to know what was wrong with Harry. "It's not my place to say," Mrs. Weasley had told them. "Remember what Sirius and Remus told you. Harry is still recovering from what happened. If Sirius and Remus feel it is necessary to keep an extra eye on Harry, then it is their decision. All of you are guests in their home. It would be best if you remember that." Mrs. Weasley's attitude had shocked many people. The usually forceful woman had taken a backseat to Sirius and Remus, only putting her word in when the men disagreed about something that involved Harry. The only time her stubbornness really came forth was during meal times. She insisted on helping Harry and Remus cook, something both wizards were more than willing to allow. With so many more mouths to feed, the more help they had in the kitchen the better. The new arrivals had also met Kreacher over the past week. The Black family house elf had also changed quite a bit in the past month. Sirius had told Harry that Kreacher was out of his mind and nothing more than a nuisance, but after the first few days of bed rest, the house elf had entered Harry's bedroom muttering about his mistress. Harry knew from Sirius that Kreacher's mistress was Mrs. Black, Sirius' mother, and took it upon himself to ask Kreacher what the woman had been like. This caught Kreacher off guard, but since Harry had been adopted by a member of the Black family, Harry was technically a part of the Black family, meaning Kreacher had to obey him. Kreacher had told Harry about Mrs. Black in a way that only an obedient servant could. There were very few witches and wizards in the Black family that opposed Voldemort. Kreacher had grown up in the Black house, believing whatever the Blacks told him, no matter how distorted it actually was. Since Sirius had run away from home while he was still at Hogwarts, Kreacher believed that Sirius had betrayed his mother and therefore hated him with a passion. The odd thing was that Kreacher didn't treat Harry in the same fashion. Even though Harry was against Voldemort, Kreacher treated Harry impartially because Harry was interested to learn about the Black family line. That didn't mean Kreacher treated Harry's friends that way. The old house elf had in fact called the Weasleys blood traitors and Hermione a mudblood, a foul name used against Muggle-born witches and wizards. After hearing about it, both Harry and Sirius had scolded the house elf, ordering him to stay away from any visitors. Ever since then, Kreacher hadn't really been seen by anyone. The beloved portrait of Mrs. Black was another part of the Black home that had startled Hermione and the Weasley teenagers. Fred and George had been walking down the stairs talking loudly when, to their surprise, the curtains on the far wall opened to reveal a portrait of an old woman looking at them angrily before she started shouting at them. This got the attention of everyone in the household. Mrs. Weasley and Remus were the first to arrive and tried to close the curtains but had no success. Harry and Sirius came running in, followed by Ron, Hermione and Ginny. Noticing Harry, Remus pulled a confused Mrs. Weasley out of the way. "That's enough, Grandma," Harry shouted at her, having the boy who lived call her that caused the old woman to pass out, allowing Remus to pull the curtains over the portrait. It had been interesting to explain that to the Weasleys. When Harry revealed that Mrs. Black wasn't actually his grandmother, Mrs. Weasley let out a sigh of relief. Most of the Order members knew to be quiet around the portrait of Mrs. Black, so none of them had seen Harry silence her. Sirius and Remus were trying to silence her the first week Harry had come home and was supposed to be resting. Hearing Mrs. Black's screams, Harry came out of his room and sat down at the top of the staircase watching in confusion. That was when Mrs. Black noticed Harry, staring at him with wide eyes. Harry had heard Sirius call her Mum, so Harry just smiled and said, "Hi Grandma." Mrs. Black had fainted, allowing Sirius and Remus to close the curtains. Ever since then, all it took to shut Mrs. Black up was for Harry to call her Grandma, since they hadn't been able to remove the portrait from the wall. By the end of the week, Harry had come to the conclusion that keeping Hermione and the Weasley teenagers away from the Order meetings was easier said than done. He had warned Sirius about the extendable ears during one of his training sessions, so precautions had been taken, much to Fred and George's annoyance. Unable to hear anything, the teenagers retired to their rooms for the night, at least that was what they claimed. Too tired to fight about it, Harry went to bed. He had survived a 2-hour training session that morning and was certainly feeling it now. Crawling into bed, Harry could feel the charms cast around the room come to life like they did every night. A soft beeping noise filled his ears as Harry pulled up his covers. Closing his eyes, Harry let his mind wander like he always did. Focusing on something just kept him up for hours. Within no time, Harry drifted off, the atmosphere of his bedroom fading into darkness. The problem was it wasn't a peaceful darkness. Strong emotions seemed to fill the air. There was anger, hate, despair, and rage. Those were the ones Harry could make out. They were so strong it was almost painful. Surrounded by darkness, Harry double-checked for his wand holster only to remember that he had taken it off. Just great. I'm trapped in this place with no weapon. A distant voice broke through the air. Straining to hear, Harry subconsciously took a step towards the voice. If someone else was here, then perhaps they knew a way out of wherever he was. And maybe they're a Death Eater wanting to kill you. Harry had to groan in annoyance as that idea ran through his head. He had to admit that with the current state of things it was more likely that whoever's voice he heard was an enemy than a friend. All of a sudden pain seared through Harry's scar, forcing him to fall to his knees. Grabbing his head, Harry tried to ignore the pain and focus on the voice that was coming clearer, but he couldn't make it out. He started to panic. The only reason his scar could hurt was if Voldemort was nearby or if Harry was having a vision about the Dark Lord, but that was impossible. Voldemort was supposed to be in a coma. Unless this is a dream, Harry realized. Does this mean Voldemort has woken up? If this was indeed a dream, then couldn't he just wake up? The pain increased, causing Harry to cry out as he held his head. He could feel his heart racing in his. How do you wake yourself up, especially from something like this? Telling yourself to wake up doesn't work. The voice grew louder, completely surrounding him. It was somewhat distorted, but there was definite hint of anger in the voice. Revenge, kill them all. Harry forced himself to rise to his feet and run away from the voice. It sounded too much like the voice he had heard in his second year. He didn't make it far before something slammed into his back, sending him flying forward. Harry landed on the hard floor with a thud. Pain shot through his as Harry struggled to breathe. Rolling over onto his back, Harry stared into the blackness, unable to do much else. Slowly the ability to breathe returned, but came in short gasps. Ignoring the pain, Harry sat up and came face to face with the last person he expected to see. Cedric Diggory. Harry stared at the 17-year-old in shock, unable to find anything to say. This wasn't possible. Cedric was dead. Harry saw it happen. He saw Crouch use the killing curse that night in the graveyard. This is a dream, it has to be. This isn't real. Realizing that Cedric was waiting, Harry took a chance. Cedric, he asked nervously. Cedric smiled. Hey Harry, he said as he extended a hand and helped Harry to his feet. You don't belong here. You need to wake up. Your godfather isn't handling your distress too well. Cedric reached out and grasped Harry's shoulder. Stay strong, Harry. Before Harry could respond, he felt like he was being pulled out of the darkness. The pain from his scar slowly decreased. Sounds filled his ears. Someone was telling him to wake up as they held him to there. Opening his eyes, Harry let out a moan. and as he moved his left hand and grabbed the sleeve of the person holding him. It took Harry a few moments for his mind to clear and realize that it was Sirius who was holding him. "Harry," Sirius asked carefully, "you're awake?" Harry let out another moan, and as he nodded slowly, Sirius tightened his hold on Harry as he buried his face in Harry's hair. Harry just remained still, too tired to even think of moving. He wanted nothing more than to fall back asleep, but found that he was being held in a fairly uncomfortable position. His upper body was twisted so that his godfather's knee was digging into his rib. "Sirius, please let him go," Remus said quietly. "Madame Pomfrey needs to check Harry over. She needs to check his heart." That was all it took for Sirius to relax his hold and lower Harry down on the bed, only to grab Harry's hand and hold it instead. Harry's eyes were partially open as Madame Pomfrey's blurry form came into view. She waved her wand over Harry a few times, focusing on his. Harry knew the routine by now. Whatever had happened must have set off the charms that had been placed around his room. No wonder Sirius was so distraught. Once Madame Pomfrey was done, she pulled up the covers to his and rested a hand on Harry's forehead. "Remarkably, there is no further damage to Mr. Potter's heart," she announced. "Other than a slight case of exhaustion, I can't find any ailments." Sirius let out the breath he had been holding. Harry opened his eyes a little more to see a blurry Remus sit down on the edge of the bed by Harry's head and try to smooth out Harry's messy short hair. It was a hopeless act, but it was clear that Remus wasn't really doing it because Harry's hair needed to be straightened. Like Sirius, Remus needed a reminder that Harry was fine and still breathing. "Very well," said the voice of Professor Dumbledore. "Sirius, Remus, I trust you two will hear about the rest of the meeting from another source." When Sirius and Remus nodded in response, Dumbledore left the room, followed by everyone else who had remained by the door. The moment the door closed, both Sirius and Remus seemed to crumble. Sirius leaned forward and wrapped his arms around Harry's, while Remus leaned forward and buried his face in Harry's hair. With Harry's free hand, he wrapped his arm around Sirius and started to slowly rub his godfather's back. He remembered Remus' words, "I've never been so scared in all my life." Harry couldn't imagine what Sirius and Remus had gone through when the alarms went off, so he just let them be as he slowly drifted off. Harry had learned by now that sometimes it was best to let Sirius and Remus work through whatever they were feeling on their own, because he was bound to hear about it tomorrow and the next day and the day after that and the day after that. The following morning was tense to say the least. For the first time since the holidays began, Mrs. Weasley had prepared breakfast alone. No one spoke of what had happened the night before, much to the annoyance of Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred and George. They had heard the alarms, followed by several Order members running past their rooms to Harry's. They poked their heads out of their rooms to see Bill running back to the stairs, while Sirius shouts filled their ears, begging Harry to wake up. They had hurried back in their rooms when they heard Bill hurrying up the stairs with someone following him. They came out again at the sound of Harry's screaming. Fred and George had to hold Ron and Hermione back from running to Harry's room as the screaming ceased. They had never heard Harry scream so loudly or so full of pain before. Mrs. Weasley entered the hallway a moment later and ushered them to bed, claiming that everything was under control. They went into their rooms, but no one went to bed. It was almost nearly a quarter of an hour later when they heard footsteps and soft voices move past their doors. They heard nothing else for the rest of the night and nothing about it the following morning. Breakfast was a silent affair, with most of the adults who seemed to find their coffee and teacups extremely interesting. Ron had even asked about the night before out of frustration. After an uncomfortable silence, Mrs. Weasley informed the teenagers that Harry had a nightmare, but wouldn't say anything more other than to tell the teenagers to give Harry and his guardians some space today. That didn't settle well with Ron and Hermione. The entire Order of the Phoenix doesn't rush into your bedroom for a simple nightmare. Madame Pomfrey isn't called for a simple nightmare. Something was wrong with Harry. It would explain why Sirius and Remus were so protective, but why didn't Harry say anything? Didn't Harry trust them anymore? Entering the kitchen for lunch, Ron and Hermione stopped in their tracks when they saw Mrs. Weasley and Remus placing some food on a tray while talking quietly. Remus looked exhausted, making Ron and Hermione wonder if he slept at all last night. "Are you sure he's all right?" Mrs. Weasley asked softly. "When he started screaming, It was scary, I know, Remus said as he rubbed his eyes. Harry doesn't really know what happened. He said his scar hurting was the reason he screamed. Harry has a very high tolerance for pain. I don't want to think about how much it must have hurt to justify him crying out. I already sent word to Dumbledore. If Voldemort misses, Weasley and Ron flinched, has awakened, then Harry will be in more danger than we could ever imagine. And Sirius, Mrs. Weasley asked. Remus shook his head. Sirius refuses to leave Harry's side, he admitted. I think we may need to slip him something to keep him from going with Harry to Hogwarts. We thought this was over. We had worked so hard on making Harry see that Cedric's death wasn't his fault. Seeing Mrs. Weasley's confusion, Remus took a deep breath to calm himself down. Cedric was in Harry's nightmare last night. That was probably what was the hardest for him to deal with. It's hard to see someone in your dreams then wake up and remember they're dead. Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth in shock as tears filled her eyes. That poor dear, she said in a wavering voice. He's been through so much. I never thought it was this bad. I'll take care of everything today. You and Sirius spend the day with Harry. If you need anything at all, let me or one of the children know. Will Poppy be stopping by today? Remus nodded. She wants to be absolutely sure there is no further damage that could prolong his recovery, he said as he picked up the tray. Harry claims he's fine, of course. I swear Harry is so much like his parents it isn't funny. We had to tie James to the bed in the hospital wing after a Quidditch injury so he could be healed. Lily would just deny anything was wrong with her. We had to literally drag her to St. Mungo's because she had been so sick, only to find out that she was pregnant with Harry. Mrs. Weasley smiled at Remus only to have it fade when she noticed two teenagers standing in the doorway. She nudged Remus then nodded at the door. How much did you two hear? She asked as Remus turned to see Ron and Hermione. Enough, Ron said through his teeth as he glared at Remus and his mother. What's wrong with Harry? Why won't anyone tell us? Why is it such a big secret? We care for Harry too. Remus let out a sigh and put the tray down. We know that, he said calmly. Harry didn't want you knowing because he didn't want you to treat him like he was going to die any moment. He noticed the eyes of the teenagers widen at the comment. Which he isn't, Remus added quickly. The duel with Voldemort, he ignored the flinches that came from Ron and Mrs. Weasley, caused more damage to Harry, more than we originally thought. He's getting better but slowly. Right now his heart can't take a lot of stress, which was why you heard the alarms last night. They were set to warn us whenever his heart rate reaches a certain mark. So what happened last night has happened before, Hermione asked fearfully. A few times, Remus admitted as he picked up the tray of food again. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a teenager and a man who believes he's a teenager waiting for their lunch. Ron and Hermione moved out of the way so Remus could leave the kitchen. As he carefully walked up the stairs, Remus tried to think of a way to break it to Harry that his friends had found out. He had known it was only a matter of time before Ron and Hermione found out that things weren't as fine as Harry let them believe, but Remus had hoped Harry would have been the one telling them. Entering Harry's room, Remus had to smile at the sight of Harry lying in bed with his eyes closed as he mindlessly pet Midnight. The large black dog had his head rested on Harry's stomach, allowing Harry better access to scratch his ears. Remus had to shake his head. It was amazing how Sirius knew exactly what Harry needed without being told. Remus moved over to Harry's bed, startling both Midnight and Harry out of their thoughts. With a pop, Sirius was sitting on Harry's bed instead of Midnight, with an eager look on his face. Food, Sirius said happily. I take it Molly is the cook for today. Hence the overabundance of food, Remus said as he set the tray down and handed a plate and fork to Sirius. Do you feel up for eating, Harry? Although Harry wasn't really hungry, he knew Sirius and Remus wouldn't let him skip a meal because of it. I'll try to eat a little, he said as he propped himself against his headboard. How is everything down there? Remus handed Harry a plate, then pulled up a chair and sat down before taking his own plate of food. Well, it's pretty quiet to tell you the truth, he said at last. I didn't see the twins or Ginny, so I don't know what they're up to. He took a bite and glanced at Sirius nervously, something that Sirius noticed. I did run into Ron and Hermione though. Harry also noticed the glances shared between the marauders and let out a sigh of disappointment. They found out, didn't they? He asked softly as his gaze fell. They know about all of this. Remus set his plate of food down and scooted his chair closer to the bed. He reached out and gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Yes, they know about your heart condition, he admitted. They overheard me talking to Molly and demanded answers. I didn't tell them everything, just enough to settle their curiosity for now. Not receiving an answer, Remus decided to continue. Cub, they're worried about you. They heard the alarms go off last night. They heard you scream. What are they supposed to do? Forget about it. Harry stared down at his plate of food, unable to meet the gazes of his guardians. He knew they were bound to find out sooner or later. He had just wished it would have been later when he wasn't being monitored so closely. They were going to overreact just like everyone else. What am I going to say to them? Harry asked. I would suggest the truth, Remus offered gently, at least about your heart condition since they already know it exists. You will have to decide what to tell them from there on. You know how we feel about this, Cub, but you have to do what's right for you. You trust us, but we won't be there at Hogwarts with you. Ron and Hermione will. Ron would be able to help you at night if you have a nightmare. Harry let out a sigh and rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses. But what if they tell someone? He asked quietly. I don't want the entire school finding out that I can't sleep through the night on my own because my heart might give out. Secrets don't remain secrets at Hogwarts. Nothing about me remains a secret at Hogwarts. So you're going to let your fear of something that may or may not happen decide your life? Sirius asked. I hate to admit it, Pronglet, but Moony does have a point. We can't physically be there at Hogwarts with you unless, of course, something happens and we'll be there before you know it. Remus cleared his throat, alerting Sirius that he was getting off track. What I mean is we can't physically be there, but your friends can. If they knew how important it was to keep this a secret from Voldemort, then they would probably be more careful not to say anything. There was a soft knock at the door, startling all three of them. The conversation ceased as the door slowly opened, followed by Ron and Hermione poking their heads in. Is it okay if we talk to Harry for a little bit? Ron asked nervously as he and Hermione stood in the doorway. We promise not to upset him. Sirius and Remus glanced at Harry before grabbing their plates and standing up at the same time. It was almost like a conversation without words passed between the two men by a simple look. We'll be right outside, Sirius said to Ron and Hermione with a hint of warning to his voice. If the alarms go off, you two will not be allowed anywhere near Harry for the remainder of the holidays. Ron and Hermione nodded nervously as they moved out of the way so Sirius and Remus could leave. As soon as the door closed, an uncomfortable silence filled the room. Both sides had plenty to say but were unsure of how to start the conversation. So how are you feeling? Hermione asked at last. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Better, he said honestly. I'm still tired for some reason. Sirius and Remus have ordered bed rest for the day. I guess I really scared them last night. I really thought this entire mess was over with. I haven't had a bad nightmare in a few weeks. Hermione was the first to move and sat down on the foot of Harry's bed with Ron following her. But you still have nightmares? She asked gently. From the look on Hermione's face, Harry could tell she was fighting with her curiosity. Are they about what happened? Hermione asked softly. Harry nodded as he looked away. There is no way either of you could possibly know what it was like that night, he said softly. I was sure I was going to die, just like Cedric. The things I saw, the things he did will probably haunt me for the rest of my life. Dueling with someone like Voldemort, Ron flinched but Harry ignored it, is not something I would recommend. Sirius and Remus have helped me a lot, but I can tell they still see the 14-year-old that came back that night, battered and near death. I know I'm not completely healthy yet, but I couldn't stand if my friends were to look at me that way too. I am getting stronger. It's just taking longer than I thought it would. Ron's gaze fell to the duvet. What happened? He asked quietly. There was no question to what Ron was talking about. He was asking what happened to make everyone act like Harry was so fragile. I had a nightmare one night and started screaming, Harry answered evenly. Sirius and Remus came in and tried to wake me up but couldn't. My heart couldn't handle the stress and went into shock. It stopped beating for almost 10 minutes, according to Madame Pomfrey. That's why there are so many charms and spells in here, to keep it from happening again, which it hasn't. I take a potion every morning and other than a few light episodes have been fine. You do understand that no one can find out about this, right? Ron and Hermione nodded. We won't say anything, Harry, Hermione said confidently. You can trust us. For a moment it looked like Hermione was pondering on whether to ask a question or not. Her curiosity won out once again. As you know who really in a coma, Harry? She asked. Fred and George overheard something like that with their extendable ears. Harry let out a tired sigh then nodded. That's partially the reason I'm not allowed to leave the house, he said as he rubbed the back of his neck nervously. The Order thinks Voldemort's supporters will try to grab me to find out what I did to their master, which is hogwash. That of course was a lie, since Harry knew from his conversations with Dumbledore that the coma was because of the magical outbursts he had experienced while dueling the Dark Lord, but telling Ron and Hermione about the outbursts was a discussion Harry really wasn't ready for. I didn't do anything to him. Well, we can understand why you didn't tell us, Harry, Ron said, sounding a little overwhelmed by everything he had learned. I probably wouldn't want to talk about it either. So what can we do to help? I mean, I know we can't. Well, I know what you mean, Ron, Harry said with a smile. He had to admit that he missed talking openly with his friends like this without having to worry about saying something wrong. I guess I really need you two to just treat me normally. Everyone treating me like I'm made of glass only reminds me that something's wrong. I don't need to be reminded of it 24 hours a day. We can do that, Hermione said with a nod. But you know they're only treating you like that because they care, don't you? For the second time a knock on the door ended all conversations. The three teenagers turned their heads to see the door opening, followed by Madame Pomfrey entering, followed by Sirius and Remus. She was carrying a small bag that Harry was quite familiar with. Inside that bag were a variety of potions and nearly every one of them tasted horrible. Harry had learned quite a few tricks to dampen the taste, but he still tasted enough of them. How are you feeling today, Mr. Potter? Madame Pomfrey asked as she set her bag on his bedside table. She noticed his plate that had very little eaten off of it. I see your lack of appetite is back. Is there anything else? Pain, muscle spasms, headache, difficulty breathing? Harry shook his head. I'm just a little tired, he admitted. Since he had been seeing the woman at least once a week, he knew better than to lie to her. She always seemed to know when you were lying. Or maybe I'm just a bad liar, Harry mused. That is understandable, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey said as she pulled out her wand and waved it over Harry. After a few moments she put her wand away and opened her bag. It seems that last night was only a minor episode. You were quite fortunate there is no further damage. I trust you have already taken your potion. Harry nodded as he watched her pull out a few vials of different colored potions. Out of the corner of his eye Harry could see Ron and Hermione shifting around nervously at the foot of Harry's bed. They obviously didn't like the fact that what happened last night was considered minor. Glancing at Sirius and Remus, Harry couldn't help but notice how tired they looked, making him wonder if they had slept at all last night. Probably not. They were most likely afraid something would happen if they did. For now, Mr. Potter, I suggest you take it easy for the rest of the day, Madame Pomfrey said, breaking into Harry's thoughts. I will leave a dreamless sleep potion for you to take tonight. You know the routine by now. I'll leave tomorrow's activities up to your guardians. She looked over her shoulder at Sirius and Remus for a moment before returning her gaze to Harry. There are also few calming drafts, a muscle relaxant potion and a few more doses of your prescribed potion. Don't be afraid to use them if you need them, Mr. Potter. Yes ma'am, Harry said with a nod as Madame Pomfrey closed her bag and picked it up. He had no intention of using the extra potions, but he wasn't about to tell her that. The last thing he wanted was to become dependent on potions with school starting in less than a month. He really couldn't take a potion in front of everyone there. That would be clear indication that something was wrong. Once Madame Pomfrey bid farewell and left, Remus approached Harry and took the plate out of Harry's hands. Looking up at Moony, Harry saw a reassuring smile before the man motioned for Harry to lie down. I'm sure you two can talk more with Harry later, Remus said to Ron and Hermione as Harry's head hit the pillow. Right now he needs to rest. Ron and Hermione also bid farewell and left. Watching the door close, Harry couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved. They had taken it better than Harry thought they would. He thought they would be angry and hurt that he had kept something from them. He had expected for Ron and Hermione to demand to know everything that happened. As he closed his eyes, Harry had to wonder how well he actually knew his friends. They seemed so different from the people he had known only a month ago. Maybe he wasn't the only person who had changed. For the next few weeks it took an extreme amount of effort for Harry to convince everyone that he was fine. His training had resumed after a few days of recovering, but Sirius seemed to be extremely laid back with everything. He didn't push Harry and always seemed to call an end to the training the moment he saw a drop of sweat appear on Harry's forehead. This was aggravating for someone who wanted to progress, but Harry kept his mouth shut for now. Sirius was worried. Harry accepted that. He would let it go for now, but if it continued much longer, Harry was prepared to do something about it. Ron and Hermione had tried to act normal around Harry, but anyone could see they were worried about their friend. Their interest in the order had suddenly vanished, making Fred, George and Ginny slightly suspicious, but Hermione usually had an excuse every time the three Weasley teenagers voiced their thoughts. To settle their curiosity, Mrs. Weasley had told her children, with Sirius and Remus, approval of course, that Harry was prone to violent nightmares with everything that had happened. From what anyone could tell, they accepted this explanation and stopped asking questions, although if they actually believed their mother was, no one really knew. As the time to go back to Hogwarts drew near, all of the teenagers grew nervous, Hermione especially. No one had received their school letter yet. Sirius had been so annoyed with Hermione's complaining about the lack of time to prepare for classes that he had gotten the book list from Professor Dumbledore and picked up what the teenagers would need, much to the Weasley children's annoyance. Ever since then, Harry and Ron reluctantly spent their free time with Hermione in the Black family library. Sirius had also picked up a few extra books about the study of magic for Harry, which he read either late at night or early in the morning before Ron and Hermione were up. The study in magic itself wasn't a part of the Hogwarts curriculum, so it was a possibility that Hermione hadn't already read about the topic, a slight possibility, but a possibility nonetheless. It was the last day of the holidays when the letters finally arrived. Harry was preparing lunch with Remus and Mrs. Weasley when Ron and Hermione ran into the kitchen with envelopes in their hands. Ron quickly handed over Harry's letter before tearing his own open. Hermione already had hers open and started screaming when something red and gold fell into her hand. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Hermione had been made a prefect. Crack. Fred and George apparated into the kitchen with worried looks on their faces. "What's all the commotion about?" asked George, then saw Hermione holding her badge. "Oh, and here we thought something important happened." George. Mrs. Weasley scolded. "Becoming a prefect is important." She turned to Hermione. "Congratulations, dear. You certainly have earned it with all of the hard work you've done over the years." Hermione smiled at Mrs. Weasley, then looked at Harry with an eager look on her face. "Congratulations, Hermione," Harry echoed with a smile, then glanced over at Ron, who seemed to be staring at his Hogwarts letter in shock. Ron, are you okay?" Ron slowly looked up at Harry with wide eyes. "I'm a prefect," he said in almost a whisper. How's that possible?" It seemed that Ron wasn't the only one who was surprised. Fred snatched the letter out of Ron's hand and quickly read it over. "I don't believe it," he said as he looked at Harry. "We thought you were a guarantee, Harry, with you winning the tournament and everything you've done." Harry winced at the topic of the tournament and felt Remus' reassuring hand instantly on his shoulder. There were only 2 prefects per house announced for 5th-year students. To say Harry was surprised that Ron had been chosen was an understatement. Despite everything he had done, Harry had made the effort the past 2 years to work hard and had managed to improve on his grades while Ron barely managed to pass his classes. Realizing that everyone was waiting for him to say something, Harry did some quick thinking. Saying the wrong thing would either make Ron angry or jealous. Harry wasn't about to do that. "I really don't think I'm prefect material," he said nonchalantly as he set his unopened letter down and resumed to preparing lunch. "I can't even take care of myself right now. I'm sure Dumbledore had that in mind when he made the assignments." Looking directly at Ron, Harry flashed him a proud smile. "Congratulations, Ron," he said sincerely. Everyone instantly avoided looking at Harry. Fred was feeling horrible for bringing up the tournament since it was still something Harry refused to talk about while everyone else was searching for something to say. These were two very touchy topics, the tournament and Harry's ailing heart. Remus, Mrs. Weasley, Ron and Hermione all knew how much Harry resented the fact that he wasn't completely healthy yet. This just seemed to be another nail in the coffin, another reminder that everything wasn't as fine as Harry wanted everyone to believe. Feeling the tension in the room, Harry turned to the four teenagers with a knife in his hand. "If you four want to help, I'm sure we can find something for you to do," he offered, then watched as his friends quickly departed, Ron receiving a fierce hug from Mrs. Weasley before he was able to. They had all learned by now just to leave Harry, Remus and Mrs. Weasley to manage the meals since they nearly had it down to a science. As soon as they left, Harry turned his back to Remus and Mrs. Weasley and continued preparing lunch. He knew Sirius would be coming momentarily and the three adults would want to talk about this, something he really didn't want to do at this point. Harry couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that Professor Dumbledore didn't believe he was capable for the responsibilities that came with being a prefect. He thought he had made a lot of progress from the beginning of the holidays, at least that was what everyone was telling him. "Are you all right, dear?" Mrs. Weasley asked gently. "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said sincerely. He couldn't help but feel guilty that Ron's mother was worried about him rather than celebrating with her son. This was another reminder that people still thought he was made of glass. "We should probably do something special for dinner tonight," Harry added after a moment's silence. "Ron and Hermione definitely deserve it." "You're right, Harry," Remus said carefully. "They deserve a special dinner." The sound of the door opening quickly alerted Harry that Sirius had just entered the kitchen. "Would someone care to tell me why I was just cornered by Fred and George and told to come here as soon as possible?" Sirius asked curiously. "The school letters just arrived," Remus said softly. "We were just discussing what should be done for dinner tonight to celebrate Ron and Hermione being named prefects." Sirius looked at Remus and Mrs. Weasley with a raised eyebrow. "You heard me correctly, Sirius," Remus added. Sirius shook his head slowly before turning his gaze to Harry. "Promlet, sit down," he said as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Harry reluctantly complied. "Now, talk to us. I can tell that you're disappointed." Harry moved to object. "It's okay to feel that way, kiddo, but we have to talk about this. You can't afford to bury your emotions. Remember what happened last year." Mrs. Weasley looked at Sirius and Remus in confusion. She was the only one who didn't know of Harry's emotional outbursts. While there had only been two, the second one had certainly been more disastrous than the first. Unable to deal with his pent-up emotions anymore, Harry had vented his feelings and caused every window in the hospital wing to shatter. That was one of the main reasons Sirius and Remus were so persistent in Harry working through his feelings after the tournament and anything else that might be bothering him. Harry let out a sigh as his gaze fell to the table. He didn't want to admit that he was feeling anything but happiness for his friends, but that just wasn't the case. "I'm disappointed," he admitted softly. "I worked so hard last year with everything going on. I thought he would have seen that I could handle it." Harry shook his head. He knew it was wrong to feel sorry for himself like this. "I should be happy for Ron," he said more to himself than to anyone in the room. "He deserves some recognition. He's wanted it for so long. And so have you," Remus said gently as he knelt down at Harry's side. "We know how hard you pushed yourself last year. I know how hard you pushed yourself the year before that. You have made progress in your recovery, cub, more progress than anyone could know. You're not a bad person for feeling disappointed. You have every right to be. Acknowledge the feeling and move on. Don't dwell on what could have been." "Mooney's right," Sirius added. "You do have a lot on your plate now. Don't worry about it. Your father wasn't a prefect either. I'm sure Dumbledore thought you didn't need the added stress at the moment. Remember, this is your all year. You wanted to do well in your studies and on the Quidditch field if Poppy will allow it, of course. Concentrate on what you have, Harry, not what you don't." Harry looked at his guardians with a hopeful look on his face. They were right. Remus had told Harry how hard this year was going to be, and with Quidditch he really couldn't afford to be spread too thin. Madame Pomfrey certainly wouldn't allow it. As much as he hated that he wasn't healthy, Harry knew he needed to accept it. "You're not disappointed," Harry asked softly. Sirius and Remus both stared at Harry with confused looks on their faces. Disappointed, Sirius asked, sounding horrified, "Harry, I was never in the running to be a prefect. Good ol' Moony had that honor." Sirius moved to Harry's side and pulled the teenager into a fierce embrace. "Don't ever think we're disappointed in you. We are so proud to be your guardians. You have accomplished more in the short time we've known you than we could ever hope for." Harry had to smile. Disappointing his guardians was something that always plagued his mind. They were the main reason he pushed himself so hard. Before Sirius and Remus were given guardianship of him, Harry really never had anyone who cared how he did in school. The Dursleys certainly didn't care. Usually when Harry did better than Dudley in school, he was beaten up by Dudley and his gang. As Sirius let go, Harry found himself pulled into another embrace by Remus. "Being a prefect is an honor, but it's not all it's cracked up to be," Remus said bluntly. "You have to enforce rules onto others without appearing to be abusing your position, especially when you are disciplining students from other houses. It is certainly an added stress, at least it was for me." Already convinced that the right decision concerning prefects was made, Harry thanked his guardians before finishing the preparations for lunch while discussing what should be done for Ron and Hermione. Mrs. Weasley wanted to buy something special for Ron like she had for Percy when he had become a prefect, and went off to ask Ron what he wanted while Harry, Remus and Sirius put everything on the table. Glancing at his guardians, Harry had to admit that there were more important things than a badge and added responsibilities. He already knew it was going to be difficult with Voldemort coming back and the Ministry not believing it. He meant what he said. It was about time Ron was received something that Harry didn't have. Ron did have some problems with jealousy in the past, and although Ron claimed to have moved past them, Harry could tell that it was more of the case that he didn't voice them anymore. Ever since the third task, Ron had been extremely careful with what he said to Harry. It was almost like Ron was afraid to say or do anything that could possibly cause a rift in their friendship. Perhaps seeing me in the hospital wing for nearly a week had a bigger effect on him than I thought. Harry knew he would have to have a talk with Ron sooner or later. As it turned out, Ron asked Mrs. Weasley for a new broom, the new clean sweep to be more precise. Sirius had offered to help Mrs. Weasley with the cost, but she refused, claiming that Sirius had already paid for their school books and had saved the Weasleys plenty of money as it was. Harry knew it was more of the fact that Mrs. Weasley was too proud to accept any more charity than what Sirius had already provided. It was late afternoon before Mrs. Weasley left for Diagon Alley while Harry, Remus and Sirius prepared for dinner. Fred, George and Ginny were told to keep Ron and Hermione busy until dinner. Harry was doing everything in his power to make this special for them and didn't want the surprise ruined. Once in a while Ginny would enter the kitchen and give Harry an update, which was mostly of how Fred and George were teasing Ron about having to abide by the rules now. Harry had to smile at the thought of Ron following the rules. That was certainly going to be a challenge. By the time Mrs. Weasley returned, Harry, Remus and Sirius had everything ready, including a banner with "Congratulations Ron and Hermione" written on it. Mrs. Weasley congratulated the three wizards on a job well done before leaving the room to find her children and Hermione. She returned a few minutes later with everyone except Ron, who was currently putting his new broom in his room. As soon as Ron arrived, everyone started eating while talking excitedly about the start of the school term tomorrow. Ron and Hermione quickly found Harry and thanked him repeatedly for going through so much trouble. Harry just pushed it off as no big deal before congratulating Ron and Hermione again. He had to admit that he hadn't seen either of them this happy in a long time. Mr. Weasley and Bill arrived shortly after everyone started eating, followed by Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Mad-Eye Moody. Every single one of them congratulated Ron and Hermione as Sirius sat down to Harry's right while Remus sat down to Harry's left. Harry didn't even notice them since his attention was on Ron and Hermione. It wasn't until a hand touched his right shoulder that Harry realized someone was sitting next to him. "Are you all right, Pronglet?" Sirius asked quietly. Harry looked at his godfather with a soft smile on his face and nodded before returning his gaze to Ron and Hermione. "Look at them," he said just as quietly. "They're so happy. They deserve to be happy, especially after everything that's happened." Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders and gave the teen a one-armed embrace. They aren't the only ones, he said softly. This was a really great idea you had, Harry. You never cease to amaze me. Harry shrugged off the comment. He really didn't understand why Sirius was making such a big deal out of this. They would do the same for me, he said truthfully. They were there to support me last year. Well, once Ron dealt with his jealousy, but there was no point in bringing that up again. Ron had apologized and even taught Harry how to swim. Why shouldn't I support them? Mad-Eye Moody's voice broke into their conversation. Dumbledore must have a lot of faith in the two of you, he growled at Ron and Hermione. Those in positions of authority are always attacked first. I trust the two of you know how to defend yourselves properly and know proper wand care. Can't have you blasting off your beeps now, can we? Harry had to bite back a laugh at the nervous looks on Ron and Hermione's faces. Mad-Eye had given him a similar speech before he found out Harry had a wand holster for his right wrist. It was usual for teenagers to place their wands in their back pants pockets since they had no better place to put them. Mad-Eye had gone over the ignored guidelines of wand care in detail that day. Mundungus Fletcher arrived a short time later and instantly sat down by Fred and George. The three of them talking quietly was certainly not a good sign. Harry had a feeling that Fred and George were using Mundungus for his shady connections for materials to help their joke shop, something he knew Mrs. Weasley wouldn't be pleased to find out about. Mr. Weasley stood up with a goblet in his hand. A toast, he declared as he raised his goblet. To Ron and Hermione, the new Gryffindor prefects. Everyone echoed Mr. Weasley as they raised their goblets, then took a drink. Both Ron and Hermione blushed as they smiled brightly and took a sip out of their goblets as well. As everyone set their goblets down, applause broke out, only making Ron and Hermione's blushes increase. Harry clapped with everyone else, glad that for one everyone's attention wasn't on him since it had been for the majority of the summer. It was certainly a welcome change. An arm loosely wrapped around his neck and gently pulled him backwards. Looking up, Harry saw the smiling face of Tonks with long red hair looking down at him. They shared a smile before Harry relaxed against her. He had to admit that he liked the way things were. He had a family regardless of how untraditional it was. Sirius, Remus and Tonks were the closest he had to relatives now, and it was certainly better than anything he could have hoped for. Several conversations broke out among the table. Ron and Ginny were talking about his new broom. Hermione and Remus were talking about the treatment of house elves. Hermione was more curious than anything. Mrs. Weasley was talking to Bill about his long hair. Mr. Weasley, Tonks and Sirius were discussing the journey to Platform 9 3/4 tomorrow, while Mad-Eye and Kingsley seemed to be in deep discussion about something. Harry knew better than to even try to find out what it was about. All of a sudden Harry felt like he was being watched. Looking over his shoulder, Harry noticed Creature hiding in the shadows. As discreetly as possible, Harry left the table and approached the house elf. Kneeling down in front of the Creature, Harry could see a nervous look on his face. He couldn't remember ever seeing such a look on the elf's face before. "Creature, what's wrong?" he asked. "Creature has found something wrong in empty bedroom," Creature said softly. Creature didn't want to bother young Master, but young Master wouldn't send Creature away like blood. Try Master Sirius. Creature had made a point to try to refrain from badmouthing Sirius in Harry's presence. It was still a work in progress though. Creature needs to keep the house like Creature's mistress would have wanted it. Harry placed a hand on Creature's shoulder and smiled warmly. "Okay, Creature, I understand," he said. "Why don't you show me where it is? If I can't take care of it, we'll come back down and get Sirius." Creature nodded, then led the way out of the kitchen. As he followed Creature up the stairs, Harry had to wonder what could possibly make the house elf so nervous. As far as he knew, Sirius and Remus had already taken care of anything that could cause anyone any harm. They walked down the hallway in silence until they reached the final bedroom on the left, one of the unused bedrooms just like Creature had said. After stealing a glance at Creature, Harry slowly opened the door and turned on the lights. The room was decorated with dark green tones, giving off a Slytherin feel to the room. Harry made a mental note to offer this room to Professor Snape if he ever wanted to stay the night. Not like that would ever happen in this lifetime. It just didn't hurt to be prepared. Entering the room, Harry glanced around for any sign of danger but found nothing. He was about to turn around to ask what was he supposed to be looking for when the wardrobe shook. Memories of classes with Remus suddenly filled Harry's head. Remus had been the one to teach Harry about creatures that liked dark, enclosed spaces such as wardrobes, a shapeshifter that would take the form of whatever will frighten the person it's facing the most. Considering history, Harry knew it would come out as a Dementor or possibly Voldemort. Harry instantly flicked his right wrist only to have nothing happen. Panicking, Harry pulled up his sleeve to see that he had forgotten to put his wand holster on today. His eyes widened in alarm as the wardrobe wobbled fiercely, causing it to burst open. All of the warmth of the late summer night suddenly vanished and was replaced by cold. Harry moved for the door but staggered before falling to his knees. Ignoring the cold as much as possible, Harry forced himself to stand. His vision started to darken as it became difficult to breathe. A familiar high-pitched voice filled his ears. "You will die just like your parents, just like your friend that Barty had to kill because of you." Harry tried to shout for help, to do something, but his body wouldn't listen. He was trapped listening to his worst nightmares, his worst memories. His mother's screams filled his ears as Harry collapsed to the floor. A loud thud could be heard by everyone downstairs. Conversations instantly ceased as everyone looked in question at Sirius and Remus. The two marauders glanced at each other and suddenly noticed that the teenager who had been sitting between them was nowhere in sight. Without a word they took off, running as fast as they could out of the kitchen and to the staircase, not caring that Mr. Weasley, Bill, Tonks, Kingsley and Mad Eye were following them while Mrs. Weasley kept the teenagers in the kitchen. As they reached the top of the stairs, Sirius saw Creature running at him. "Young Master is in trouble," Creature yelled. Within 2 steps Sirius grabbed Creature by the arm and lifted him in the air. "Where is he?" Sirius asked through his teeth. "If you have done something to him, I swear I will rip you apart." Creature nodded fearfully before Sirius released him. The 7 adults followed Creature to the last bedroom on the left, aware of the drastic drop in temperature as they drew near. Everyone pulled out their wand as Sirius and Remus reached the doorway to the last room on the left. The sight before their eyes was something neither of them was ready for. Harry was on the floor, curled into a ball and shaking uncontrollably as a Dementor hovered over him. He was muttered something so softly that no one could make out what it was. Sirius and Remus moved to Harry's side while the remaining adults entered the room and sent the boggart-turned Dementor away with a few ridiculous spells. The room instantly heated up again as Remus summoned some chocolate from his room. A collective sigh was released as Sirius propped a still shaking Harry up. Tonks was the first to notice Harry's bare right wrist. "The poor kid didn't have his wand," she said as she knelt down next to Sirius and took hold of Harry's hand. "He had no way to protect himself." Sirius pried open Harry's mouth so Remus could force a piece of chocolate in. "Just let it melt, Harry," Remus said to the still shaking teen. "Don't worry, it's gone now." He then looked at Sirius, the worry shining through his eyes. "I thought we checked every room for boggarts." "We did," Sirius muttered as he pulled Harry to his and held him tightly. Slowly Sirius looked at the doorway where Creature was still standing. His eyes narrowed as he glared at the house elf. He was certainly not happy. "What happened?" Sirius demanded. "Harry has been nothing but nice to you. How could you do this to him?" Creature looked horrified at the accusation. "Creature would never hurt young Master," he said practically. Young Master wanted to help Creature. Young Master and Creature were surprised by evil Creature. When young Master fell, Creature went for help. Sirius didn't mean anything by it, Creature, Kingsley Shacklebolt interrupted, his voice calm and diplomatic. "He's just worried about Harry. We can take care of everything from here if you have something else to do." After another glare from Sirius, Creature left. Mr. Weasley hurried down to the kitchen to let his wife know what happened, Kingsley, Bill and Mad Eye following him a few moments later. Harry had finally stopped shaking but was still unresponsive. Sirius repositioned the teen in his arms and with one fluid motion, stood up, then walked out of the room with Harry still safely in his arms. Remus followed him to Harry's room after quietly telling Tonks to call for Madame Pomfrey. Entering Harry's room, Remus noticed that Sirius was carefully removing Harry's shoes as he still held on to the teen. Harry's head was resting against Sirius, appearing to be in a deep sleep. Remus just stood in the doorway taking it all in. There had been too many close calls lately. Sirius was close to losing control tonight, just like he had been at Hogwarts only 2 months ago. Watching his friend tend to the teenager he considered a son, Remus could only let them be. Sirius wouldn't listen to reason now. He needed time to cool off. Sometimes Remus hated being the rational one in the group. Harry awoke to find that a few things were not as they should be. To start with, he was still dressed in the clothes he had worn yesterday. He hated sleeping in his jeans and usually made the effort, no matter how tired he was, to change into his pajama pants. Second, his head was resting on something firm but not hard. His pillows were normally soft. Thirdly, Harry couldn't remember even going to bed. That rarely happened. Lastly, Harry didn't hear the soft beeping of his heart that was supposed to be magically monitored. That never happened. Sirius and Remus always made sure the spell was working. Slowly opening his eyes, Harry tilted his head up to see the somewhat blurry but sleeping face of his godfather. This wasn't a good sign. Sirius only was overly protective like this when Harry had an episode. Thinking back to last night, Harry remembered the celebration last night and seeing Creature. He suddenly remembered the boggart in the wardrobe and what had happened when it came out. Harry quickly sat up as the realization of what must have happened afterwards ran through his mind. Creature must have gone for help, meaning Sirius, Remus and everyone in the house saw that he couldn't even stand up to a boggart. As quietly and carefully as possible, Harry slid out of bed so he didn't wake Sirius. He really didn't need to have an overprotective godfather wanting to talk about what happened right now, but deep down Harry knew that was what Sirius, Remus and everyone else under the roof was bound to do the moment they saw him. Carefully walking around the bed, Harry instinctively maneuvered around everything to his bedside table and grabbed his glasses. The moment he put them on, Harry saw his wand in his wand holster and instantly grabbed it and put it on. He wasn't going to let what happened last night happen again. He couldn't afford it to. Escaping from his room was a little trickier. His door had a tendency to creak when it was opened too slowly, and the light from the hallway was enough to wake anyone up. Carefully, Harry opened his door partially and slid out of the room before closing the door and letting out a sigh of relief. He knew he needed to get moving since they would be leaving for King's Cross Station in a few hours and he still had to finish packing. It was still extremely early, but that didn't stop Harry from going through the usual routine of preparing breakfast for everyone. He walked down the stairs slowly so he didn't alert anyone that someone in the house was awake. He crept into the kitchen only to find that someone else was already up, sitting at the table with a teacup in their hands looking like they had been up all night. "Tonks?" Harry asked in confusion. Tonks always hated getting up in the morning. It had been a joke that it must be something in the Black bloodline since Sirius hated mornings too. "What are you doing in here so early in the morning?" Tonks didn't say a word. Instead, she jumped to her feet, quickly approached Harry and pulled him into an embrace. Her hair had changed back to the short, spiky and purple style that she seemed to favor lately. "What were you thinking?" she asked softly. "Why didn't you carry your wand? Who cares about the Ministry's underage wizardry laws? Do you have any idea what it was like to see you on the floor with a Dementor over you? Do you have any idea how much you frightened Sirius, Remus and me?" Harry just let Tonks hold him. How could he have been so thick? By not thinking before running off with Creature, Harry caused everyone to worry. It seemed that he had learned nothing over the years. He was still running headfirst into danger. "No, not anymore," Harry mentally vowed. "I don't care what it takes. I'm not going to cause trouble for Sirius and Remus this year. They've had too much of it lately." Not receiving an answer, Tonks held Harry at arm's length and looked into his emerald green eyes to see pain and regret. She let out a sigh as she pulled Harry into another embrace. "I'm sorry, kid," Tonks said gently. "I know it wasn't intentional. Creature told us what happened. You were trying to help him, but how could you go in there without your wand?" "I'm sorry," Harry said softly. "It just surprised me. Before I could run out of the room it just got to be too much." Tonks let out a sigh and key at Harry on the top of his head. "Don't worry about it," she said, that released him from her hold. "Just don't do anything like that again. You're like the nephew I never had." Tonks leaned back against the table and looked at Harry with a raised eyebrow. "Didn't you wear that yesterday?" Harry shook his head as he walked over to the ice box to start preparing breakfast. "Welcome back," Tonks. She was always quick to notice when someone's clothes didn't look right. Sirius had said it was a girl thing. Sirius was still sleeping, Harry said with a shrug. I figured he needed the sleep since I know he has a tendency to stay up most of the night when something happens to me. Tonks eyed Harry skeptically. In other words, you want to avoid a confrontation for as long as possible, she clarified. Then let out another sigh when Harry said nothing to correct her. Do you have any idea how frantic he's going to be when he wakes up to find you gone? Harry pulled the eggs and bacon out of the ice box before turning to face Tonks. That's why I plan on bringing him breakfast before he wakes up, he answered, then pulled out the supplies for muffins. Sirius is always calmer after he eats, at least that is what Mooney tells me. Remus had said that Sirius was like an overgrown teenager and felt the need to eat at least 5 times a day. Sirius claimed that he was just making up for the dismal meals he had been given in Azkaban, so everyone just let him be. You've got a point, Tonks said thoughtfully. So, do you need help? Harry glanced at Tonks nervously. It always took twice as long to prepare a meal when Tonks helped out, since someone had to usually clean up her mess and then make what she was supposed to. The problem was Harry never could say no to Tonks. You can mind the bacon while I make the muffins and the eggs, Harry said at last. Keep it on low heat. Tonks happily hurried to the stove. By the time Harry had the muffins and eggs ready, the bacon was finished. As Harry put the bacon on a charmed plate, Tonks started on the toast, after instruction from Harry of course. Soon breakfast was prepared and Tonks sat down with a proud smile on her face. They ate in a comfortable silence before Harry prepared 2 plates and left the kitchen with Tonks wishing him luck as he left. As carefully as possible, Harry walked up the stairs and down the still empty hallway. He turned the corner and stopped in front of Remus' door to see that it was partially open. Grateful for small favors, Harry opened the door completely with his back and entered the room as quietly as possible. He saw Remus asleep in his bed and noticed the tense look on his guardian's face. Whatever Remus was dreaming about, it certainly wasn't pleasant. With every effort to be silent, Harry carefully placed the plate on the bedside table. There was a soft ding as the plate touched the table, but it was enough for Remus to wake and immediately sit upright in his bed, appearing to be ready to strike. He relaxed the moment he saw Harry and rubbed his eyes tiredly. Harry instantly felt guilty. He was the reason his guardians were so exhausted. Morning, cub, Remus said, then noticed the plate of food. Please tell me you weren't downstairs cooking by yourself. Harry shook his head. Tonks was there, he said. She helped with the bacon and toast. She's actually quite proud of it, so it wouldn't hurt to say something when you see her. He glanced at the plate he was still carrying and knew the food wasn't going to stay warm for long. I need to take this to Sirius. If you want, you can bring your food into my room so you two can yell at me together. Remus pulled back his covers and slowly got out of bed. He was wearing dark blue pajama pants and a white shirt that seemed to make him look paler than he already was. The full moon had been a few weeks ago, but with all of the stress Remus had been under, it seemed that he had never really recovered from it. We're not going to yell at you, Remus said as he grabbed his plate and followed Harry out of the room. Just promise to tell someone next time Creature wants to show you something, all right? Harry looked at Remus and smiled. His guardians had always tried to refrain from yelling at their charge, since it had a tendency to remind Harry of his life at the Dursleys. In some ways Harry was still trying to forget his life with his relatives, but some things like his fear of being a freak stayed and probably always would. I can do that, Harry said as they approached his room and entered. Sirius was still asleep in the same position as when Harry had left. Harry and Remus grinned at each other. They knew they could have a lot of fun, but also knew today wasn't the day to do it. Morning, Padfoot, Remus exclaimed as he plopped on the bed, causing Sirius to wake immediately. Mooney, Sirius shouted as he sat up quickly. Harry is still. He stopped speaking when he noticed Harry standing at the side of the bed with a plate of food in his hands. Sirius took the plate of food and set it on the bedside table before grabbing Harry and pulling him back on the bed. Harry landed on the soft bed with an oomph beside Sirius, who instantly wrapped an arm around the teen. Stay there, Pronglet, Sirius said as he grabbed his plate with the other hand and started eating. What time is it? Early, Remus answered. Harry and Tonks made breakfast this morning. Apparently we weren't the only ones who had trouble sleeping last night. Sirius glanced down at Harry and met the teen's gaze. "Are you okay?" he asked, then let a relieved smile appear on his face when Harry nodded. "Good. You need to stop scaring me or I'm going to be as gray as Moony." Remus moved to object. "You know I'm kidding," Sirius said to his friend, then returned his attention to Harry. "By the way, there's something important we need to talk to you before we leave for the train station." Harry glanced at Remus nervously before returning his attention to his godfather. These types of talks were never a good thing. They usually came when something had to be broken gently to Harry. "What happened?" he asked softly. Sirius cleared his throat and set his plate down. "Well, Fudge is still upset with Dumbledore for claiming that Voldemort has returned," he said carefully. "Fudge thinks Dumbledore's trying to cause problems, and since no one wanted the defense position, Fudge decided to hire someone for Dumbledore. Her name is Dolores Umbridge. She's the undersecretary for the minister and certainly has no love for Dumbledore." Harry looked at Remus in confusion. "What about you, Moony?" he asked. "Everyone loved it when you came back last year. No one cares about the wolf. We know you would never hurt us." Remus smiled at the comment. "I know you don't care about that, but the ministry does," he said softly. "Fudge is so desperate to maintain his position in the ministry that the thought of another war is too much for him to handle. This is a power play, Cub. Anything that Umbridge sees at Hogwarts will most likely be reported to Fudge. This includes anything that happens with you. Many in the ministry believe Skeeter's articles about Dumbledore using you to gain support." "But he's not," Harry protested. "I was the one to say Voldemort came back. But so far all everyone has is Dumbledore's word," Sirius interrupted in a calm voice which sounded so strange coming from the animagus. "As hard as it may be, Harry, we need you to keep your distance from Umbridge. You don't have to agree with what she says, just don't be vocal about your own beliefs. We know the truth. That's all that matters." Harry couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Sirius rarely talked like this. Something else was going on. Harry could feel it. Sirius and Remus never pulled him aside to warn him about something unless it was extremely important. "What aren't you telling me?" Harry asked cautiously. Remus and Sirius shared a glance for a moment, appearing to have another one of their silent conversations. "We just want you to be prepared," Sirius said at last as he returned his attention to Harry. "Umbridge is a Fudge fanatic. Whatever he tells her is what she believes, but that doesn't mean it's the truth. We have no doubt that she will try to make you and your classmates believe the ministry's version rather than Dumbledore's. We just want you to be careful, Harry," Remus added. "This is your first day out in public and we know how you hate attention, so we just thought we would give you a few words of advice to avoid whatever Umbridge may try. People are allowed to believe what they want. That is their right." Harry understood what his guardians were and were not saying. Umbridge would probably try to convince people that Voldemort hadn't returned, Harry being one of them. With the current articles Rita Skeeter was writing, everyone was bound to believe that Harry was either a liar or a helpless little boy. They wouldn't care about the truth. Sirius and Remus were right. He knew the truth, as did those he cared about. That was all that mattered. He wouldn't allow Dolores Umbridge to get the better of him. Sirius and Remus had arranged for 3 taxis to be waiting for them at number 2. Grimmauld Place 3/4 of an hour before the train was supposed to leave. Harry, with Hedwig in her cage, Sirius, Remus and Tonks went in the first car. Ron, Fred, George and Mad-Eye Moody went in the second car, and Hermione, carrying Crookshanks, Ginny, Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley went in the third. It was a short ride to King's Cross Station. Sirius and Remus remained at Harry's side while Tonks stayed a few steps behind, pushing one of the luggage carts. The rest of the group followed them a few strides back. Sirius and Harry passed through the barrier first, with Remus following them. Stepping onto platform 9 3/4, Harry had to smile at the sight of the Hogwarts Express. Even with the warnings Sirius and Remus had given him for the upcoming school year, there was something about the large Arlette steam engine that called to you. Harry could remember seeing the train for the first time 4 years ago. So much has changed since then. There were a good number of students with their families on the platform, but not too many that you couldn't move. The adults had figured that it would be better to arrive a little early for Harry's sake. The fewer people around, the less likely the chance of something happening. "Tonks, Mr. Weasley and Mad-Eye Moody took the carts to be loaded onto the train while everyone else surrounded Harry, Sirius and Remus. "Everyone have everything, Mrs. Weasley asked for the 10th time and received affirmative nods in return. "Now remember to behave this year, especially you, Ronald." Ron rolled his eyes in annoyance at the comment. He had heard this speech countless times since he had received the prefect's badge. "You're a prefect now and must set an example." "Yes, Mum," Ron said in a bored voice. Mrs. Weasley looked directly at Fred and George, who smiled innocently back. "I'm not going to even bother with you two," she said with a tired sigh, since she knew they wouldn't listen to her anyways. "Just remember what we talked about last night." Fred and George instantly puffed their S out and saluted Mrs. Weasley, earning snickers from Ron and Ginny as Mr. Weasley. Tonks and Mad-Eye Moody rejoined the group. "Don't worry, Mum," Fred said with a professional tone to his voice. "We won't let you down." "No one can stop Gred and Forge Weasley when they are on a mission," George added in the same tone. Harry glanced at Sirius and Remus in confusion but saw that his guardians also had no idea what was going on. Fred and George bid their parents goodbye, then hurried onto the train. Noticing that more people were coming onto the platform, Mad-Eye growled that the teenagers should get a move on. Ginny quickly bid farewell, followed by Ron and Hermione. Once they were all on the train, the 6 adults all focused on Harry. Knowing what was coming, Harry put Hedwig down and waited for the inevitable. Mrs. Weasley pulled him into a fierce embrace. "Take care of yourself, dear," she whispered into his ear before letting him go. Mr. Weasley grasped Harry's shoulder and told him to look after himself. Tonks pulled Harry into an embrace before demanding that Harry write to her at least once a week. Once she let go, Mad-Eye grasped Harry's shoulder in a similar fashion to Mr. Weasley and reminded Harry, constant vigilance. Harry bid them goodbye, then turned to his guardians. It seemed so hard to believe that 2 months had passed already. Christmas seemed like such a long ways away, and this year it was planned to be a small family get-together at Grimmauld Place. "Thanks for everything," Harry said at last. I really don't know what I would have done if you hadn't." He was pulled into a group hug before he could finish. "No need to thank us, Cub," Remus said sincerely. "Take care and remember what we told you." Sirius leaned down to Harry. "Use your mirror whenever possible," he whispered into Harry's ear. "You never know who may be peeking in your mail. If you have any problems from Umbridge or the Ministry, contact us immediately. They have no right to question you without one of us there. Remember that, Pronglet." "I will," Harry said as he took a step back and smiled at Sirius and Remus. Why was it so hard to say goodbye? Harry knew the answer to that. Sirius and Remus had been like an anchor for him the past 2 months. They were there when he woke up calling Cedric's name. They were there when he finally talked about what happened. They were there to help him when the small outbursts started coming. Now he would have to work through any further outbursts alone. It just seemed wrong. "Mind Poppy, Harry," Remus added, "and remember to take your potion for as long as she believes necessary." Harry and Sirius rolled their eyes at the overprotective werewolf. "I saw that," he said instantly. "From both of you." Sirius just shook his head at the comment, noticing how crowded the platform was now. "You better get going, Pronglet," he said. "We'll talk to you soon and we'll be right here waiting for you when the train comes for Christmas break." "I can't wait," Harry said with a smile, then gave each of his guardians one last hug before picking up Hedwig in her cage, bidding goodbye and hurrying on the train to find his friends. Harry found Ron, Hermione and Ginny already seated in a compartment in the middle of the train. Placing Hedwig on the floor, Harry took the vacant seat by the window next to Ron. Hermione and Ginny were talking quietly, giggling from time to time like they had a tendency to do the last month. Harry and Ron shared a confused glance and shrugged. Sometimes girls were just so strange. Ron and Hermione left for the prefect carriage 10 minutes before 11 after promising that they would be back as soon as they could. To Harry it seemed that Ron and Hermione still believed that Harry was upset about not becoming a prefect. Or maybe they're worried about leaving me alone since Ginny doesn't know about my heart condition. Either way, it felt like they didn't trust Harry without someone around that knew his secret. He had to wonder if Sirius and Remus had said something to them to make them so overprotective. Since there wasn't anything to really do, Harry pulled out one of the books Sirius had bought him and started reading. There was the final whistle, and with a lurch the train started moving. Sitting in silence, it wasn't long before the door slid open to reveal a round-faced Gryffindor in Harry's year named Neville Longbottom. Can I join you?" he asked timidly. "Everywhere else is full." Seeing Neville, Harry suddenly remembered something Voldemort had said at the graveyard. How would you feel to being just as insane as the Longbottoms? He had completely forgotten about the comment. What did it mean? "Of course, Neville," Harry said with a smile. "So how was your summer?" Neville shrugged as he sat down beside Harry with Trevor in one hand and his school bag in another. "It was okay," he said, "but you'll never believe what I got for my birthday." He set his school bag down, reached inside and pulled out what looked like a cactus plant except that it was gray and was covered with boils instead of spines. Harry took a closer look at the plant that seemed to be pulsating, remembering something from the overabundance of reading he had done over the holiday. Mimbulus Mimbletonia, he said more to himself than those in the room. It was a really rare plant that had a sort of defense mechanism that could be very messy. Neville stared at Harry in amazement. How did you know what it was?" he asked. Harry shrugged. "I was bored, so I did a lot of reading over the summer," he said. "Sirius and Remus wouldn't let me leave my bed for 2 weeks unless it was absolutely necessary. It kept my mind off of other things too." Not wanting to elaborate, Harry returned to looking at the plant. "So what are you going to do with it?" "I want to see if I can breed it," Neville said proudly. "I'll have to talk to Professor Sprout. I really can't wait to show it to her." Everyone knew that herbology was Neville's best subject. It was really the only class he wasn't timid in. "Maybe you could do some sort of project on it and present it to the class," Harry offered. The only reason he knew about the plant was because Sirius let him read some of the books from the Black Family Library and had almost memorized his class books by now. "I'm getting to be as bad as Hermione. Just don't activate the defense mechanisms in here maybe when Malfoy is around." Neville looked at Harry in horror. I could never do that," he exclaimed. "Malfoy would kill me." "Why?" Ginny asked curiously. "What happens? Liquid will squirt out of the boils," Harry answered automatically. "Yeah, I'm really turning into Hermione. The aroma isn't too pleasant either." He returned his gaze to Neville. "Have you ever tried to activate it?" Neville shook his head. "I read that the stinksap's not poisonous though, which is a good thing in case I accidentally set it off," he said. Set the plant down on the floor, then looked at Harry. "How are you doing, Harry? Were you really in bed for 2 weeks because of what happened?" Harry nodded. "I'm doing a lot better," he admitted. "I try not to think about what happened. For a while whenever I closed my eyes all I saw was green light, but Sirius and Remus helped a lot. I'll be relieved to sleep in the dorm room tonight. All of the spells and charms they had placed around my room were a little suffocating." "What do you mean, Harry?" Ginny asked with a partially curious but confused look on her face. Harry didn't like that look. Hermione got that look when she was on a mission to figure something out. Ginny's eyes widened with realization a moment later. "Do you mean you could actually feel the spells and charms in your room?" Harry glanced at Neville before looking at Ginny. "Well, yeah," he said, unsure why she was acting like this. "Every night I could feel them activate. What's the big deal? There were so many it would be impossible not to feel them." Ginny rubbed her eyes before looking at Neville for help. She only received a shrug as an answer. "Harry, it takes a powerful witch or wizard to be able to actually feel magic," she said carefully. "Not everyone can do it, but it's not unheard of. Has something like that ever happened before this summer?" Thinking about it, Harry remembered feeling the unforgivables in defense class last year, but that had been different. He had felt a portion of what their affect would be. He hadn't actually felt the magic behind them right. "Once, I think," he said at last, then shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows? Maybe it was just a fluke. If it happens again I'll talk to Professor Dumbledore about it." That seemed to satisfy Ginny, who nodded, then pulled a book out of her bag and started reading. Harry returned to reading his book while Neville pulled out a herbology book from his bag. The three of them read in silence until the sound of the door sliding open again distracted them. Looking up, Harry saw that it was Cho Chang, a pretty girl with long black hair who was also the seeker on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. He also knew that she had been close to Cedric Diggory last year. Cho looked at Harry in surprise for a moment before she collected herself. Hi. she said with a smile to hide her uneasiness. I was wondering if I could have a word with you, Harry. Already dreading what she wanted to talk about, Harry stood up and put his book on his seat before following Cho out of the compartment. The door slid shut, leaving them face to face in the compact hallway. So, what's on your mind? Harry asked, trying to hide all of the nervousness he was feeling. He couldn't help it. This was Cedric's girlfriend. If his death had been hard for Harry to deal with, he couldn't imagine what Cho had been going through. Well, I was just wondering how you were doing, Cho said as she fidgeted nervously. That was a lie, and both of them knew it. Harry let out a sigh as he rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses. I'm fine, he said automatically. Now how about you say what you really wanted to when you asked me to come out here? Cho's gaze fell as the floor suddenly became extremely interesting. I was hoping you could answer some questions, but if you don't want to. Harry glanced down the hallway in both directions, noticing that Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown were standing about 20 feet away, watching and giggling silently. Shaking his head slowly, he returned his focus to Cho. I know you have questions about what happened, Cho, he said softly, but this isn't the place to talk about them. When we get back to school, maybe we can find a place to talk without so many listening to our every word. Cho looked at Harry in confusion and saw Harry's eyes move to the right, then back to her. As casually as possible, Cho glanced to the right and saw the two Gryffindor girls watching them. I understand, she said with a soft smile as she looked back at Harry. Thanks for being so thoughtful, Harry. No problem, Harry said with a nod. See you later. They parted ways, Harry re-entering his compartment and Cho leaving for her own. With one glance, Harry knew Ginny and Neville had heard everything, so he returned to his seat and resumed reading. Yes, talking about Cedric would be hard, but Harry knew he wasn't the only one mourning. He had seen Sirius and Remus stumble through stories about James and Lily Potter, ignoring their own pain so he could know more about his parents. He could do the same for Cho. Perhaps it would help to be the strong one instead of relying on someone else. It was more than an hour later when Ron and Hermione had returned from their meeting. They had missed the food trolley, something that Ron grumbled about for nearly a quarter of an hour while Hermione listed off the new prefects from each house. Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson were the Slytherin prefects, Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott were from Hufflepuff, and Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil were from Ravenclaw. Harry could already see problems with Malfoy being a prefect, but also knew that there weren't a lot of choices from the Slytherin lot. Once Hermione finished listing off the prefects, she looked directly at Harry with a sympathetic look on her face. Just so you know, there are a lot of people asking about you, Harry, Hermione said gently. Did you come out of the compartment at all? I talked to Cho a little bit, Harry said with a raised eyebrow. Why should that matter if he left the compartment or not? Why do you ask? Hermione inhaled deeply as if she needed to prepare herself for something. Well, I guess not many were expecting you to look the way you do now, she said carefully. Harry glanced down at his body before looking back at Hermione, confused. It's not bad, she quickly added. It's just that they were sort of expecting you to look like you did at the end of last term. Harry was still confused. He hadn't changed that much, right? How could he? The only thing he had been allowed to do this summer was taekwondo and tai chi. Yes, he had put on a little muscle, but it was only noticeable now because the training he had done during the 2 summers before this one. Was it his fault that no one noticed it before? Were they really expecting him to come back the same weak kid? Probably. Just then the compartment door slid open again to reveal the last person Harry wanted to see right now. Draco Malfoy, flanked by his cronies Crabbe and Goyle, looked particularly smug today. Harry had to assume that it was because Malfoy was a prefect and Harry was not. Malfoy, however, looked just as surprised as Cho at the sight of Harry. It seemed that the sleek blonde-haired and pointed-chinned Slytherin was also expecting Harry to look like he had a little over 2 months ago. Can we help you with something, Malfoy? Harry asked, his eyes narrowing at the 3 Slytherins in the doorway. It seems that the rumors are true, Malfoy drawled, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Tell me, Potter, did you think you would finally get a date looking like this? I guess now that Diggory is out of the way. Ron and Hermione were instantly on their feet with their wands pointing at Malfoy. Get out of here, you git, Ron hissed. Knowing that trouble was about to start, Harry slowly stood and put a hand on Ron's shoulder. Sirius and Remus had warned him about this. He knew people like Malfoy were going to use Cedric's memory to upset him, something Harry couldn't afford to happen. Nothing Malfoy could say would ever change Harry's beliefs. That was what mattered. He's not worth it, Ron, Harry said calmly, then looked at Malfoy. Please leave, Malfoy. It is rude to interrupt, or is your father too busy tending to his master to teach you manners? Malfoy inhaled sharply at the comment as his eyes narrowed. You were lucky last time, Potter, he hissed. Luck won't save you next time. Without waiting for retaliation, Malfoy left with Crabbe and Goyle following him. Ron and Hermione lowered their wands and turned to Harry, who was avoiding their eyes. He had to admit Malfoy had a point. He had been lucky to escape the graveyard. Voldemort had underestimated his outbursts. Chances were slim that would happen again. All of a sudden the train came to an abrupt stop, causing everyone to lose their footing and fall to the ground. Thuds and bangs of luggage falling out of racks could be heard. A strange feeling of déjà vu filled Harry. Scrambling to his feet, Harry flicked his wrist and felt his wand in his hand. Carefully, he maneuvered around everyone still on the floor and looked out the window. He didn't see anything, but that didn't mean there wasn't anything out there. Turning around to face his friends, Harry felt an intense cold fill his body. His eyes widened in shock. No, they can't be here. Not again. Without saying a word, Harry hurried to the compartment door and opened it. He poked his head out and looked both ways, seeing nothing but other students doing the same thing. Harry instantly knew he would have to take charge of the situation. He didn't know of anyone else who knew the Patronus charm and didn't have the time to find out. He could only hope that he was strong enough to pull it off. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione asked instantly. Harry stepped out into the hallway and took a deep breath. Here goes nothing. Everyone please stay in your compartments and keep the doors closed, he announced, then looked over his shoulder at those in his compartment. That goes for all of you too. Hermione's eyes widened in alarm. Harry, no, she shouted as she hurried to him. You're not strong enough yet. Harry gasped as intense cold increased, making it difficult to breathe. Grabbing the wall for support, Harry closed his eyes and focused. Hermione, don't argue with me, Harry scolded. It's Dementors. I can feel them coming. You don't know how to protect yourself from them. I do. Feeling his equilibrium returning, Harry opened his eyes and met her gaze with a determination he never knew he had. Hermione reluctantly nodded and backed into the compartment. Returning his focus to the matter at hand, Harry started walking cautiously towards the front of the train. He could feel the cold increasing. He started to shiver as he tightened his grip on his wand. Suddenly one of the entrances to the train opened to reveal two Dementors trying to enter the train. A high-pitched laugh filled his ears. Harry instantly pointed his wand, focusing on his summer with Sirius and Remus while shouting, Expecto Patronum. Silver light filled the hallway with such intensity that Harry had to look away. As the light dimmed, Harry opened his eyes to see that he once again had two silver companions. On his left was a silver wolf, Moony, while a large silver dog, Midnight, was on his right. Looking straight ahead, Harry could see a silver stag chasing off the Dementors. With a flick of the wand the door closed and locked. At least they can't come back. The severe coldness was decreasing, but Harry knew he would need some chocolate. Letting out a sigh of relief, Harry looked down at his companions and smiled. I need you two to search the train and make sure no more Dementors are lurking around, Harry instructed. After that you are free to go. Moving out of the way, Harry watched as Midnight and Moony ran to the front of the train before turning around and turning around and running to the end of the train, appearing to be doing nothing more than racing each other. Once they reached the end of the train, they looked at Harry one more time before vanishing into the air. Harry walked back to his compartment and knocked on the door. Housekeeping, he called out. Hermione slid the compartment door open and glared at Harry, clearly not approving of his attempted humor. She was glaring at him with such force that Harry had never thought possible, at least from Hermione. This is hardly the time to be making jokes, she scolded. Okay, Harry said with a shrug. Next time I'll say, I'm a Dementor here to S.K. your soul out, now let me in. Ron and Ginny snickered at the comment. I need you two to round up the prefects, head boy and head girl, to check the compartments. Make sure everyone's all right, especially the first years. Hand out chocolate if you have to. I'm going to have a word with the driver. Twice in 3 years. Can do, Harry, Ron said as he stepped out into the hallway. Shout out if you need anything. Harry nodded, then made his way to the front of the train. He couldn't believe this was happening again. Fortunately, he wasn't in the same position as he had been in 2 years ago. This time he had known what to do and had defended himself. Now he just had to figure out why they were here in the first place. Ignoring the whispers that filled the air, Harry reached the door and slowly opened it. He had been prepared to see the driver huddled in a corner suffering for the effects of the Dementors. What Harry actually found was completely different. The thin, silver-haired driver was on the floor with his lifeless blue eyes staring upward. Slowly, Harry knelt down and felt for a pulse but found nothing. The driver was dead. A sudden movement from the right caught Harry's attention. Without a thought, Harry acted, pointing his wand at the distraction and shouting, "Stupefy." A tall figure with a black cloak and white mask blocked the spell before firing a shot of red light at Harry. Moving out of its path, Harry scrambled to his feet, ready to defend himself. He needed to think of something. Dementors were one thing, but Death Eaters. How in the world was he supposed to do this with a train full of people? Someone was bound to get hurt. Give up, Potter, the Death Eater hissed. I would hate for someone else to die because of you. Harry inhaled sharply at the comment but made no other movement. It seemed that Voldemort and his followers were aware that Harry valued the lives of others above his own, since Voldemort had taunted Harry about Cedric's death while they had been dueling. The Death Eater apparently ran out of patience and fired another unspoken spell at Harry. Quickly moving out of the way, Harry miscalculated his steps and tripped over the body of the driver right into the waiting arms of the Death Eater. Grabbing Harry by the robes, the Death Eater roughly pulled Harry out of the train, then with a flick of his wand locked every door and window on the train so no one could get out. Harry tried to break free and instantly felt pain as something hard was slammed into the back of his head. Dropping his wand, Harry felt his body go limp as he struggled to maintain consciousness. He couldn't pass out. Passing out would be the end of him. Approaching footsteps filled Harry's ears. It's about time, an angry voice hissed. We need to get out of here. Pounding could be heard from the train, sounding like fists slamming against an unbreakable surface. Harry could only assume that those still on the train were watching everything that was happening. Come on, Potter, move. He couldn't let this happen. He couldn't let them take him. He would never see Sirius, Remus, Ron or Hermione again. No, I'm stronger than this. I have to be. An intense sensation of power flooded Harry, pushing away any dizziness. It was similar to the minor outbursts he had felt during the summer, but instead of waiting for it to pass, Harry knew he needed to use it. It was his only hope now. Before either Death Eater knew what was going on, Harry twisted his body over so he was facing upward, freeing his right arm and silently called his wand with his extended hand. Grasping his wand a moment later, Harry jumped to his feet, then jumped in the air, bringing his leg up and kicking his kidnapper in the face. As the kidnapper stumbled back, Harry turned to the accomplice and fired a quick stunning spell followed by a body-binding spell. The accomplice fell to the ground as Harry returned his attention to the kidnapper just in time to avoid being hit by a stunning spell. The duel began. The Death Eater fired curse after curse while Harry deflected or maneuvered out of the way, flipping when it was absolutely necessary. It only took 10 minutes before Harry's started to ache. He was sweating and breathing heavily. Harry knew he wouldn't be able to last much longer. He needed to take the offensive. Staying defensive was getting him nowhere. Stepping to the right, Harry fired a body-binding spell as the Death Eater fired the Reductor Curse. Both moved to avoid being hit, but the Death Eater predicted this and fired another Reductor Curse, one that Harry didn't notice until it was too late. It struck Harry hard at his right side. Pain screamed throughout his body as Harry fell to his knees, grabbing his right side in a desperate attempt to hold in as much blood as he could. Gasping for breath, Harry looked up to see the Death Eater approaching as rain started to fall around them. His outburst had left him long ago, but he was only realizing it now. Sitting on his knees, Harry watched as the Death Eater took one slow step after another towards him. Harry had his right hand resting on the ground, appearing to balance him, but he was actually hiding his wand. This was his last chance. He could only hope to take the Death Eater by surprise. Not so powerful now, are we, Potter? The Death Eater spat as he took another step. Don't worry, we're not going to kill you yet. We just need to find out what you did to our master. Come on, Harry silently urged. The Death Eater took another cautious step followed by another. Just after the third step, Harry quickly pointed his wand at the Death Eater and shouted, "Stupefy," followed by, "Petrificus totalis." The Death Eater's limbs snapped to his sides as he fell to the ground, stiff as a board. Harry let out a sigh of relief as he lowered his arm. He glanced tiredly at the train as the rainfall started to increase before closing his eyes and collapsing to the ground. The shatter of glass could be heard through the clearing. Too exhausted to move, Harry could only listen. He heard chatter break out before the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Harry let out a groan as two sets of hands carefully rolled him onto his back. "Just hang on, Harry," said the voice of Fred Weasley as arms burrowed underneath his shoulders and legs. With one fluid motion he was lifted into the air and carried back to the train. Harry was completely soaked by the time he was pulled back into the train by awaiting students. Fred and George climbed back in and once again picked Harry up as carefully as possible. The window was repaired as Fred and George carried Harry out of the compartment and down the hallway, which was a tight fit, but somehow the twins managed. Harry was fighting to stay awake at that moment because he knew they weren't out of danger yet. "In here," Hermione's voice said urgently. Fred and George entered a large compartment and carefully set Harry down on a chair that looked like it had been enlarged so Harry's entire body could fit on it. Harry let out a moan, and as he felt someone pull his hand away from his wound and slowly lift his shirt up. Several hisses and gasps could be heard as the observers caught sight of the wound. Harry felt something wet and warm pressed against his injured side, causing him to inhale sharply as the pain flared throughout his body. "I'm sorry, Harry," Hermione said quickly. Harry shook his head slowly as he opened his eyes completely and saw the crowd around him. Struggling to steady his breath, Harry looked directly at Hermione since she was the closest. "You need to send word to Dumbledore," he said tiredly. "The driver is dead. Send Hedwig. Tell her I'm hurt. She'll know what to do." "I'll do it," Ginny said, then hurried out of the carriage. Harry noticed Ron was standing behind Hermione with a shocked look on his face. "Ron, find my trunk," he said, sounding a little more coherent. "Find the mirror and contact Sirius. He can be here faster than Dumbledore. Take Fred and George if you need help." The three Weasley boys nodded and ran out of the carriage. Harry closed his eyes and let his head rest against the chair as a wave of dizziness hit him. The blood loss was starting to get to him. Round up the upperclassmen and disperse among the younger years. The first years must be terrified by now. A gentle hand rested on his forehead. "Don't worry, Harry," said the voice of Angelina Johnson, a seventh-year Gryffindor and a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "We'll take care of it. Save your strength. We need our Seeker if we want to win the Quidditch Cup this year." She then stood up and faced the crowd. "You heard Harry. We have a responsibility to those younger than us. Seventh years find a first-year compartment and stay there. Sixth years you have second years and fifth years you have third years. Hermione and the Weasleys can stay here with Harry until help arrives." "You heard her, now let's move," a tenor voice announced. "Head boy and head girl should patrol the hallway just to be safe." Everyone but Hermione filed out of the compartment, talking quietly to each other. Harry did pick up a few "I can't believe this happened," and several "Did you see what he did?" comments, but didn't have the energy to figure out who was saying them. His mind felt like a cloudy mess. Harry knew that if another threat came he would be helpless, and that scared him more than he would ever admit. He hated being helpless. He hated being a victim. Shortly after everyone left, Ginny returned, pulled up a chair and took hold of Harry's left hand since Harry was still holding his wand in his right. "Hedwig is on her way," she explained. "I don't know how fast she will get there in this rain, but if any owl can do it, Hedwig can." "Sirius is going to be so angry," Hermione said nervously. "We never should have let you go alone to check on the driver, Harry. How could we have been so stupid? Who else would have Dementors attack the train? We should have protected you. Remus and Sirius are never going to forgive us. They're never going to forgive Professor Dumbledore. Oh no, they're going to pull you out of school." "Hermione, shut up," Ginny said in annoyance. "We're supposed to keep Harry calm by not panicking." "Hermione's panicking," Ron asked as he entered the carriage. Miss Voice of Reason is panicking. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to Ginny. Sirius and Remus are on their way. Remus said he would contact the Order once he calmed Sirius down enough to apparate. It was a good thing my mum wasn't the one contacting him. She would have washed his mouth out with soap repeatedly. Oh, Fred and George are standing guard outside just in case. Harry partially opened his eyes and looked at Ron. Thanks, he said softly, then closed his eyes again. He knew he needed to keep talking or he would pass out. It looks like you were right, Hermione. I wasn't strong enough. Harry, I don't think you realize what happened, Hermione said carefully. We saw the duel. You were amazing. None of us would have lasted as long as you did. Those were Death Eaters and you got hurt but you beat both of them. You haven't even taken your owls yet and you beat 2 Death Eaters in a duel. It's a good thing Remus and Sirius gave you all of those private lessons, Ron added. Other than where you were hit, are you okay, Harry? I mean, it seemed like you were in pain while you were dueling. Harry thought for a moment. It was really hard to determine if anything else hurt with the pain searing from his side. He knew what Ron was talking about. Ron wanted to know if the Dementors and facing the Death Eaters had been too much for his heart to handle. He remembered the pain from his wild dueling but honestly couldn't say he felt any pain in that area now. I'll be fine, Ron, Harry said at last. Don't worry. Where is he? Shouted a voice that Harry and the Weasleys knew all too well. In here, Sirius, answered the nervous George Weasley. Sirius entered the carriage and inhaled sharply at the sight in front of him. Harry lying on an oversized chair with his shirt pulled up to his while Hermione was holding a blood-soaked rag to a wound on Harry's right side. Ron and Ginny instantly moved out of the way so Sirius could hurry to Harry's side. Harry partially opened his tired eyes to see Sirius' concerned face. Forcing a smile, Sirius ran his fingers through Harry's hair. It's okay now, Promlet, he said softly. Moony will be here soon with help. He then turned to the 3 watching teenagers. Where are those Aurors? I'm going to kill them. Ron, Hermione and Ginny stared at Sirius in confusion. What Aurors? Hermione asked. We contacted you first because of the mirror Harry had. Sirius' eyes narrowed in anger. There were supposed to be 2 Aurors on this train to protect you kids, he hissed. Dumbledore assured me all of you would have at least some protection. Do you mean to tell me there was no sort of protection on this train whatsoever? He left a train of children to defend themselves against Dementors and Death Eaters. Well, we really didn't defend ourselves, Ron said as he avoided Sirius' gaze. Harry defended us. He told us to stay in our compartments when the Dementors came, then went to talk to the driver about it. That's when the Death Eaters came. They dragged Harry out and did something to the train so we were all stuck in here. Sirius let out a low growl. Harry let out a moan. And as he reached over and touched Sirius' arm. He couldn't stand his friends paying the price for a choice he made. It's not their fault, Sirius, Harry muttered. We didn't know Death Eaters were here. Returning his attention to his godson, Sirius let out a sigh and buried his face in Harry's hair as he wrapped an arm around Harry's upper body so not to cause any further pain to his godson. I know, Promlet, he said softly. This wasn't supposed to happen. You shouldn't have to defend a train full of children. You're still a kid too, you know. They're in here, Remus. Fred called out, alerting Harry and Sirius that Remus had arrived with help. Sirius pulled away as Remus ran into the carriage and fell to his knees at Harry's side. He pulled the bloodied cloth away and winced at the sight of Harry's wound. Just hang on, cub, Remus said gently. We'll have you fixed up in no time. Don't worry, Tonks is outside with some help taking care of your attackers. She was almost as bad as you, Sirius, when I told her what happened. I swear you blacks have quite a temper when someone you care about is in trouble. Not funny, Moony, Sirius warned. Who said I was making a joke? Remus countered. Sirius, prop him up so I can bandage him. We need to stop the bleeding. Harry felt an arm pry under his shoulders and slowly pull him upwards so his upper body wasn't on the chair. Pain flared throughout Harry's body, causing him to wince as his head tilted to the left and rested against Sirius' shoulder. Harry let his eyes close as he started to drift off. Help had come. Sirius said something to Remus, but it sounded too muffled to make out. Everything seemed to fade away, including the pain, as Harry lost consciousness. Distant voices slowly brought Harry out of his slumber. He felt warm in the soft bed and really didn't want to wake up, but the clearing voices wouldn't let him drift back off. Rolling onto his left side, Harry pulled his covers tightly around him as he buried his face in the pillow. A soft pain shot through his right side as he moved, but it quickly faded. It took Harry a long moment to remember why he was in pain in the first place. He remembered the attack on the Hogwarts Express. He remembered getting hit by a reductor curse, and he remembered the look on Sirius' face. He had vowed not to cause his guardians any more pain and had broken that vow after a few hours. Was this what his life was going to be like now? It had been his first day out of hiding, and there had been an attempted kidnapping. The Death Eaters had made it clear that they would do whatever was necessary to find out what was wrong with their master. Did this mean his life would revert back to the way it had been in his third year when everyone believed Sirius Black wanted him dead? It wouldn't surprise me, I assure you, Mr. Black. Professor Umbridge only did what she felt was right, exclaimed the nervous voice of Cornelius Fudge. She would never intentionally endanger the life of a student, especially the boy who lived. How was she to know Rouge Death Eaters would attack the train with Dementors? Rogue Death Eaters? Sirius's voice asked angrily. These were not rogues. They wanted my godson for their master. For Voldemort. You were warned months ago, and have you done anything? No. You leave a child to protect a train full of children. Get off your pompous ass and do something. How many more deaths will it take for you to realize that this isn't something you can shove under a rug? Mr. Black. Fudge exclaimed. I understand you are upset for the injuries Mr. Potter sustained, but we have no proof the attackers were following anyone's orders but their own. There have been no sightings of you-know-who in the past 2 months. Honestly, I don't know what you've been telling people, Dumbledore, but this has to stop. The public has the right to know that a feared killer has returned, Dumbledore calmly interrupted. You are playing directly into Voldemort's plans. He wants the wizarding world to be unprepared for his return. If you still refuse to believe that we have entered dangerous times, then you have doomed the wizarding world before the war has even begun. Now, Dumbledore, Fudge said in annoyance. There is no need to be overdramatic. The attackers have been dealt with. They will serve no further threat to Mr. Potter or anyone else. Mr. Potter will receive a formal gratification from the Ministry for his services. When he is healthy, I'm sure Professor Umbridge will be able to take his statement concerning the events that occurred in June. I'm afraid we can't allow that, Remus said instantly. It would be a conflict of interest. Professor Umbridge is Harry's teacher. It is her duty to instruct Harry in the ways of defense against the dark arts, nothing more, nothing less. The events that occurred in June are none of her business. Dolores Umbridge is a ministry employee. Fudge exclaimed. Not anymore, Remus countered calmly. When you appointed her as the defense teacher, she waived her responsibilities and privileges as your undersecretary. She has not forfeited her position, but she may not act as both. After all, considering what happened yesterday, the stress on her to teach her students to defend themselves must be incredible. Not just her, Sirius added. You, Fudge, were the one that appointed her. Professor Umbridge's teaching abilities will reflect highly on you. I'm sure when everyone learns that an entire train of children ranging in the ages of 11 to 17 had to rely on one 15-year-old child, the parents will demand for their children to be taught how to defend themselves. I would say that Professor Umbridge has her work cut out for her. And now see here, Black. Fudge stuttered. I will not be threatened like this. You have interfered with investigation after investigation. I should have you arrested and thrown back into your cell at Azkaban. You claimed that Potter wasn't ready to talk in June, yet he had told all of you. Harry said nothing to us then since he couldn't talk. Sirius shouted angrily. We saw his memory. Fudge's eyes widened at the statement. You used a pensieve, he asked nervously. Why didn't you say so? We could have avoided so many of the unpleasantries that occurred in the past few months. I trust you still have Mr. Potter's memory in this pensieve. No, Remus quickly answered for Sirius. We thought it would be best not to risk anyone from viewing the memory for their own benefit, or worse, to use what happened against Harry. He had witnessed the murder of a good friend and needed to deal with it properly. If you want, we could wake Harry and ask him if he will let you see what happened. At least it would extinguish any doubt to what happened that night. Quote, Harry slowly opened his eyes and glanced over his shoulder at the 4 blurry wizards in the dimly lit hospital wing. Even with his poor vision, Harry noticed that Fudge was shifting his weight nervously. Sirius and Remus had pushed him into a corner. If he witnessed the memory, then there was no denying the fact that Voldemort had returned. What proof do I have that Mr. Potter's memories haven't been altered? Fudge asked suspiciously. You have had Potter in your care for months. For all I know, you had him obliviated to believe what you want him to believe. We would never do that to Harry, Sirius exclaimed as he approached Fudge and grabbed him by the cloak. How dare you accuse us such a thing? If you weren't so bloody stubborn, you would accept the truth. Get out. Don't you ever come near my godson, or I swear the entire ministry will learn what a pompous oaf you really are. Remus managed to pry Sirius and Fudge apart, allowing the minister to hurry out of the hospital wing. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to sleep anymore, Harry rolled onto his back, letting out a hiss when pain once again flared from his right side in the process. The small noise was enough to alert the remaining wizards in the room that Harry was indeed awake. Sirius and Remus rushed to Harry's bedside as Harry tried to sit up and instantly pushed him back down. Not so fast, Harry, Remus said gently. Your body is still healing from that curse. Poppy's done everything she can to heal your wound, but there were some muscles that were severely injured. It will take a little time before they heal completely. Harry let out a sigh as he looked up at the blurry faces of his guardians. He could only imagine the worried looks that had to be on their faces, what they had been going through since he had passed out. What time is it? He asked in a scratchy voice. It's almost 4:30 in the morning, Sirius answered, sounding a lot calmer than just a moment ago. I'm sorry for waking you up. I just couldn't control myself anymore. You can only handle so much, Fudge, before you start to feel ill. Harry had to smile at the comment. Trust Sirius to start cracking jokes. His smile faded when he remembered why his guardians felt the need to protect him in the first place. He had caused his guardians so much worry because a madman's followers wanted information he couldn't provide. I'm sorry, Harry said softly. I don't mean to cause so much trouble. They wanted to know what I did to Voldemort. They killed the driver to get to me. Sirius gently pulled Harry into an embrace as he sat down on the edge of the bed. Now you listen to me, Pronglet, he said firmly. You can't start blaming yourself for what happened yesterday. It's because of you that no one else was hurt. Even after you were injured, you took charge and made sure someone called for help. You didn't panic even though you were in a lot of pain. We are proud of how you handled yourself, but that doesn't mean we want you to start risking your life like that. Your heart is still healing, and besides, I don't think ours could handle it if something happened to you. Harry returned the embrace, his head resting against the of his godfather. He knew Sirius was right, but that didn't stop him from feeling guilty that someone has lost their life. You can't save everyone, Remus had told him. Attempting to do so would only drive you mad. Maybe someday Harry would be able to accept the fact that people dying at the hands of Voldemort and his followers wasn't his fault. Today just wasn't that day. 2.5 hours later, Harry found himself in the Great Hall trying to focus on anything but the long conversation he just had with his guardians. He couldn't believe that Professor Umbridge had cancelled the Auror placement on the train. Both Fudge and Umbridge had claimed that they had no way of knowing that the train would be attacked and simply thought Professor Dumbledore's request was unnecessary. An unfortunate mistake, was what it had been called. Sirius and Remus had repeated their warnings about Umbridge and the Ministry before they left. They seemed even more nervous about the new teacher with the events that had happened the day before. Harry wanted to believe that they were overreacting, but the problem was it was a rare case that Sirius and Remus overreacted together. Could Professor Umbridge really be that bad? Harry wouldn't know for certain until he had a class with her. Turning the page of the book he was trying to read, Harry couldn't help but think about what had happened in the past day, especially the events that happened after he passed out. The 2 Death Eaters had been taken to the Ministry but somehow killed themselves before they could be questioned. The dark mark had been found on their left forearm, revealing them as Death Eaters, but so far their identities hadn't been disclosed to the public. This had been a severe blow to the Order. All of the proof that Voldemort had returned had been so close. Now there was nothing stopping Fudge from having the Daily Prophet, publishing whatever he wanted. The only problem was the fact that a 15-year-old student was the one that defeated them, something that everyone on the train and the ministry officials that came to the rescue knew. There was also the attack in itself. Remus and Sirius had been right when they pointed out that parents will demand action to be taken. There was no doubt that owls would be leaving in the dozens if they hadn't already. Students will want their parents to know that the boy who lived had saved them. So much for not attracting attention. Sitting up straight, Harry let out a wince and instinctively grabbed his right side as pain flared. The potion he had taken to help with his heart condition couldn't be mixed with any pain-relieving potions, meaning Harry would have to simply deal with the pain for a few days. It's going to be a long few days. Since Harry was now at Hogwarts, that meant it was easier for Madame Pomfrey to examine him. Every morning before breakfast Harry had to report to the hospital wing for his daily potion and for Madame Pomfrey to check on his still healing muscles. Rest was advised, but with classes starting today Harry knew there was little chance of that happening. Deep in his own thoughts, Harry didn't even realize he wasn't alone until someone plopped down on the seat to his right, followed by someone doing the same on the seat to his right. There were only two people who could do the identical action like that. "Morning, Fred, George," Harry said softly. There was a brief silence. "You okay, Harry?" asked Fred. There was a touch of nervousness to his voice that really didn't suit the cheerful Fred that Harry was familiar with. "We tried to visit last night, but Remus and Sirius said you weren't going to wake up soon. I think the entire Gryffindor house was in shock last night. I don't think a lot of them believed that it's dangerous out there." "I don't think it was just the Gryffindors," George said, his tone sounding exactly like his brother's. "It was really quiet during the welcoming feast. For once no one cared about eating. They just wanted to know if you were okay. I think seeing you collapse outside the train really hit people hard. People were panicking when we couldn't get through the doors and windows to help you, Harry. We really wanted to help, you know that, right?" "I know," Harry said softly. He could still hear the sounds of the students pounding against the glass in frustration. Facing the Death Eaters had been bad enough. Watching someone face them and being unable to help must have been unbearable. They must have felt so helpless. It all worked out though, right? It's over and done with, so let's please talk about something else. Fred and George took the hint and informed Harry that Angelina was the new Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Tryouts for a new keeper were scheduled on Friday at 5 in the afternoon, and attendance from current team members was required. Harry was surprised that tryouts were so early, but he figured that Angelina wanted plenty of time to train the new keeper properly. It wasn't long before students started filing into the Great Hall, and every single one of them noticed Harry sitting in between of the Weasley twins. Some gathered the courage to approach the boy who lived and thank him, while others just stared and whispered. Gryffindors quickly took the nearest open spot by Harry. Students of the later years talked to Harry like they were old friends, while the younger years simply stared at Harry in admiration, appearing to be too nervous to say a word. Harry did his best to ignore the attention and respond with a kind smile to everyone who said, "Hello," regardless of how annoyed he was starting to feel. This is the price you have to pay for taking matters into your own hands, he thought bitterly. The unwanted attention was all the motivation Harry needed to think before taking charge again. He hated that people considered him a hero when he was just trying to survive. Ron and Hermione arrived just as hundreds of owls entered the hall with the morning mail. Students generously moved so Ron and Hermione could sit near their friend, but with so many people around they really couldn't say much to each other. The attack on the Hogwarts Express covered the front page of the Daily Prophet, along with the majority of the second. Questions concerning the safety of the Wizarding World's children were repeated over and over again. Apparently the world wasn't as safe as the Ministry had been saying. Harry didn't even attempt to reading the article. The glances he received by everyone was enough to know his actions yesterday had been mentioned. Knowing that he was fairly close to losing his patience, Harry waited long enough to receive his timetable, then left the hall without saying a word. He needed to gather his materials he would need for his morning classes, and looking at his schedule, Harry could only groan. History of Magic was first followed by Double Potions, Divination, and concluded with Double Defense against the Dark Arts. It was certainly going to be a long day. History of Magic seemed to pass by slower than one could ever imagine, although Harry figured it was probably that way because he didn't fall asleep in class. His head seemed to be too full with worries to even consider it. Professor Binns didn't notice Harry's lack of attention or the fact that the majority of the students in his class were asleep. The teacher was a ghost and didn't bother with anything except for droning on about giant wars, which was today's topic. Taking notes when he actually listened, Harry ignored the worried glances he noticed Ron and Hermione were giving him. They knew how much Harry hated attention but really couldn't do anything about it. By the time class was over, Harry had learned what sitting positions caused pain and which ones caused considerably less. There was a constant ache now, something that Harry tried desperately to hide. He was trying to focus on anything except the pain, but the moment he did, Harry would move and a flare of pain brought him back to what he was trying to forget. It seemed to be a never-ending cycle. The journey to the Dungeons for Potions class had been a quiet one. The lack of bickering from Ron and Hermione proved that they were more worried about Harry than whatever differences they may have. Hermione's comment yesterday about his health seemed to leave an uncomfortable tension amongst them. From the looks Ron and Hermione were giving each other, Harry could only assume that he had most likely missed a rather large argument. Entering the potions classroom, Harry, Ron and Hermione took their usual seats in the far back. Professor Snape had made a habit of ridiculing Harry for everything, something Harry really didn't know if he could handle today. It was taking a lot of self-control not to act on his frustrations and even more to keep his anger from surfacing. He didn't know why, but the whispers were really affecting him more than usual today. I should be used to this by now. The sound of the door shutting pulled Harry out of his thoughts. Settle down everyone, Professor Snape said coldly as he walked to the front of the classroom. As you all are aware, this coming June you will be taking your OWL exam, which will prove how much has penetrated your thick skulls over the years. I expect every single one of you to accomplish at least an acceptable rating, no matter how impossible it may seem. For your information, I only take the best for minute potions class, meaning that there will be a considerable number of you that will not be taking this class next year. Snape glanced at the majority of the Gryffindor students, his gaze lingering on Neville and Harry a bit longer than the others, but Harry was preoccupied to care. He tiredly met Snape's stare for a moment before looking away. He didn't have the energy to stand up to Professor Snape right now, something Harry was certain Snape noticed because the man's gaze lacked the usual loathing Snape reserved only for Harry. The potion you will be making today will be on the ordinary wizarding level exam, the Draft of Peace, Snape said as he pulled out his wand. This potion calms anxiety and soothes agitation. The measurements have to exact or you risk putting the drinker into a deep and possibly permanent sleep. Snape flicked his wand at the blackboard, then flicked his wand at the door to the store cupboard. The ingredients are on the blackboard. You will find your materials in the store cupboard. You have an hour and a half to complete this, so get moving. As everyone went to the cupboard, Harry quickly wrote down everything he would need, double-checking that he had everything right. He had found that it was easier for him to have the list of ingredients and steps he had to follow in front of him rather than relying on the blackboard. Once Harry was certain he had everything written down correctly, he collected his supplies and got started. Concentrating on the difficult potion seemed to be exactly what Harry needed to take his mind off of everything. He followed every step, not adding materials before he was absolutely certain the measurement was correct, stirring the exact number of times in one direction before changing just like the instructions said so. He had the timer set on his watch so he knew exactly when to add the final ingredient. With only 10 minutes remaining, Snape addressed the class. You all should be seeing a light silver vapor rising from your potion, he announced. Focusing on his own potion and not those around him, Harry assumed that the vapor from his potion was silver. It looked silver to Harry, but he knew that the critique of color was left to the eye of the examiner. He could hear Professor Snape strolling from potion to potion. He stopped at Hermione's for a moment to smell it but moved on without saying a word. When Snape reached Harry's potion, Harry moved out of the way, waiting for the inevitable downgrading that was bound to come. Like Hermione's, Professor Snape took a sniff of the potion then moved closer to Harry. See me after class, Potter, he hissed, then moved on. Fill one flagon with a sample of your attempt at this potion. Label it with your name and leave it at my desk for testing. Your homework: 12 inches of parchment on the properties of moonstone and its uses in potion making, due on Thursday. Harry did as he was told, filling his flagon, corking it before leaving it at Professor Snape's desk. To everyone he appeared to be calm and collected, but mentally Harry was panicking. Had he done something wrong? Did Snape believe he had cheated on his potion? Was Snape going to start yelling about what happened yesterday? Snape's degrading remarks were the last thing Harry needed right now. After telling Ron and Hermione he would catch up, Harry waited for everyone to leave, then slowly approached Professor Snape's desk. Might as well get it over with. You wanted to see me, sir? Harry asked softly. Professor Snape met Harry's gaze for a long moment. You're in pain, Potter, he stated coldly. Your escapade yesterday has obviously left something behind. Why haven't you seen Madame Pomfrey for a pain-reducing potion? Harry's gaze fell as he bit his lower lip nervously. Because it doesn't react well with my other potion, sir, he said. Madame Pomfrey said I'll just have to deal with the pain for a few days until I heal completely. Harry slowly looked up at Professor Snape and saw the man's eyes narrowing as he inhaled deeply as if to calm himself down. I see, Snape muttered through his teeth. It appears that no one with your condition was ever foolish enough to try a stunt like you did. Professor Snape rubbed his chin as he thought for a moment before returning his attention to the teenager. Very well, Potter. You may go. Yes, sir, Harry said in the same soft voice, then left the classroom. The journey to the Great Hall had been a long one. He had to admit that Professor Snape had acted strangely. The hook-nosed, greasy-haired man usually used every opportunity to bash the late James Potter, but not today. Why? Snape's animosity towards Harry was a well-known fact at Hogwarts. The Gryffindors hated it, the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs sympathized, while the Slytherins thought it was hilarious since plenty of them hated Harry almost as much as Professor Snape did. Lunch passed similarly to breakfast, but this time Harry was in no mood to talk to anyone. Perhaps it was the dreary weather outside, or maybe it was just Harry felt like his head was going to burst. He really didn't know. All Harry knew was that he was in pain and he was exhausted, but still had 2 more classes to attend. Divination could be an easy class to skip, but Harry didn't want to miss his first defense against the dark arts class. He also didn't think it would settle well if he was missing classes already, regardless of how he felt. The moment Ron had finished eating, Harry left with his friend for the divination classroom. They traveled to the North Tower in silence, passing the large picture of Sir Cadogan, the annoying knight who wanted to duel with everyone that passed. For some reason Sir Cadogan couldn't accept the fact that he wasn't an actual person and therefore unable to duel anyone. Harry and Ron reached the trapdoor at the top of the North Tower and climbed up the silver ladder, Ron insisting that Harry go first. Entering the room, Harry was instantly hit by the overwhelming aromas of whatever Professor Trelawney had been burning. His eyes started to water as he stumbled, only to be caught by Ron. Harry quickly remembered why he hated this class so much. Trelawney seemed to have a love for predicting Harry's death. She had large glasses and had a tendency of reminding Harry of some sort of insect. She also had the tendency to be not entirely there at times, but so did Professor Dumbledore, so that wasn't saying much. Gathering his bearings, Harry muttered a "thanks" to Ron before sitting down at a small round table in the back of the class. He noticed a battered leather-bound book on the table but left it where it was. Class was going to begin soon enough. Ron sat down beside him as the rest of the class filtered in, talking quickly as they sat down, all of them unaware of where Harry and Ron were. Sitting in the back of a barely lit classroom certainly had its benefits. "Good afternoon," Professor Trelawney said, the dreamy voice she usually spoke in. "Welcome back to divination. I have been monitoring all of your fortunes, especially with the omens I have been seeing lately. I am happy to announce that I have not seen the grim in any of your paths, but trying times are ahead of you. Some of you will face more challenges than others. I cannot deny what I see." Harry rolled his eyes in annoyance at Trelawney's statement. Professor Trelawney couldn't see what was right in front of her, much less the future of everyone in the class. "Vague that up a bit, why don't you?" Harry muttered, causing Ron to snort in agreement. "On your tables is a copy of the Dream Oracle, by Inigo Amago," Trelawney continued, having not heard Harry's comment. "The interpretation of dreams is one of the most important aspects of divining the future. Please read the introduction, then divide into pairs and use the Dream Oracle to interpret your partner's most recent dream. Begin." The class got to work, reading in the old books, which took nearly the remainder of the class time. Ron instantly turned to Harry with a hopeful look on his face. Harry didn't like that look at all. "I can never remember any of my dreams," Ron said with a shrug. Tell me one of yours. I think we both know what my dreams are about, Ron, Harry said quietly as he tried to keep any sort of irritation out of his voice. Look up green light and screams in that book and see what you find. Ron's eyes widened at the statement before he looked away with an ashamed look on his face. Sorry Harry, he said softly. I wasn't thinking. As class ended, Professor Trelawney assigned a dream journal for the next month. Everyone climbed down the ladder and walked to their next class. Almost everyone was grumbling about the overabundance of homework. They all had been warned about how stressful all year was, but no one expected this on the first day. This was just cruel. Entering the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Harry saw a short woman with short, curly brown hair. She had a face like a toad, her eyes were large and her mouth was wide. She had nearly no neck and was wearing a fluffy pink cardigan over her robes. Harry had to quickly look away to keep himself from staring at her unique fashion. Somehow he understood immediately why Sirius and Remus had been warning about Professor Umbridge. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and pulled out his textbook, Defensive Magical Theory, by Wilbert Slinkard. He tried to look anywhere but at Professor Umbridge and settled on flipping through the pages of his book. It just felt odd that he wasn't looking forward to his favorite class. Ever since his third-year defense had been the class Harry excelled in, of course it could be that way because that was when he started receiving private lessons during the summers. As soon as everyone had taken their seat, Professor Umbridge stood up and smiled at the class. Good afternoon, she exclaimed. Her hesitation signaled that she had wanted a reply better than the scattered ones she received. Now that certainly will not do. I expect an attentive reply. Let's try again. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, the class replied. Much better, Umbridge said happily. Now, wands away everyone and please pull out your quills. She waited patiently as everyone obeyed before pulling out her own wand and tapping it on the blackboard. Words suddenly appeared. Defense Against the Dark Arts, a return to basic principles. Umbridge turned back to face the class with a smile on her face. Now, I must say your tutelage in the past has been unique to say the least. Not anymore. Now, copy this down, please. Umbridge tapped the blackboard again. The writing disappeared and the words, Course Aims, appeared with 3 sentences underneath it. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic, learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can legally be used, and placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. Notes were taken in silence. Once Professor Umbridge was satisfied, she assigned the class to read the first chapter of their defense book. Harry had already read the first few chapters of the boring book but didn't want to attract any unwanted attention from the new teacher, so he just reread the chapter. To keep his focus, Harry started to take notes on miscellaneous points the author made. Do you have a question about something in the chapter, dear? Professor Umbridge asked curiously. Harry looked up and saw Hermione's hand in the air. Not about the chapter, Professor, Hermione said. I have a question about the course aims. There is nothing written about using spells, defensive spells. Professor Umbridge eyed Hermione for a moment. What is your name, dear? She asked. Hermione Granger, Hermione said. Umbridge smiled. Well, Miss Granger, I believe the aims are quite clear, she said sweetly. I do believe there will be no situations in this classroom when you will need to use a defensive spell. Do you really expect to be attacked in class? You mean we're not going to use magic at all? Ron exclaimed. After what happened yesterday, we need to be able to defend ourselves. Professor Umbridge's eyes narrowed. In my class, students raise their hands to speak, Mr. Weasley, Ron said as he raised his hand. Professor Umbridge smiled then turned away from him. Looking around the classroom, Harry noticed that quite a few people had their hands in the air, most of them being Gryffindors. Returning his attention to the front, Harry also noticed that Ron and Hermione were looking at him in surprise, silently asking him why he wasn't questioning this sort of teaching like everyone else. You have another question, Miss Granger? Professor Umbridge asked. Hermione inhaled deeply as she lowered her hand. Professor, the entire point of Defense Against the Dark Arts is to practice defensive spells so we can protect ourselves, she said. What's so wrong with learning how to defend ourselves? Miss Granger, you are not a ministry-trained expert in the wizarding educational system, Umbridge said in the same sweet voice. Your curriculum has been decided by witches and wizards older and cleverer than you. You will be learning about defensive spells in a completely risk-free way as you should have been for the past few years. Harry felt his hands tighten into fists under his desk. That sort of teaching was bound to get everyone killed. How could the Ministry do this, especially with what happened yesterday? Even if they didn't believe Voldemort is back, the attack on the train should be enough proof that Voldemort isn't the only threat. The Ministry was really going to let the 7th years graduate without even practicing on how to defend themselves. Yes, you have a question, Mr. Professor Umbridge asked in her sweet voice. Dean Thomas, Dean said as he lowered his hand. Well, the problem is we won't always be in the classroom. We were attacked by Dementors yesterday and Harry was the only one who knew how to fight them. Shouldn't we be learning the skills necessary for us to handle whatever's out there? Professor Umbridge's eyes narrowed again as her smile faded. Everyone noticed as she glanced over at Harry before returning her attention to Dean. It was obvious that she was losing her patience. Mr. Thomas, by learning the theory of defense you will understand how to perform the spells. It is very rare that any of you will ever encounter a Dementor at such a young age. When the Ministry feels you are all ready to handle the complexity of casting such advanced spells, then it shall be taught to you. Everyone watched as Umbridge strolled over to Harry's desk and stood in front of him. The Ministry has its standards, she said firmly. Just because a guardian chooses to teach their charge dangerous spells early, that doesn't make it right. It's a shame that because an individual's problems with the Ministry that a child should pay the price. Harry stared straight ahead, desperately trying to keep his anger under control. His face remained an impassive mask, but underneath his desk his hands were shaking. How could she talk about Sirius like that? The Ministry had ignored the law when they didn't give Sirius a trial. Sirius has every right to be angry with a system that sentenced him to 12 years of torture. How could she possibly believe that Sirius was to blame for what the Ministry had put him through? Everyone jumped as the vase on Professor Umbridge's desk shattered. Professor Umbridge instantly looked around at the class. Who did that? She asked quickly, then took a step back when she saw that no one had a wand in their hand. How odd, she muttered as she glanced at the vase before readdressing the class, but appeared to be slightly nervous now. As I was saying, by studying theory hard enough, there is no reason any of you should have a problem with your owls this year. She looked around the class and noticed a hand was in the air. Yes, Miss Parvati Patil, Parvati said softly. Professor, how can we possibly pass our practical owl if we haven't practiced beforehand? Many of the counter curses and spells we need to know take hours of practice. The only reason Harry knows what he knows is because he had to for the 3rd task in the tournament last year. Harry closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, trying to keep himself calm. He had already lost control once and couldn't afford to do it again. Why did Parvati have to bring up the tournament? Don't think about it. Don't think about what happened. Concentrating on his training, Harry pushed away his feelings and focused on what he could control. Professor Umbridge's opinion certainly wasn't on the list. Let her simply teach theory. He could train himself. He could hide in the room of requirement to practice and no one would be the wiser. Mr. Potter's experiences are not the basis of this class, Professor Umbridge said as she walked back to her desk and with a flick of her wand repaired the broken vase. I know some of you believe the allegations that a certain dark wizard has returned from the dead, but that is a lie. The Ministry of Magic has found no proof to these allegations. Yesterday's events appear to have all of you believing the worst. The rogue wizards that attacked your train and Mr. Potter have been taken care of. You are in no further danger. Now, please continue reading Chapter 1. Everyone reluctantly returned to reading in their books for the remainder of the class as Professor Umbridge sat down behind her desk. Once again Harry took notes on selective points the author made and kept his eyes on his book. He didn't want to chance looking at Umbridge right now. It was clear that she hadn't expected so much resistance no matter how much she tried to hide it. She also hadn't expected Harry to remain silent and seemed to be a little disappointed that Harry didn't appear to be affected by the comments she made. As soon as class was over, everyone scurried out of the room and headed for dinner. Students grumbled, still in denial that they wouldn't be physically practicing defense this year. It didn't take Ron and Hermione to realize that Harry wasn't partaking in ridiculing of Professor Umbridge and was walking a bit on the slow side, which silenced any complaining they had. Harry, Is something wrong? Hermione asked quietly. You've been really quiet today. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Harry looked at his friends and smiled softly. I'm fine, he lied. I'm just tired. With everything that's happened, I think today took a lot out of me. I was up really early this morning talking to Sirius and Remus, and we have loads of homework to do tonight. So is that why you didn't say anything in class? Ron asked. Harry shrugged his shoulders. What would it have done? He countered. What would it have changed? Professor Umbridge has her own view on the current situation. I may not agree with it, but you all proved that arguing wasn't making a difference. She's not going to listen to a bunch of teenagers. She will listen to Fudge and only Fudge. That point was made crystal clear. So we should just do nothing? Ron asked in shock, then leaned closer to Harry and toned down his voice. None of us have had the training Sirius and Remus gave you. None of us could even try to do what you did yesterday. You made us realize that we're not ready for you-know-who and whatever else is out there, so excuse us for being angry. You were alone yesterday, Harry. You should never have to be alone like that. Ron has a point, Harry, Hermione whispered. You were right. I don't know how to handle a Dementor. I probably couldn't hold my own against a Death Eater, but I want to learn how. Professor Umbridge has no intention of preparing us for anything other than to mold our minds to believe what the Ministry wants us to believe. Owls are too important to waste on a power struggle. They walked the rest of the way to the Great Hall in silence. Harry had no idea that yesterday's attack affected so many so deeply. It felt so strange that all of these people who had called him the heir of Slytherin a few years ago were now looking up to him, even if they may be taller. In his mind, Harry didn't think he had done anything out of the ordinary. He simply did what he had to in order to survive. Nothing more, nothing less. That night at the Gryffindor Tower had certainly been a tense one. Fred and George were testing their products on first-year students, something Hermione didn't approve of. She even went as far as to threaten sending word to Mrs. Weasley, something neither twin could believe. Mrs. Weasley would certainly send them a howler at the first possible convenience. Hermione was definitely taking her prefect position seriously, while Ron seemed a little reluctant to get involved in situations that didn't involve him or Harry. Since Harry had spent the previous night in the hospital wing, this was the first chance everyone in Gryffindor had to talk to Harry freely. It didn't last long because Ron declared that anyone that bothered Harry would be given detention with Snape. That did the trick. Ron wasn't really popular after that, but Harry was left alone. Hermione, still furious with Fred and George, retreated to bed early, with Ron giving up on his homework a short time later. Despite his own exhaustion, Harry knew that if he put off his homework he would regret it. He tackled his potions assignment first, finishing it an hour and a half later. By then there were only a few people in the common room. Rubbing his tired eyes, Harry started on his History of Magic assignment, determined to finish it. Almost 2 hours later it was finished. Unable to keep his eyes open any longer, Harry called it a night. He set his alarm to go off early so he could go to the hospital wing and be back before anyone would notice. Harry also cast a few silencing charms around his 4-poster bed, so in the chance he had a nightmare he didn't wake anyone up. The next morning came too fast for Harry's liking. Pulling himself out of bed, Harry dressed as quietly as possible before leaving his dorm room to hurry to the hospital wing. To say that Madame Pomfrey was displeased about Harry's state was a severe understatement. She recognized his exhaustion immediately and gave him a variety of potions that wouldn't conflict with his prescribed one. By the time Harry left the hospital wing he was feeling better than he had in a long time. The pain from his still healing muscles had decreased and he was certainly more awake now. Just like the day before, Harry settled at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall, waiting for everyone else to wake up. He pulled out his dream journal and wrote down whatever he could remember from his dreams last night. There had been a few strange ones, but at least he hadn't seen the graveyard again. It wasn't a nightly occurrence, but it was still something Harry feared every night. He hated watching Cedric's murder over and over again. He hated waking up screaming. He hated waking people up with his screaming. It wasn't long before people started entering for breakfast. Putting away his dream journal, Harry pulled out his charms book and gazing through it. Before Harry knew it, someone sat down with a thump to his right, followed by someone else sitting down gentler to his left. Harry had to bite back a smile as Hermione started to pour herself a cup of coffee while Ron started piling food on his plate. "Why didn't you wake me up, Harry?" Ron asked as he covered his mouth to prevent a yawn from escaping. "I would have come with you." Harry closed his charms book and looked at Ron with a raised eyebrow. Ron looked like he was about to fall back asleep as it was. "No, you wouldn't have," Harry said honestly. "I've been up for a while. Madame Pomfrey wanted to see me to make sure everything was all right." Hermione instantly touched Harry's arm. "Is everything all right, Harry?" she asked. "You said that you were tired." "Which is to be expected considering that I had been taking naps at home," Harry interrupted calmly. "Everything's fine. Madame Pomfrey just wants to keep an eye on me for the rest of the week. She wants to be absolutely certain what happened on the train won't postpone my recovery." It was basically the truth. Besides, his right side was feeling a lot better today, so why mention it and worry them? "That's a relief," Ron said, then started stuffing food in his mouth. The great hall quickly filled with students and teachers. Looking up at the head table, Harry couldn't help but notice the absence of a large friendly man by the name Hagrid. He let out a sigh as he grabbed a piece of toast. It had been almost 2 weeks since he had heard from Hagrid, who was on a mission for Professor Dumbledore. The last thing Harry heard from his Care of Magical Creatures teacher was that things were going slower than expected, and Hagrid would see him as soon as possible. All Harry could do was hope Hagrid was all right. Double Charms was the first class of the day. Professor Flitwick spent at least the first quarter of an hour stressing the importance of the owls, followed by the next hour reviewing summoning charms since they would be on the exam. At the end of class, Professor Flitwick assigned the largest charms assignment they ever had. At that moment Harry was certainly glad he had stayed up last night so he could work on today's assignments tonight. Following charms, the fifth-year Gryffindors had double transfiguration. Once again they listened about the importance of their owls, which was already becoming an annoyance. Once the lecture was over, the class started working on vanishing spells, difficult magic that was bound to be on the owl exam. For the remainder of the class everyone tried to vanish the snails they were given. Hermione managed to successfully vanish her snail in 3 tries and Harry managed after 5, but they were the only 2 who were successful. Both Harry and Hermione earned 10 points for Gryffindor and weren't given homework. Everyone else had to practice tonight. After a quick lunch was Care of Magical Creatures. The previous day's rain had left the lawn soaked, which made it an interesting experience traveling to Hagrid's cabin by the Forbidden Forest, where class was held. Everyone tried to avoid the larger puddles, but some were not so fortunate and had mud splattered on their clothes, causing several girls to complain, Parvati and Lavender being 2 of them. Since Hagrid was still away, Professor Grubbly Plank was his substitute. She stood about 10 yards from the front door of the cabin with a trestle table covered with twigs in front of her. Once everyone arrived, she called the class to attention. Harry, Ron and Hermione stood at the end of the long table to the teacher's left. "Good afternoon, class," Professor Grubbly Plank said. "Can anyone tell me what these things in front of me are called?" Hermione raised her hand instantly. Malfoy started to mock her, earning in snickers from his fellow Slytherins. Harry could only roll his eyes in annoyance as he knelt down for a closer look. Upon closer inspection, Harry noticed that the twigs weren't twigs at all. They resembled tiny pixies but looked to be made of wood. They had thin arms and legs, and at the end of each hand had flat face with small brown eyes. Harry was about to back away when one of them moved and jumped on Harry's left shoulder, causing a few of the students to cry out in surprise. "Settle down," Grubbly Plank said sharply. Trying to remain calm, Harry held his hand out, palm upwards by his left shoulder, and let the creature jump on his hand before he returned it to the table. Glancing up at Professor Grubbly Plank, Harry noticed that she was looking at him in surprise like she had last year when he had calmed down the unicorn. He really didn't like that look. He only got that look when he did something no normal witch or wizard was supposed to do. Professor Grubbly Plank finally returned her attention to the class and scattered a handful of some sort of brown rice substance amongst the stick creatures. "Miss Granger," she said at last. "What are these creatures?" "Bowtruckles," Hermione said instantly. "Tree guardians that normally live in wand trees. They eat woodlice and fairy eggs if they can get them." "Very good," said Professor Grubbly Plank. 10 points to Gryffindor. Bowtruckles live in trees whose wood is able to be used for wands. Whenever you need leaves or wood from a tree where a bowtruckle resides, it is smart to have a gift to distract them, such as woodlice. They don't appear to be dangerous, but their fingers are very sharp. Now, gather closer, take some woodlice and a bowtruckle. There are enough for one between every 3 students. Study them closely. I expect a sketch of them with all of the body parts labeled at the end of the class. Harry knelt down again and let the bowtruckle jump back on his shoulder. Turning to Ron and Hermione, Harry saw that Hermione already had some woodlice in her hand. They walked over to a patch of grass away from everyone else. Hermione pulled out her wand and dried the ground so they could sit down. Harry sat down slowly so not to startle the bowtruckle. Harry, could you maybe get it to lie down on the ground?" Hermione asked. Harry brought his right hand up to his left shoulder, palm up, and the bowtruckle stepped onto it. Slowly, Harry lowered his hand and brought the creature in front of his face. It turned around and they looked into each other's eyes for a long moment. Suddenly, Harry felt something he couldn't explain. He felt a sense of peace and protectiveness mixed in with a little fear. The bowtruckle was afraid of what they would do. Harry smiled at the creature and let his own feelings of curiosity and kindness mix with the sensations he was feeling. Slowly, Harry felt the fear fade away. "She's a she, not an it, Hermione," Harry said softly as he slowly lowered the bowtruckle to the ground, his eyes never leaving the creature. "She's afraid of what we may do to her. I'm trying to reassure her, but right now just be patient." The bowtruckle stepped off Harry's hand onto the ground. With his left hand, Harry motioned for her to lie down on the ground, hoping that the bowtruckle would understand. She did and slowly lowered herself so that she was lying down, her eyes never leaving Harry, who smiled at her and gave her some woodlice. Ron and Hermione immediately started to draw, with Harry following suit. It didn't take them long to finish, then to start labeling. As soon as they were done, Harry motioned for the bowtruckle to stand up, then gently put her back on his shoulder where she waited patiently. "I think that's everything," Hermione said with a smile as she rolled up her completed diagram, then looked around at the other groups who were still working on their drawings and talking to each other. "I think we're the first group done." "Well, it helps when you can talk to her," Ron said with a shrug, then looked at Harry curiously. "So how'd you do it, Harry?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. This time he was being completely honest. He didn't know how he knew what to do. He just did what felt right. "I can't explain it," he said as he rolled up his diagram. "She was afraid we would hurt her. I tried to reassure her that we wouldn't. It was the same with the unicorn last year. He was afraid of us. They don't understand our curiosity for them since they have none for us." Hermione thought for a moment before nodding. "Actually, that makes sense," she said. "I never thought of it that way. These creatures are pulled out of their homes so we can learn about them. Maybe you should tell Professor Grubbly Plank, Harry. I don't think anyone has ever thought of the creature's point of view. Think of how much help you could be in classes." Harry shook his head. "No way," he said firmly. "I saw the look on Grubbly Plank's face. This sort of thing isn't normal. I don't need any more attention. Come on, class is about to end. We should hand in our assignments." Knowing that the conversation was over, Harry slowly stood up and strolled over to Professor Grubbly Plank with Ron and Hermione following him. They handed in their assignments, then returned the bowtruckle to the table after bidding her farewell, then left for the greenhouses where they had herbology shortly. Just as they reached the greenhouses, the bell rang and students started filing out. They knew it was a fourth-year class because Ginny was one of the first ones out. "Hi," Ginny said with a smile as soon as she saw Harry, Ron and Hermione. "How's your day so far?" "Long," Ron answered bitterly. "Everyone's giving us homework." Harry shook his head and rubbed his eyes under his glasses before looking back at Ginny. "In other words, the rumors of the fifth year being stressful are certainly true," he clarified. "See you at dinner." Ginny's smile widened. "Of course," she exclaimed, then started to move on with the rest of her classmates. "See you all then. Have fun." Ron let out a huff. "Have fun," he muttered. "She's too chipper for her own good. And you're too moody," Hermione countered as she led the way into the greenhouse. "Honestly, Ron, do you really have to complain about everything? I would expect to hear something from Harry with the way everyone's treating him, but you have been irritable all day." "Why, nothing," Ron said uncomfortably as he dropped his school bag on the ground. There's just so much homework. We still have yesterday's homework in addition to today's. Do you know how long it's going to take us to do Snape's essay tonight? We also have history, charms, and I have transfiguration. I'm going to be up all night. Harry and Hermione shared a glance but remaining silent as fifth-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs entered the greenhouse. Who would have thought Ron would be so stressed on the second day of school? Hermione was usually the only one vocal about homework, although Harry had no doubt that he probably would be stressing out too if he hadn't finished 2 of his assignments last night. Once class begun, Professor Sprout addressed the importance of the owl. Exams before setting them to work with dragon dung fertilizer, Professor Sprout's favorite. At the end of class they were given another essay to complete before being dismissed, leaving Ron in an even worse mood than he had been in before class if that was possible. Hungry and aware of the long night ahead of them, Harry, Ron and Hermione grabbed an early dinner, with Ginny joining them just as they started eating, before retreating back to the Gryffindor Tower. Ron and Hermione were shocked to hear that Harry already had 2 assignments completed and tackled those first while Harry started on his charms homework. After pulling out some of his own books that he had in his trunk, Harry was able to finish the assignment just as Ron and Hermione were nearly finished with their potions essay. Harry then moved on to his herbology essay, which was nowhere near as difficult as the charms assignment, and finished it in no time. Ron had finished 2 essays and his charms homework before he claimed that he needed some fresh air. Hermione moved to object, but Harry silenced her with a look. Perhaps some fresh air was exactly what Ron needed right now. Ron didn't enjoy schoolwork like Hermione and wasn't healing from injuries like Harry. Deep down Harry knew something else was going on with his best friend, but he didn't know how to ask. The next morning transpired the same as the previous. Harry woke up early, was checked over by Madame Pomfrey, and ended up sitting in the Great Hall writing in his dream journal before anyone else had arrived. His right side only ached every now and then, which pleased Madame Pomfrey immensely. By tomorrow Harry would be pain-free, and by the end of next week Madame Pomfrey assured Harry he would be able to start flying again with supervision. However, this meant that Harry would be grounded for the tryouts, something he needed to talk to Angelina about. He could only hope that she wouldn't be mad about it. By the time Ron and Hermione sat down beside him, Harry had the dream that he could remember documented. It was strange. For the 3rd night in a row there had been no dreams of the 3rd task. Those dreams made sense. Seeing Cedric die over and over again, although hard to deal with, was considered normal. His recent dreams with nothing more than colors, distorted voices, and a sense of protectiveness with a hint fear. If that wasn't strange enough, whenever Harry woke up the feelings remained before slowly fading away. Hermione slowly poured herself a cup of coffee as Harry put his dream diary away. No offense, Harry, but how in the world can you be so awake to be doing schoolwork? She asked tiredly. You're getting less sleep than we are, but don't look tired in the slightest. No one changes from the way you were 2 days ago to the way you are now that fast. Harry shrugged at the comment. I'm used to getting up early, he said offhandedly. I guess I just needed a day to recover from what happened on the train. I also haven't had any nightmares since I got here, so I'm actually sleeping through the night. Going to bed early last night probably helped too. So are you looking forward to tryouts on Friday, Harry? Ron asked as he piled food on his plate. It's hard to say, Harry answered honestly. It's going to be hard for whoever is chosen to live up to what Oliver accomplished as a keeper. I had to live up to Charlie's accomplishments when I joined. It's not easy living in someone's shadow. I'm probably more worried about the stress Angelina's going to put on the person than anything. Do you have any idea what the tryout is going to be like? Ron asked curiously. Harry shook his head. Whatever Angelina has planned, I can't participate, he admitted. Ron and Hermione looked at Harry in confusion. Harry had to admit that the thought of him not participating on anything Quidditch related was as likely as Malfoy being nice. Oh, I'm grounded until at least next week. Madame Pomfrey's orders. Hermione gave Harry a reassuring smile while Ron seemed to be disappointed. With divination first thing this morning, Harry and Ron left the Great Hall early for the North Tower. They were among the first few to arrive, giving Ron plenty of time to make up a few dreams for his dream journal. Most of divination class was spent on understanding the hidden meanings of dreams before Professor Trelawney reminded everyone to keep writing in their journals. Transfiguration passed by slowly with Harry and Hermione being separated from the rest of the class and instructed to be able to cast the vanishing spell in just one try while everyone else tried to cast the spell for the first time. By the end of class both Harry and Hermione had managed their task, earning another 10 points each for Gryffindor. Professors McGonagall, Grubbly Plank and Sinistra gave more homework, meaning another long night for all of the fifth-year Gryffindors. That night Harry did manage to talk to Angelina Johnson about the tryouts on Friday. She didn't like Madame Pomfrey's orders but accepted the fact that Harry had no choice in being grounded. Like the previous nights, Harry tackled his homework with Ron and Hermione, and like the previous night Ron left saying he needed some air after a few assignments were completed. The remainder of the week seemed to pass in the same manner for Harry. He got up early, was checked over by Madame Pomfrey, went through classes, received homework, completed the homework, and went to bed. Before Harry knew it, classes had ended on Friday, meaning he had to catch an early dinner before meeting the rest of the team out on the pitch. When Harry arrived, Angelina was already preparing for the tryouts. He helped her finish up as the rest of the team arrived. Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell helped in pulling the brooms out of the closet for students to use. Fred and George ushered in the students trying out for the open position. Harry couldn't keep himself from grinning when he saw Ron enter the pitch. So this was what he had been up to. There were 10 trying out for the position. Harry watched from the ground as his teammates tried to score on each keeper. 10 attempts were made for each keeper, easily cutting the group down to 5 and then 3. Ron looked extremely nervous but had only allowed 3 goals to be scored each time. He had the basics down, but it appeared that he wasn't completely comfortable on his broom yet. After the second round, Harry shot red sparks into the air, signaling to his teammates that he wanted to talk to them. Darkness had fallen, leaving the nearly full moon as their only source of light in the partially cloudy night. Angelina and Katie were the first to land. "Something wrong, Harry?" Katie asked curiously. "I have an idea," Harry said as he reholstered his wand. He knew the Weasleys were purebloods and most likely wouldn't understand what he was thinking, but hoped that it would help in deciding who was best for the position. "Tell everyone to land. I want to try something." Angelina eyed Harry curiously before taking off on her broom and instructing everyone to land. Once everyone was on the ground, Harry nodded his thanks to Angelina before taking over. He signaled for Fred to hand over the quaffle and without a word threw it as hard as he could at Ron. A few people cried out in shock, only to let out a relieved sigh when Ron caught it. Harry motioned for Ron to toss it back, and once Harry had it in his hands, threw it at the only female finalist, Vicky Frobisher. She caught it but not as firmly as Ron. After she tossed it back, Harry glanced at Angelina and saw that she understood where he was going with this. Without even looking at the finalists, Harry threw the quaffle at the third finalist, Jeffrey Hopper, who caught it firmly. "There are many aspects to the role each of you want to play on this team, but this is the most important," Harry said to the finalists. "It is your duty to prevent this quaffle from going through one of the goal posts, no matter how many distractions may be around you." Harry motioned for Jeffrey to toss back the quaffle, which he did. Harry then threw it between Ron and Vicky. Ron quickly moved and caught it, then tossed it back. "It will rarely come right at you," Harry added. "You will need to use every part of your body, including your broom, to prevent this ball from getting past you." Harry handed the quaffle over to Angelina before approaching the finalists. "Turn around and look up," he said, and waited for the 3 finalists to do so. "That is your domain, your territory, your area of concern. You must protect it at all costs, because unless you do, our positions won't matter. I trust you all remember the World Cup. Even with Crumb catching the snitch, Bulgaria still lost the game because Ireland scored so much. That is how important a keeper is to a team." After a moment of silence, Harry turned and walked back to his teammates, leaving the finalists to think about what he said. In all honesty, Harry had no idea where any of that came from, but he wasn't about to tell anyone that. "They're all yours," Harry said quietly to Angelina, who nodded in response before stepping forward. "Harry is right," Angelina said. "The keeper is an extremely important position. That is why we're being so thorough. Now, if you'll mount your brooms, we will have one more round before making our decision." Everyone but Harry mounted a broom and took to the air. Harry watched the final round and was amazed at the change in the finalists. Ron only missed 1 attempt while Vicky and Jeffrey missed 2. It was certainly going to be a tough decision. All three of them would need a lot of practice with the team before the first game. Harry was just glad that he wasn't the captain. He didn't think he could make such a difficult decision. Everyone landed on the ground. The three finalists waited nervously as Angelina motioned for the team to follow her. They huddled 15 feet away from the three keeper hopefuls. Angelina looked tired and nervous as she looked at the team members hopefully. "What do you think?" she asked. "I had talked to Vicky before tryouts and she said that she is in a charms club that is her first priority. We need a keeper who will make the team their first priority." "Well, Hopper and Frobisher seem a little more stable on their brooms," Katie Bell pointed out quietly. "We can't have someone falling off their broom in the middle of the game. On the other hand, Ron does have his own broom. He doesn't have to use the old school ones that look like one bludger could finish them off." "Ron just got his broom," George clarified. "He hasn't had much time to practice on it in the last few days. If you want someone dedicated to Quidditch, Ron's your player. He knows everything about the game." "I think that was the point Harry was trying to make when he threw the quaffle at them while standing on the ground," Alicia said. "With practice anyone can manage a broom. The question is who do we feel most comfortable giving the position to?" Everyone looked at Angelina, awaiting an answer. Fred, George and Harry really couldn't have a say because of Ron, so that left the three girls to make the decision. Angelina, Katie and Alicia huddled together and talked quietly for a few minutes. Fred, George, and Harry gave them their space and walked over to the finalists who were looking rather nervous. Ron looked at Harry for an explanation of what was going on but only received a discreet shake of the head. "What's going on?" asked Jeffrey. "Angelina's getting some final input before she makes her decision," Fred said with a grin. "It shouldn't be too long." It hadn't taken long before Angelina, Katie and Alicia approached with relieved looks on their faces. They had made a decision and everyone knew it. "First off, I want to thank you three for coming out tonight," Angelina said to the finalists. "You all are talented but we can only choose one of you. The decision is based completely on ability, please understand that. The new keeper for the Gryffindor Quidditch team is Ron Weasley." Ron's eyes went wide with shock as he was immediately congratulated by the team members and the other finalists. When the shock finally did wear off, Ron had the biggest smile on his face as Fred and George patted him on the back proudly. Harry couldn't help but smile at the three Weasley brothers. It was amazing that with everything going on and the differences between them, the Weasley family could still be as close as ever. Despite the carefree front Fred and George put up for everyone, they were just as protective and as proud of their family as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. That night there was a party in the Gryffindor common room, but it wasn't long before everyone called it a night. Many were exhausted from the overabundance of homework and wanted nothing other than a good night's rest. It had certainly been a long first week for everyone, especially the 5th and 7th year students. Everyone was looking forward to the weekend, although there was no doubt it was going to be anything but relaxing. Like every morning, Harry was the first one awake in his dormitory. It didn't matter that it was a Saturday morning because Harry still had to check in with Madame Pomfrey for his prescribed potion. The pain in his right side had all but vanished, leaving Harry feeling much stronger than he had at the beginning of the week, which seemed ages ago. It was hard for Harry to believe that only a week ago he had been home with Sirius, Remus and Tonks. If this week was any indication of how the term was going to be, Harry knew it was going to be a long one. Pulling himself out of bed, Harry quietly cleaned up and changed into a long-sleeve shirt and jeans before leaving the dorm room and Gryffindor Tower for the hospital wing. The silence of the hallways was deafening, but Harry had grown accustomed to it by now. It was always quiet this early in the morning. Most people would probably be uncomfortable with the amount of silence, but Harry found it comforting. He had found that if he closed his eyes he could almost feel a soothing presence that was only there when the halls were empty. He didn't know where it came from and hadn't told anyone about it. For some reason the presence just felt right. Entering the hospital wing, Harry saw that Madame Pomfrey was waiting for him with a smile on her face. There had been a silent agreement between them ever since the start of the summer. Harry wouldn't complain and Madame Pomfrey wouldn't either. After this summer Harry felt it was best to just let Madame Pomfrey do her job, and things went much smoother. The checkup went quickly. Madame Pomfrey declared that the muscles on his injured right side had finally healed and his heart was doing much better. There was still some minor healing, but, according to her, nothing that couldn't be healed by the end of the month. This was a great relief for Harry. He couldn't wait for everything to go back to normal and this entire heart condition be a simple memory. It had been held over his head for too long. After grabbing an early breakfast, Harry returned to the Gryffindor Tower, snuck into his dorm room and grabbed his mirror Sirius had given him, ink, quill, parchment, and some of his homework before settling in front of the fire in the common room. He wrote a quick letter to Tonks since he knew she would send him a howler if he didn't, then started working on the essay of self-fertilizing shrubs for Professor Sprout to pass the time until he could use the mirror without waking Sirius up. Sirius loved sleeping as late as he possibly could, making Harry feel guilty whenever he woke the animagus up. Slowly, students stared to rise, strolling down the stairs and out of the Gryffindor Tower only half awake. Hermione wasn't surprised to see Harry up already and sat down to wait for Ron to come down. Bored after only a few minutes of waiting, Hermione grabbed Harry's astronomy book and started flipping through it, not really paying attention to what she read. Harry glanced at his watch and saw that it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. Sirius wouldn't be up for a few hours, unless Remus forced him out of bed, which was nearly impossible for anyone to do. When Ron finally came down the stairs, he looked as tired as everyone else, if not more so. It had surprised Harry that Ron had tried out for the team with as overloaded as he already was. For the past week Ron had put his assignments off to the last minute, which aggravated Hermione to no end. Ron was also the first one to complain repeatedly about the overabundance of homework. Hermione usually handled the pressure better than anyone, so there was no surprise when her assignments were better than anyone else's. Harry had experienced the overload last year with the tournament and homework that the teachers had piled on. He had even gone as far as cutting back on sleep and meals, something that Sirius, Remus and Professor Dumbledore hadn't been pleased to discover. To prevent anything like that from happening again, Sirius and Remus had instructed Harry to take one task at a time instead of thinking about the sum of tasks. Harry had to admit that line of thinking had probably saved him from feeling how Ron had this week, which was an extremely good thing since Harry couldn't afford to have his emotions get the better of him. When Ron and Hermione leaving for breakfast, Harry found himself alone in the common room as he finished his herbology essay and started working on McGonagall's Animatus Conjurus spell assignment. A Quidditch practice had been scheduled for this afternoon, which Harry had to attend regardless of the fact that he was grounded. It was also Ron's first practice with the team, and Harry wasn't about to miss that. No matter who you were, the first practice for any rookie was uncomfortable. Harry was halfway through his Transfiguration homework when Ron and Hermione returned from breakfast and brought down their own homework to start on. After nearly an hour and a half of homework, Harry excused himself and went up to his dorm room with his mirror in hand. Once Harry made sure that the room was empty, he called for his godfather and didn't have to wait long before Sirius' face appeared in the mirror. "Good morning, Proglet," Sirius said happily. "How was your first week?" "Long," Harry said honestly. "You were right about Umbridge. She definitely has her own way of thinking. I don't think I've ever seen a teacher scold Hermione so much. Everything the ministry and the author of our textbook say is right and everyone else is wrong. How could the ministry do something like this with what happened on the train?" Sirius rolled his eyes. "Trust me when I say I understand your frustration," he said bluntly. "According to our sources, the ministry has been bombarded with howlers about Professor Umbridge. Students are complaining to their parents about her and their parents are complaining to the ministry. Everyone is using what happened as grounds to demand better teachers for their children. There aren't many who are happy with the fact that there was only one student capable of defending himself. But everyone else was trapped on the train," Harry protested. He let out a sigh as he rubbed the back of his neck. This was the last thing he wanted. Why couldn't everyone just let what happened go? Why did they have to always use him as an example? "So what happens now?" he asked softly. "I wish I could tell you," Sirius said. "The ministry more so Fudge than anyone is claiming that Umbridge is the best person who will follow the ministry guidelines. A load of rubbish if you ask me. Fudge is just afraid of Dumbledore building an army that will stand against the ministry. Fudge is too addicted to power right now to make any sort of rational decision." Harry would ask if someone was controlling Fudge, but he knew firsthand how incompetent Fudge really was. The minister had been so desperate to cover a mistake the ministry had made that he was willing to give an innocent man the Dementor's key. Just thinking how close Harry had come to losing his godfather made him shudder. No one like Fudge should be the Minister of Magic. Is something bothering you, Pronglet? Sirius asked, his concerned voice breaking into Harry's thoughts. You're awful quiet today. Has something else happened that Dumbledore's neglected to tell us? Did you have an outburst? Is Snape being a git? Did Umbridge say something to you? Rubbing his eyes underneath his glasses, Harry pushed his thoughts out of his head. He really didn't want to worry Sirius with thoughts of what might have been. I just have a lot on my mind, Harry said with a shrug. Remus was right. 5th year is tough. I don't think I've ever had so much homework in the first week before. I haven't had any outbursts. Snape's being Snape, and Umbridge was a little miffed when I didn't react to her taunting. She blames you and your problems with Fudge for my knowledge of dangerous spells. Sirius grinned at the comment. Well, at least she understands talent, he said, then looked over his shoulder. I'm talking to Harry, Moony. I'll take care of it later. Sirius returned his attention to Harry. Sorry about that. Moony's being Moony. So how are you feeling? You certainly look better than when we last saw you. I'm fine, Sirius, Harry insisted. I should be back to normal by the end of the month. I'm grounded through next week, but no restrictions other than that. Thinking of Quidditch reminded Harry of last night's events. Oh, Ron's the new keeper. We had tryouts yesterday. Angelina's captain now. I think she's going to be just as bad as Oliver. Sirius looked over his shoulder again. Hey Moony, he said innocently. Can I help you with something? Give me the mirror, Padfoot, Remus' voice ordered. It's my turn to talk to Harry. Before Sirius could say anything, the image in Harry's mirror shifted from Sirius to Remus. Good morning, Cub, Remus said as he eyed Harry for a moment, then sighed. You haven't been staying up all night studying, have you, or is it nightmares? I'm fine, Moony, Harry insisted. Why did his guardians always have to assume the worst? Probably because the worst is usually what happens. I haven't had any nightmares and I haven't been staying up all night. It's just been a long week. I'm still trying to get used to everything. If anything happens, I'll let you know. I promise. Remus stared at Harry for a moment before nodded. We going to keep you to that promise, Cub, he said with a smile. I'm sure. Padfoot will fill me in on everything you told him, so we won't keep you. I trust that Umbridge and Fudge aren't causing you any problems about wanting your statement. Harry shook his head. No one said anything, he said. So what are they doing about the investigation? I thought they needed to talk to me because I was a witness. They aren't going to blame me for Cedric's death, are they? No, not at all, Remus said instantly. We wouldn't let that happen, and neither would the Diggories. I think Fudge is trying to find other sources of information so he can prove that Voldemort hasn't returned. You were a last resort because he knows what you are going to say. He knows that his career will be over the moment it's revealed your memories were seen to confirm Dumbledore's statement. So, why don't we just let people in the Ministry see it? Harry asked. Wouldn't it stop a lot of the problems with Fudge? Remus looked at Harry with a raised eyebrow. And let everyone know about your outbursts? He asked. Harry, we have to put up with Fudge right now to protect you. If the Ministry were to see what happened, they could claim that you are too dangerous to attend Hogwarts, then put you into Ministry custody to study these outbursts. Right now this is the only option we have. We'll just have to do what we can to keep Fudge in line. Harry's gaze fell as everything that Remus said hit him. So he was the reason everyone had to put up with Umbridge. Dumbledore was being publicly ridiculed to protect him. Why? Why endure so much for one person? Was he really worth it? Was any one person worth risking the safety of so many others? Maybe you should just let them take me, Harry muttered at last. Not in a million years, Remus said firmly. Harry, please understand that none of this is your fault. We will find a way to make the Ministry believe the truth. We just have to be careful for now. Don't worry about this. Focus on your studies and Quidditch. Try to have a normal school year for once. Harry couldn't help but snort at the comment. It surely didn't start out normal, and so far was turning out just like his first year when everyone couldn't stop whispering and getting looks at the boy who lived. I'll try, Harry said with a soft smile. I should get going. I have to send a letter to Tonks and finish my homework. I'll let you know if anything comes up here. And we'll do the same, Remus said smiling. Take care of yourself, Cub. Sirius grabbed the mirror from Remus. "Be sure to let us know if Snape's being a git," he said. "I have quite a few pranks in mind for him. I'm just waiting for a reason to do so. Don't push yourself too hard, Promlet. Your health comes first." Harry bid goodbye, then put the mirror in his trunk. He couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by everything he had heard. People were actually complaining about Umbridge, but nothing could be done without revealing Harry wasn't magically stable right now. Just another instance the Order was so close yet so far from achieving their objective. Why did everything always have to be so complicated? After sending Hedwig off with his letter for Tonks, Harry, Ron and Hermione had an early lunch before Ron and Harry left for Quidditch practice. Ron had been fairly quiet all morning except for grumbling about schoolwork and the fact that Harry wouldn't be able to participate in practice today. With as fidgety as Ron had been, it was easy to see that he was nervous about his first practice with the team, just like he had been nervous about tryouts. Anything Hermione said concerning schoolwork, Ron ignored her and looked at his watch, which aggravated Hermione to no end. Entering the pitch, Harry and Ron walked into the changing room and saw that the rest of the team besides Angelina was present. The team greeted Ron and teased Harry about getting out of the grueling practices Angelina was bound to put them through. Ron was wearing Oliver Wood's old robes, which fit him well and saved the team from needing to order another set of robes. Harry watched practice from the stands. It started off with training Ron in a similar fashion to how the tryouts were. The team continuously tried to score on an extremely nervous Ron. Watching his best friend, Harry couldn't help but think of how different he was from his best friend. Ron wanted attention and did what he could to receive some acknowledgement, while Harry did what he could to stay in the shadows. It made Harry wonder what Ron would be like if he had been the boy who lived. Halfway through practice, a group of Slytherins entered the stadium with Malfoy leading them. Harry instinctively grabbed his right wrist and felt his wand holster. He couldn't be the instigator, but he was prepared to defend himself if he had to. Keeping his gaze at his teammates, Harry watched the Slytherins approaching out of the corner of his eye. He had to bite back a groan in frustration. Why did Malfoy always have to cause trouble? Well, drawled Malfoy. "What's the matter, Potter? Too good to practice now? Or maybe your expensive broom won't support the weight your big head anymore?" His eyes narrowed when Harry didn't look at him. Malfoy took a step closer and pulled out his wand. "Or maybe your morning visits to the hospital wing have something to do with it." Harry bit his lower lip as he desperately tried to keep his anger under control. He couldn't lose control, not again. Despite what Sirius and Remus had told him, Harry knew the only thing he could do now was bury his emotions. He didn't know how Malfoy found out about his morning checkups, but it didn't matter because there was no way Malfoy could know what they were about. Malfoy didn't know anything. He was simply grasping at straws to force a confrontation. Harry was determined not to take the bait. The only benefit of Malfoy taunting Harry was that he wasn't taunting the team in the air. It would make Ron more nervous than he already was. All of a sudden Harry felt something poking into his back as Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry's face. Determined not to panic, Harry finally shifted his gaze to Malfoy with passive look on his face. Unfortunately, this only infuriated Malfoy more. "It makes me sick how everyone fawns over you, Potter," Malfoy spat. "Everyone fails to realize that if it wasn't for you we wouldn't have been in danger to begin with." Harry inhaled sharply at the comment, making Malfoy smirk. "Unless that was what you wanted. You love being the hero, don't you, Potter? You love everyone following you like the little lost dogs they are." Harry was grabbed under the arms by Crabbe and Goyle, pulled to his feet, then pulled out of the stands, the Slytherins surrounding him. Someone's wand was still digging into his back. Malfoy led them to the nearest changing room, then moved out of the way as Crabbe and Goyle threw Harry to the floor. Rolling over and sitting up, Harry saw the wands of Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, and Malfoy pointing at him. He scrambled to his feet and with a flick of the wrist had his wand in hand. He didn't want to, but he was ready to defend himself if necessary. "Ooh," Parkinson mocked. "I'm scared. It's 5 against 1, Potter." Malfoy glanced at Parkinson before returning his attention to Harry. "Unless Potter believes he can take us all at once," he sneered as he took a step closer. "It wouldn't surprise me. The Potters have a history of biting off more than they can chew, or is that the influence of your pathetic guardians? How are your full moons, Potter?" Crabbe howled like a wolf while everyone else snickered. Harry glared at Malfoy as he tightened his grip on his wand. That was an extremely low blow. Malfoy always seemed to enjoy bashing Remus because of his being a werewolf and Sirius for turning against the Black family and joining Dumbledore's side in the last war. It also didn't help that Malfoy was related to Sirius through his mother. That was why he took Sirius' choice of sides so personally. "What's going on here?" Fred shouted. The 5 Slytherins quickly turned around to see the Gryffindor Quidditch team standing in the doorway with their wands in their hands. They all looked outraged. "It looks like this lot wanted to prove how cowardly they really are." "You forget something extremely important, you little ferret," George said angrily. "You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us." His eyes narrowed as he raised his wand and pointed it at Malfoy. "You mess with our brother and you're in for a world of hurt. Get out before you are hit with so many curses that you won't be walking for a week." Harry took that opportunity to point his wand at Malfoy's back. "How does it feel to be surrounded and outnumbered, Malfoy?" he asked evenly. The relief he was feeling from his teammates arriving was overriding the majority of his anger towards Malfoy right now. "Just remember this feeling, the helplessness and the fear the next time you decide to corner someone to demonstrate how much of a bully you are." The Quidditch team moved out of the way and waited as the 5 Slytherins hurried out. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, having avoided a fairly messy confrontation. Lowering his wand, Harry let out a breath he didn't even realize he had been holding. He knew he should have expected something like this happening. Malfoy had always been the first to act on jealousy. It was usually limited to taunts except for last year when Malfoy physically attacked Harry late one night. "As if I don't have enough to worry about." Angelina called an end to practice, still a little shaken up by everything. Fred, George and Ron quickly changed robes then walked back to the castle with Harry, determined to serve as bodyguards in case Malfoy was stupid enough to try anything. They walked to the Gryffindor Tower in silence, only the password, Mimbulus Mimbletonia, being spoken to the fat lady portrait. The moment they entered the common room all 4 of them collapsed in chairs in front of the fire. "So, how did practice go?" Hermione asked as she approached. A glance was shared between the teammates before Harry turned to Hermione with a soft smile on his face. "Just fine," he lied. Harry didn't know why he was lying about this, especially to Hermione. It was most likely because he just wanted to forget the entire confrontation ever happened. Thinking about it made him angry, which was the last thing Harry wanted to feel. "A few more practices like today and Ron will be ready in no time." "Like you saw much of the practice," Ron muttered, but everyone heard him. He ignored Harry and looked directly at his brothers for a moment before finally looking at his best friend. "I'm going to talk to Angelina and tell her you shouldn't come to practice until you can fly, Harry." "We can't chance. I doubt there will be any more problems, Ron," Harry interrupted calmly. "You can't just ignore this, Harry," Fred exclaimed as he jumped to his feet. "What would have happened if we hadn't noticed you missing when we did?" "It's too risky." "I agree with Ron. You just recovered from what happened on the train. We can't take the chance of something like this happening again." "What's going on?" Hermione interrupted in confusion. "Malfoy and his goons decided to pay us a visit at the pitch," George answered. Being the genius Malfoy is, he tried to attack Harry in the changing room. "We managed to interfere before anything happened, but the problem is Malfoy was able to get to Harry. 5 people against 1 isn't something any of the teachers here would approve of." Hermione gasped, then looked directly at Harry. She was interrupted from saying anything by the portrait entrance opening for the remaining members of the Quidditch team. Katie, Angelina and Alicia sat down in front of the fire, each of them looking exhausted. Silence hung for a long moment as everyone searched for something to say. Harry knew his teammates were upset and felt guilty for being the cause of it. "I think we should approach McGonagall as a team," Angelina said at last. "Malfoy is out of control." She looked directly at Harry. "Something has to be done, Harry. If the Slytherins are like this now, then I'd hate to see what they are like when we play them. This isn't just a simple rivalry between houses anymore. This was an intentional act to cause you harm. But it's just our word against theirs," Harry pointed out. "Snape isn't going to accept his Slytherins to be punished when nothing really happened. Professor McGonagall knows this. The only thing she'll do is ban me from the pitch until Madame Pomfrey deems me ready to fly. I can't do that. I'm a part of this team and I will not hide from Draco Malfoy. Harry stood up and looked at each member of the team before his gaze rested on Fred and George Weasley, since he knew that they would be the hardest to convince. I am not some little boy that needs to be sheltered and protected from everything. Nothing happened. Malfoy is jealous of me. I understand that. Tattling on him will only make things worse. Not wanting to continue the discussion, Harry retreated to his dorm room, where he fell onto his bed and buried his face into his pillow. After everything that's happened, how could people believe that he was helpless against someone like Malfoy? He didn't miss it when George had called him a brother. The Weasley twins had been protective for a while, so Harry couldn't say he was surprised. They were treating him like a younger brother who needed protection. The problem was Harry already had overprotective guardians and teachers who believed that he was still the same kid who arrived back in June, fighting for his life. He didn't need siblings treating him the same way. Surprisingly, nothing about the encounter with Malfoy was said to Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore. The team and Hermione seemed to agree that bringing the matter public would only make things worse. That didn't stop the team, minus Harry, from going to Madame Hooch and requesting that she supervise their practices for a professional opinion on training a new keeper. Madame Hooch was touched by the compliment and agreed giving the Gryffindor team a way to ensure that Malfoy didn't try something else during practice. The rest of the weekend was rather boring. Completing the remainder of his homework and writing in his dream journal was all Harry had planned. There was no way to describe the relief Harry felt when he finally finished his homework. It was all Harry needed to know not to let his homework from the week pile up like Ron had, since Ron was close to pulling his hair out in frustration. Hermione and Harry helped as much as they could, but when Ron got into his moods, Harry and Hermione realized it was best to keep their distance. Sunday evening had arrived and Ron was still trying to finish his assignments. Harry and Hermione were sitting by the fire relaxing when a tapping noise interrupted the silence. Hermione was the first to notice Hermes, Percy's screech owl, standing on the windowsill looking at Ron. She hurried over to the window and opened it, allowing the owl to fly in and land on the table in front of Ron. Harry and Hermione approached the table slowly, not knowing why on earth Percy would send Ron a letter, since Percy was supposed to be not speaking to his family. As soon as Ron removed the letter attached to the owl's leg, it flew out the same way it entered, leaving the room back to its silence. "Shall we see what good old Percy has to say?" Ron asked sarcastically as he unrolled the scroll and started to read. Whatever it was, it certainly wasn't good news, judging from the anger that was appearing on Ron's face. Once Ron was finished, he slammed the letter down on the table. "I can't believe this. What did he say?" Hermione asked softly. Ron handed over the letter for Harry and Hermione to read. "Hello Ron. Congratulations on becoming a prefect. Words cannot begin to express my joy to learn you are not following in Fred and George's footsteps. It is my hope that you will make me proud of the responsibility that has been given to you. Now is the time to start making decisions on your future. Regardless of what others may say, you need to understand that you are in charge of your choices for the future. Don't let someone who is misguided get in your way. I know you are capable of great things, Ron, you just need to have confidence in yourself. I know you may still be upset with my choices, but you can't deny the ministry doesn't have justification to ask questions. Harry Potter has always been a loose cannon, along with Dumbledore. Measures are finally being taken to ensure that the free reign Dumbledore has had doesn't last. Read the Daily Prophet tomorrow and you'll understand. Remember to keep yourself and your true friends out of trouble. Your brother, Percy." "I can't believe he would say such a thing," Ron ranted as he stood up and started pacing. How could he even think it? Harry handed back the letter and let out a sigh. He had to admit that if he didn't know Percy was working undercover, he would be hurt by what was written. The catch was that Percy was working undercover, and from what Mad-Eye Moody had said, the mail was currently being watched. Everyone needed to be careful with what they put into writing, especially when it came to members of the Order and their children. "Well, he's warning us about something that will be in the Daily Prophet tomorrow," Hermione offered. "He's also warning us to stay out of trouble. Do you think he knows how much of a pain Umbridge is?" "I wouldn't doubt it," Harry said as he moved in front of Ron, blocking his path. "Ron, remember Percy has a role to play," he said quietly. He's warning all of us without making it look like it. He has to say something about me because the entire ministry is. Don't take it personally. I'm not. Ron inhaled sharply as he glared at Harry, his anger only increasing. You know what? He shouted. I am sick and tired of this new attitude you have. Would it kill you just to get angry like the rest of us once in a while, or are you too good for that? Ron. Hermione scolded. Ron didn't wait for an answer and stormed up the stairs to his dorm room. Harry let out a sigh and turned to Hermione, who was looked at him sympathetically. Is that what everyone thought? Is that what his best friends thought? Did they believe that he thought he was better than them just because he kept his emotions inside? They don't know. I have no choice. They can never know. Harry, I don't listen to him, Hermione stuttered as she walked to Harry and rested a gentle hand on his arm. Yes, you keep a lot to yourself, but it's not your fault. We know you've been through a lot. Give Ron some time to cool off before you talk to him. He's still upset about what Malfoy did, but you do have a point about Percy. He has to write things if he's going to fool the ministry. Harry nodded but didn't say anything. He knew that this was the price he had to pay for keeping secrets from his friends, but it had to be done. He had spent too many years already as a freak. He needed to hold on to any shred of normalcy that he possibly could for as long as he could. With everything that was happening, it was what Harry needed to stay sane right now. With nothing else to do, Harry retreated to bed a short time later. Ron's hangings were pulled shut, so Harry quietly changed, cast a few silencing charms around his four-poster bed, and crawled in, making certain his own hangings were closed. He didn't know how long he tossed and turned before finally falling asleep. Of course, the dull ache that came from his scar didn't help matters either. Darkness was replaced by dim lighting as he opened his eyes. His back was sore and his limbs were stiff. Slowly, he sat up and looked around to find himself alone in a scarcely furnished room. There was only a bed, bedside table and a cupboard. He pulled himself out of bed as the door slowly creaked open. Standing tall, he watched as a short black-cloaked figure entered the room. Wormtail, he hissed in his high-pitched voice, making the cloaked figure jump in surprise. Tell me everything, now. Master, why you're awake. Pettigrew stuttered as he remained by the door, too afraid to come any closer. Well, it is September now. Why you've been in a coma for nearly 2.5 months. We don't know what P. Potter did, so we didn't know how to heal you. I am surrounded by idiots, he spat, his anger growing. None of you could counter something a mere child managed to do to me. Pettigrew dropped to his knees. Forgive me, master. He pleaded. We were lost without your guidance. P. Potter escaped that night and told the muggle-loving fool everything. The rumor is that P. Potter almost died that night and is still recovering. The minister doesn't believe Dumbledore. He doesn't believe you're back, my lord. A smile appeared on his distorted face. So, that imbecile of a minister is acting exactly how we need him to, and Potter is weak, he said with pleasure. This was better than he could hope for. What proof do you have on Potter's condition? Pettigrew fidgeted nervously. Well. 2 amateurs were restless and attacked the train taking the students to Hogwarts, he stuttered. They cornered P. Potter and tried to find out what he did to you. P. Potter was injured in the encounter. A growl escaped his lips. This was certainly not what he wanted. Fools, he sneered. Where's my wand? I shall deal with them myself. The fools are dead, my lord, Pettigrew said nervously. WWF felt best to dispose of them to protect you. A hiss escaped his lips. Give me your arm, Wormtail, he ordered. It is time that my servants pay the price for their incompetence. Potter will pay for what he has done to me. Whatever this power that Potter has and that muggle-loving fool fears, I want it. No one will be more powerful than me, no one, especially not Harry Potter. Pettigrew crawled to his master's feet and held out his left arm that was shaking slightly to reveal the dark mark. He quickly grabbed Pettigrew's arm and stood there as Pettigrew started to scream in pain. Another voice joined Pettigrew's as the scene faded away and Harry Potter awoke in his bed gasping for breath and holding his scar that was screaming in pain. Harry didn't even realize that he was shaking as he grabbed his glasses and ran out of his dorm room. He didn't care, it was the middle of the night as he ran down. The stairs, through the common room and out of the portrait entrance that opened the moment he reached it. His body was on autopilot as he ran through the hallways and down the staircases until he reached the gargoyle statue and skidded to a halt. He needed to see Dumbledore, but how was he supposed to get in if he didn't know the password? My child Lemo. Drops. Harry instantly turned around to face the owner of the strange echoing voice only to find nothing. His sense of urgency squelching his curiosity, Harry turned back to the statue and whispered, Lemo. Drops. The gargoyle sprang to life and moved out of the way. The wall split to reveal a stone staircase that was moving upward in a spiral motion. Harry hurried up the staircase until he reached a polished wood door with a griffin brass knocker on it. Hoping against hope that Professor Dumbledore would hear him, Harry rapped the knocker 3 times and waited, his patience wearing thin. He didn't have to wait long for the door to open slowly to reveal Dumbledore's office that was dimly lit by only a few candles. Cautiously, Harry entered and glanced around for the headmaster. The portraits of the former headmasters and headmistresses were all asleep. The door closed behind him, allowing Harry to see Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, sleeping on his perch. No one seemed to pay any attention to him. No one seemed to even realize he was there, but if that was the case, then who let him in? Reaching Dumbledore's desk, Harry rubbed his still burning scar as he debated whether he should just take a seat and wait or try to find Dumbledore. Before Harry could reach a decision, an overwhelming wave of power shot through his entire body, forcing him to fall to all fours. He hadn't felt one this powerful since the 3rd task and instantly started to panic. What was he supposed to do? His body started to shake uncontrollably as the room started to brighten. It quickly became too bright, forcing Harry to close his eyes. His was starting to burn, alerting Harry that he wasn't breathing. He tried to take in a breath, but his lungs wouldn't work. His body was screaming for air as he collapsed to the ground. Slowly the outburst vanished, but Harry was too exhausted to move. He felt something soft against his face and partially opened his eyes to see Fawkes looking at him curiously. Harry could only groan as his eyes closed again. He felt Fawkes' feathers against his face and the phoenix's head resting on his shoulder. The bird was staying by his side, protecting him. The next thing Harry knew, a hand was gently touching his face as another was rubbing his back. A muffled, worried voice filled his ears, forcing Harry to open his eyes if only partially. Releasing a groan, Harry found himself being rolled over onto his back and gently pulled up into someone's arms. His head tilted to the left and rested against something firm. Harry wanted nothing more than to go to sleep, but the clearing voice wouldn't let him. Harry, you need to tell me what happened, Professor Dumbledore said gently. I promise you can sleep then. Harry let out a groan as he tilted his head back and looked at Dumbledore's worried face. Scar, he said tiredly. He's awake calling them. I couldn't find you, outburst Bad One couldn't breathe. Dumbledore's arms tightened around Harry as he let out a sigh. I'm sorry, my boy, he said softly. I should have known you would try to find me. Does your scar still hurt, Harry? Are you in any pain whatsoever? Blinking slowly, Harry met Dumbledore's gaze as he processed what Dumbledore was asking. Did his scar hurt? Was he in pain? No, Harry said at last as he fought to keep his eyes open. Just tired. Scar doesn't hurt now. Professor Dumbledore smiled softly and nodded as he repositioned his hold on the teenager. Very well, he said, relief clearly present in his voice. Go to sleep, Harry. We can talk more about this in the morning. Harry closed his eyes and let his head fall forward and against Dumbledore's. Right now, he was simply too tired to care about anything other than sleep. He had done what he set out to do. Professor Dumbledore could do whatever he needed with the information. The important thing was that someone knew that Voldemort was finally awake. Distant voices slowly pulled Harry out of his dreamless sleep. He was warm and content where he was, in a soft bed that he had slept in a few times before. Opening his eyes, Harry immediately recognized the duvet and knew that he was in Professor Dumbledore's guest quarters. He was lying on his right side, facing the dark wall with the voices behind him. Reflexively, Harry rolled onto his back and turned his head towards the voices that seemed to stop the moment he moved. He blinked a few times and saw 2 blurry figures, one that was slowly approaching. After a moment he recognized the overabundance of white as Professor Dumbledore, but couldn't make out who the other person was that remained in the doorway. Good morning, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly as he sat down on the edge of the bed. You just missed Madame Pomfrey. You should be happy to hear that everything is still healing nicely. There are no signs that last night caused any further damage. Madame Pomfrey also left your potion behind so you won't need to visit the hospital wing today. I would also like to thank you for what you did last night, Harry. You pushed aside your own ailments in order to warn me, something that not many would do. Harry stared at Dumbledore for a moment before rubbing the tiredness out of his eyes. I just thought you should know, sir, he said as he sat up. Voldemort was really angry when he found out about the attack on the train. He knows I'm responsible for his coma and he wants to find out how I did it because, Harry's gaze fell as he remembered what Voldemort said. It had been the second time Voldemort had mentioned Dumbledore being afraid of Harry. Was it true? Was Dumbledore afraid of these outbursts? Because, Professor Dumbledore prodded gently, Harry returned his gaze to the somewhat blurry figure of Dumbledore with a worried look on his face. Because you're afraid of it, he admitted in a quiet, fearful voice. He said the same thing at the graveyard when he found out about the necklace you made me wear. You're not afraid of me, are you, Professor? Dumbledore gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Of course not, Harry, he said pleasantly. Voldemort doesn't realize these are outbursts of magic, not a steady flow. If it were a steady flow then I may be a little unsettled. No one would be able to handle so much magic constantly. Remember what happened to your body after you returned from the graveyard. Your body could not handle the strain. No mortal body would be able to handle it, Voldemort included. Harry shuddered at the memory of the 3 powerful outbursts that had nearly killed him that night. It had felt like he was going to explode. But that is not the only reason, Harry, Professor Dumbledore added in the same gentle voice. I'm not afraid of you because I know you. I know you would never hurt anyone unless you had no other choice. You have a conscience, Harry, and a heart that pushes you to succeed when others fail. I could never be afraid of someone as caring as you, remember that. Harry couldn't help but feel relieved. Professor Dumbledore wasn't afraid of him. Voldemort was wrong about that, but that didn't mean the outbursts themselves weren't dangerous. This simply knowledge fueled Harry's determination to learn how to control them. This had been the first powerful outburst in a long time and it had taken him by surprise, something Harry wasn't going to let happen again. I spoke with Remus and Sirius, Harry, Dumbledore said after a moment of silence. They are worried that the more powerful outbursts are returning too soon for you but want to leave the decision of giving you another suppression necklace up to you. I realize that this is only delaying a matter that needs to be dealt with, but we fear this is just another thing you would have to worry about. Harry looked at Dumbledore nervously. He really didn't know what to do. He wanted to learn how to deal with it, but Professor Dumbledore had a point. He did have a lot to worry about already. What would you do, sir? He asked softly. Well, I would probably take the necklace just to be safe, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly, then leaned closer to Harry and smiled. Just because I have it does not mean I have to use it all the time. Only you can know how much you can handle. I am not going to force it on you, Harry. If you don't want it, you don't have to take it. This also is not a one-time offer. The entire staff, well, those who know of this are here to help if you need us. If I am not available, you need to know you can trust someone who can pass the information on to me. Yes, sir, Harry said with a nod. Out of all of the teachers, Harry really only felt comfortable with Professor McGonagall when it came to anything personal. Other than being his head of house, McGonagall had looked out for him over the past few years. She also had spent time at the Black Manor over the summer talking with Harry whenever she could. Professor McGonagall had been one of the selected few to see Harry's memory of the graveyard and had taken what she had seen rather hard. Dumbledore gave Harry's shoulder another gentle squeeze before standing up. Dobby took the liberty of bringing a change of clothes for you, he said pleasantly. I believe breakfast will be starting soon, so unless you have any questions, we will leave you to change. What happens now? Harry asked. Professor Dumbledore moved to the bedside table, picked up Harry's glasses and handed them over. You see, Harry, we are in a slight predicament with the presence of Professor Umbridge, he said honestly as Harry put his glasses on. If something like this happens again, I must suggest you tell Professor McGonagall immediately. She will pass it on to me. As much as it pains me, Harry, we can't appear to be any more than headmaster and student to Professor Umbridge. I don't want her to use you to get to me." Harry finally realized that it was Professor McGonagall standing in the doorway. Her normal stern gaze was absent from her face as she looked at Harry sympathetically. Returning his gaze to Dumbledore, Harry noticed that there was no twinkle in his blue eyes. "What if I contact Sirius and Remus?" Harry asked. "They could pass on the message too. No offense, Professor McGonagall, but couldn't you get in trouble with this arrangement?" "I am your head of house, Harry," Professor McGonagall said with a smirk. "I'm supposed to look out for you. We can work something out, don't worry." Harry still felt nervous of involving Professor McGonagall, but he nodded in understanding. Once Dumbledore and McGonagall left, Harry quickly changed into his uniform and took his potion before leaving for the Gryffindor Tower to grab his school bag, bidding goodbye to Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall as he ran past them. It was still early, but unlike previous mornings, students were already awake and in the halls. Reaching the Fat Lady portrait, Harry waited impatiently for it to open after he gave the password and nearly ran into Ron and Hermione in his haste. Without a word, Harry pulled them to follow as he ran up to his dorm room and immediately checked to make sure they were alone. He couldn't chance anyone overhearing anything now. "Harry, what's wrong?" Hermione asked instantly as Harry closed the door. "Did something happen this morning?" Harry looked at his best friends and let out a deep breath. There was no other way to do this other than to just say it. "I had a vision last night," he said in a quiet but urgent voice. "Voldemort's awake and he knows everything that's happened." Harry turned away and started pacing, the reality of everything finally hitting him. Now he had the Mincitry, Death Eaters and Voldemort to worry about. "My scar was hurting. It hasn't hurt since that nightmare I had. Why now? I don't need this." It had been so easy not to think of Voldemort when he had been in a coma, but that wasn't the case anymore. The Death Eaters now had their leader back and wouldn't be hiding anymore. Voldemort wanted answers about what happened, but how was he going to get them? It wasn't like there was a book written about the magical outbursts of Harry Potter and where to join. The only way anyone was going to get information on this was to get it from the source or someone close to the source. "Sirius and Remus, you're sure he's awake?" Ron asked in an uneasy voice. "You know who? The thing that tried to kill you in June." Harry stopped pacing and looked at Ron with a raised eyebrow. "No, Ron, it's the other Dark Lord named Voldemort who wants me dead," he said sarcastically as he sat down on the nearest bed. Burying his face in his hands, Harry knew he needed to calm down. It didn't pay to start a fight with his friends. "Sorry," Harry said to Ron. "I just feel like my head's going to explode. He's out there and all I can do is wait for his move." "So there's no point in worrying about it now," Hermione said matter-of-factly. "Let's just concentrate on getting through the day, Harry. Don't think about you-know-who. He can't get to you here. Dumbledore wouldn't let it happen. We wouldn't let it happen. We have your back, Harry, remember that." Harry nodded as he let out a breath. Hermione was right. He had a long day ahead of him and worrying about what Voldemort may be up to would only make it longer. Realistically, Harry knew there was no way he was going to forget about this and made a mental note to talk to Professor McGonagall as soon as possible about Sirius and Remus, safety, or perhaps talk to Sirius and Remus directly. He didn't know what he would do if something happened to them. Once Harry collected his school bag and everything he would need, he followed Ron and Hermione to the Great Hall for a quick breakfast. The moment they sat down, Ginny handed over the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, and on the front page was a picture of Professor Umbridge underneath the large headline that read, "Ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed, first ever High Inquisitor." They read the article in a shocked silence to learn that the ministry was taking their desire to control what happens at Hogwarts a step further by creating laws and positions. It was stated that Fudge had created a rule stating if Dumbledore couldn't find someone for a position, the ministry shall do it for him. That explained how someone as unqualified as Umbridge became a teacher. The article also stated that Umbridge had been keeping in contact with Fudge about matters to keep the ministry up to date. As if this wasn't enough, the article continued on stating that Fudge had passed Educational Decree No. 23 to create the position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor, which allows someone to inspect the teachers at Hogwarts to make sure they're teaching at the ministry's standards, which was almost hilarious. The one teacher who wasn't actually teaching anything has the power to evaluate the entire teaching staff. What wasn't hilarious was the fact that Lucius Malfoy was quoted in the article, supporting the motion or the bit that was written about Remus, Hagrid and Mad-Eye Moody being unstable teachers. Remus, Hagrid and Mad-Eye were three of the best people Harry knew. Remus was a wonderful teacher and Mad-Eye had brought his first-hand experience to the classroom when he finally got the chance to teach. Hagrid certainly had a unique perspective to things, but he understood the dangers of the forest like no one else Harry knew. With as late as they were running, Harry, Ron and Hermione didn't have a chance to protest the latest news before hurrying off to History of Magic. The dull class passed by without an appearance from Professor Umbridge. She didn't show up in potions either. The Moonstone essays were handed back. Ron hid his instantly while Harry could only let out a sigh when he saw a large A written in the upper right-hand corner. He had read about the OWL grading system during the summer to know that an A meant acceptable. Harry had honestly thought he had done better than acceptable. "You all will find that your grades are what you would have received if this had been in your OWL," Snape said coldly as he returned to his desk. "I am disgusted with the majority of the assignments that I received. Most of you would have failed. I am expecting to see a drastic improvement for this week's essay on the various varieties of venom antidotes. If there is not an improvement, I may have to start giving detentions for those dunderheads who receive A, D." Harry kept his eyes on Professor Snape but noticed Hermione glancing over to see what he had received. Her sigh of relief was an obvious sign that she saw Harry wasn't one of the many who had failed the essay. After Snape's speech, the class had to brew a strengthening solution which Harry had been determined to complete correctly. When he was finished, Harry had to admit that it looked like it was supposed to. The clear substance had a turquoise shade to it, and looking over at Hermione's, he saw that hers looked similar. At the end of class, Harry handed in a flask of his potion then hurried out of the classroom with Ron and Hermione following. "Well, I must say that at least he's preparing us," Hermione said as they walked up the stairs to the entrance hall. "Everyone says the owls are hard. I just wish Professor Snape would give us pointers to help us improve. Passing is okay now, but what about when the test comes? If Professor Snape only takes the top scores, we need to know what we can do to obtain them." "Since when does Snape do anything like that?" Harry asked as they walked through the entrance hall and into the Great Hall. "If we want to do better, we will obviously have to do it ourselves. From what I've read about the owls, Snape has nothing to do with the examinations. It's a standardized test that Snape will never see, only our scores." Ron looked at Harry horrified as they sat down at the Gryffindor table. "You've read about the owls?" he asked in shock. "Why?" Harry shrugged his shoulders as he started to fill his plate. "Remember what I told you how I was at the beginning of the summer," he said. "Remus kept talking about the owls, so I figured that since I was bored it didn't hurt to know a little more about them, at least the grading system. It certainly is different from the way Muggles grade," Hermione added as Fred, George and Lee Jordan, a tall boy with dreadlocks who was a good friend with the Weasley twins and the commentator for the Quidditch matches, arrived as sat down across the table from them. "The top grade for owls is O for outstanding, then A. There's E before A." "Hermione," George corrected as he started to fill his plate. "Let's see, E is for exceeds expectations, then there's A for acceptable, P for poor, and D for dreadful. Snape gives that one a lot. Don't forget T," added Fred, "for troll. We can think of quite a few Slytherins who would be happy with that grade." Hermione rolled her eyes at the comment regardless of how true it may be. "So, have you had any inspected lessons yet?" "No, we haven't," Hermione said as she leaned closer, eager for information. "Have you?" Fred, George and Lee nodded as they rolled their eyes in annoyance. "Charms," said George. "I don't know how Flitwick could stand her lurking in the corner and making notes. Sometimes that guy's too cheery for his own good." Umbridge did ask Alicia a few questions but nothing other than that. "This entire Inquisitor thing is completely pointless," said Lee in a hushed voice. "What are they going to do? Fire everyone who can teach us anything and hire more flakes like Umbridge?" "I'll elect for homeschooling if that happens," Harry muttered. He really didn't think he could handle any more people watching him, waiting for him to make a stupid mistake. Sirius and Remus are better teachers than anyone the ministry could assign. We'll only let you if we can join you, Fred said with a grin. After all, who better to teach us than the Marauders? For Harry and Ron, they didn't have to wait long for an inspected class. Just as they were pulling out their dream journals in divination, the trap door opened and Professor Umbridge emerged with a flowery bag draped over her shoulder. Harry suppressed a groan as he accepted the dream oracle from Professor Trelawney. 2 classes in a row with Umbridge. Could this day get any worse? Good afternoon, Professor, Umbridge said with a smile. I trust that you received my notice of your inspection. Professor Trelawney nodded before returning to handing out books, but now with a nervous hand. Umbridge must have noticed because her smile widened before she moved an armchair to the front of the class, slightly behind Professor Trelawney's chair. Once she sat down, Professor Umbridge reached into her bag and pulled out a clipboard before looking up at Professor Trelawney as if she were silently saying, I'm ready, you may start now. Today, we shall continue studying prophetic dreams, Trelawney began with a slight waver to her voice. Break off into pairs and interpret each other's latest dreams with the dream oracle as your guide. Harry opened the dream oracle as he tried desperately to ignore Professor Umbridge's presence. He was glad he was sitting in the back of the room, far away from the toad-like woman. Umbridge didn't remain in her seat for long. It was only a few minutes before she stood up and started following Professor Trelawney around, asking questions whenever she felt like it. Should we use the vision you had last night? Ron whispered. I'd love to see what Umbridge after hearing something like that. She'd probably give us detention for disrupting the class, Harry muttered. Besides, we can't have everyone knowing that I have dreams about Voldemort. Can you imagine what the ministry would do once they found that out? Harry let out a sigh as he flipped through his dream journal. The rest of my dreams don't make any sense. Colors, voices and feelings. That's all I remember. Ron started flipping through the dream oracle. Well, what were the feelings? He asked. Harry shrugged his shoulders. It's hard to explain, he said honestly. It was like a strong sense of wanting to protect something important. There was also fear, but it wasn't a strong why. Ron cleared his throat and looked closer at the page he was reading in the book. Well, it could something as simple as a forgotten task, he offered. Started flipping through the pages. Or maybe you are serving as a conduit for someone else. Weird. I hope it's the first one. How can people make predictions when it could mean completely different things? Hence why this topic isn't usually taken seriously, Harry said with a grin. Professors Trelawney and Umbridge were only a table away. Harry silently hoped that they wouldn't approach. The last thing he needed was for Trelawney to predict his death with Umbridge right there. Although it looked like Professor Trelawney was becoming more and more agitated as more time passed. She obviously didn't like that someone was watching her like this. Professor, Umbridge said at last, how long exactly have you been at this post? Almost 16 years, Trelawney answered cautiously. Umbridge made a note on her clipboard. I see, she said. Professor Dumbledore hired you, correct? Professor Trelawney nodded, then watched as Professor Umbridge made another note. I believe you are the great-great-granddaughter of the celebrated seer Cassandra Trelawney, is that correct? Yes, that's right, Professor Trelawney answered proudly. And you were the first in your family since Cassandra to be possessed of second sight, Umbridge asked as she made another note. The first in 4 generations, is that right? She made yet another note. I see. Well, could you possibly predict something for me then? Excuse me, asked Professor Trelawney as if she had been slapped. The inner eye does not see upon command. Anyone with an ounce of knowledge in this area knows that. Forcing the eye to see could be dangerous for any seer. So you say, Professor Umbridge said in a sweet and soft voice as she wrote down a few more notes. This has been extremely enlightening, Professor. Thank you. Without another word, Umbridge walked back over to her chair and sat down, where she continued writing down notes, not saying another word for the remainder of the class. Umbridge was the first to leave the moment the bell rang and was waiting for everyone in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom when everyone arrived 10 minutes later. She looked extremely pleased with herself, which made Harry's stomach churn. If she was that way with Professor Trelawney, Harry was glad that Hagrid wasn't back yet. He didn't want to think what Umbridge would do to him. Wands away, everyone, Professor Umbridge said with a smile as class began and waited for everyone to comply. Now, Since we finished Chapter 1 in the last lesson, please turn to page 19 and begin reading Chapter 2, Common Defensive Theories and Their Derivation. There is no reason for talking, so I expect silence. Begin. Harry let out a sigh as he opened his book to the correct page. Great. Just what Harry needed to take his mind off of things was to read an extremely boring book written by someone who clearly had no first-hand experience on the topic. He was starting to wonder if Umbridge would notice if he charmed a more interesting book to resemble his textbook. Then at least he could learn something during these boring classes. The sound of Umbridge pushing her chair back snapped Harry out of his thoughts as he looked up and noticed that Hermione's hand was in the air. Glancing at the short teacher, Harry saw her walking around the front row of desks until she was face to face with Hermione. "What is it, Miss Granger?" Professor Umbridge whispered as she leaned closer to Hermione. "I've read Chapter 2 already," Hermione said, her voice carrying throughout the room. "I've read the entire book." That certainly wasn't what Umbridge had been expecting. She blinked a few times before a skeptical look appeared on her face. "If that is the case, then you would be about to tell me what Mr. Slinkhard says concerning counter-jinxes in Chapter 15. Hermione smiled. "He says that counter-jinxes are improperly named," she said immediately. "He says, counter-jinx is a name people give actual jinxes to make them sound more acceptable, but I disagree with that. It's obvious that Mr. Slinkhard doesn't like jinxes, but they can be very useful when used in a defensive matter." "Is that so?" Professor Umbridge asked, her eyes narrowing for a moment before she straightened herself and fought to keep her face neutral. "Unfortunately, Miss Granger, it is Mr. Slinkhard's opinion what matters in this classroom. Not yours." Her gaze shifted to Harry for a moment before it returned to Hermione, "and not anyone else's. Is that clear?" Hermione didn't agree. "But that is quite enough, Miss Granger," Professor Umbridge said firmly, then walked back to her desk and sat down. "I'm afraid I will have to take 5 points from Gryffindor House for pointlessly disrupting my class. Interrupt again and I will have to assign detention. I'm here to teach the ministry-approved method, not indulge in children's fantasies." Now, back to Chapter 2 everyone. No one spoke for the remainder of the class. The moment class was over, everyone hurried out of the room, not wanting to spend any more time with Umbridge than what was absolutely necessary. Hermione was completely silent during dinner and throughout the night. Harry and Ron didn't know what to do and ended up working on as much homework as they could before calling it a night. The next morning Harry awoke with a start, feeling more exhausted than he had in a while. He had a strange dream about a long dark corridor, finishing in a dead end with a locked door. The dull ache he felt from his scar didn't help matters either. With great reluctance, Harry pulled himself out of bed, cleaned up and changed before leaving the Gryffindor Tower for the hospital wing to receive his potion. Once that was done, Harry ended up in the Great Hall, writing his dream down in his dream journal. As he put his dream journal away, Harry suddenly remembered the first thing that happened yesterday morning and realized that with everything going on he had forgotten to talk to Sirius and Remus about Voldemort. After eating a quick breakfast, Harry hurried back to the Gryffindor Tower and pulled out his mirror from his trunk. It was still early, so Harry cast a few silencing charms and closed his hangings before calling Sirius' name. It was still early, but he didn't want to put off contacting his guardians any longer than he had. It wasn't long before the face of Remus appeared in the mirror. "Good morning, Cub," Remus said with a smile. "To what do I owe this honor?" Harry wasn't able to return the smile. Seeing Remus' face brought all of Harry's fears concerning his guardians to the surface. "Remus, I know I'm going to sound paranoid, but I need you to promise me that you and Sirius will be careful," he said urgently. "Don't let Sirius go off on his own and make sure he keeps his temper under control, please." Remus' smile had completely vanished and was replaced by a look of concern. "Harry, what's going on?" he asked cautiously. "Did something happen? Did you have another vision last night? Is your scar hurting?" "A little, but I'll live," Harry said quickly. "How much did Professor Dumbledore tell you about my vision 2 nights ago?" Remus shrugged. "Not much. Just that you had dreamed about Voldemort waking up and calling his Death Eaters. Dumbledore also told us you had an outburst that was more powerful than what you could handle afterwards." "Why?" Harry rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses. "Because Voldemort is determined to find out about these outbursts," he admitted. He's going to go after the two of you, I know it. Please be careful. Back at you, cub, Remus said sincerely. I'll let Padfoot know and I promise that we'll be careful, okay? He waited for Harry to nod in acceptance. Now, how's everything going? Is Umbridge abusing her position yet? Do you really need me to answer that? Harry asked rhetorically. It's been hard not to say anything in class, especially when Umbridge starts going off on her. Ministry's right, you're wrong, they're smart and you're dumb. Speeches. I don't understand how the Ministry could do this with as many complaints they've gotten about her. You're not the only one, Remus said honestly. I know this is hard for you, Harry, especially with everything that's happened in the last few days. As difficult as it may be, try not to think of Voldemort. He certainly won't attack Hogwarts having just woken up from a coma. Remember your calming techniques. Focus on what you can control. Sirius and I are protected here, so don't worry about us, all right? Harry nodded, starting to feel his anxiety leaving. Remus was right. It didn't pay to worry about matters that he had no control over. He had done what he could in warning Remus about the possibility of Voldemort targeting the Marauders. He just hoped that Sirius would listen to the warning. Ever since he escaped Azkaban, Sirius had hated being confined. He loved his freedom and always made the most of it. What else is on your mind, cub? Remus asked after a moment of silence. Nothing that I can't handle, Harry said with a soft smile, hoping to reassure the man. I was just worried about the two of you. I'll contact you if anything comes up, okay? Fair enough, Remus said with a nod. You know we'll do the same. Take care of yourself, Harry, and try to have a little fun. You look like you need it. Harry bid farewell to Remus, then hid the mirror in his trunk. He noticed that Ron's bed was empty, along with Neville's, while Dean and Seamus were trying desperately to cling on to a few more moments of rest. Grabbing his school bag, Harry headed to the Great Hall, where he noticed that Ron and Hermione were talking quietly to each other as they ate. This struck Harry as odd. Usually whenever Ron and Hermione talked, they fought about something petty. Now it almost looked as if they were up to something. Suspicions only increased when Harry approached his friends, and they instantly silenced, turning to Harry with large smiles on their faces. Oh yeah, this definitely isn't a good thing. They are up to something. Good morning, Harry said cautiously as he sat down. What's going on? Just talking about Umbridge, Ron said with a shrug. I think this is the first morning I was up before you, huh Harry? Harry smiled. Nice try, he said, aware that Ron was trying to change the topic. I was talking to Remus. I put silencing charms around my bed so I didn't wake anyone up. You two aren't going to do anything that will get us in trouble with Umbridge, are you? Hermione looked at Harry innocently. Not at all, she said with a smile. Come on, we need to get to Charms. We don't want to be late. Harry followed Ron and Hermione out of the Great Hall into the Charms classroom. He really didn't like this. Ron and Hermione were clearly up to something. Why were they keeping it a secret from him? Perhaps they know I won't help them with it. That was certainly a possibility. Harry had made himself clear when it came to the matter of Professor Umbridge. He needed to stay in the shadows in her class, and when she was around, he didn't have any other choice. Entering the Transfiguration classroom for the second class of the day, Harry had to bite his tongue when he noticed Professor Umbridge sitting in the corner with her clipboard in hand. This was certainly going to be an interesting class. Everyone knew that the deputy headmistress was faithful to the headmaster. Even if she didn't agree with Dumbledore's decisions, Professor McGonagall went along with them. Right now, that sort of thinking made McGonagall an enemy to the Ministry and Umbridge. Harry, Ron and Hermione took their usual seats as Professor McGonagall entered the room, walking past Umbridge without any sort of acknowledgement of the woman's presence. Silence fell as McGonagall reached her desk and turned around to face the class. Mr. Finnegan, please come up here and hand back the homework, she said. Miss Brown, take this box of mice. McGonagall let out a sigh. Lavender let out a soft shriek. Oh, that is quite enough. They can't hurt you. Hand one out to each student. Hem, Professor Umbridge said, apparently faking a cough, but her attempt to attract attention was ignored. Seamus handed back the essays quickly. Receiving his, Harry couldn't help smiling when he saw an E on it before putting it in his school bag. Ron was also smiling, having received an A on his assignment. One look at Hermione's large smile told them that she did well on her homework too. Each of them were handed a mouse by Lavender, who seemed to be completely disgusted with her job. Holding onto their mouse carefully, Harry and Ron returned their attention to Professor McGonagall for instruction. "Listen closely everyone," Professor McGonagall announced. "Most of you have vanished your snails successfully, and those who have not managed to vanish enough to get the overall idea of the spell. Today, we shall be—" Hem, Umbridge interrupted again. "Yes, Professor," Professor McGonagall asked as she looked directly at Umbridge. "I was curious, Professor, if you had received my note concerning the date and time of your inspection." "I obviously did, or I would have inquired to what you are doing in my classroom," McGonagall said sternly, then turned away from Umbridge into the class. "Now, today we shall be practicing the altogether more difficult vanishment of mice. The vanishing spell becomes more—" Hem. Professor McGonagall let out a sigh, her patience clearly wearing thin. "Professor Umbridge, you are here to observe how I instruct my class," she said sternly. "Being a teacher yourself, I would think you would understand not to interrupt with pointless matters." Professor Umbridge's eyes widened at the statement before she started scribbling on her clipboard, while Professor McGonagall returned her attention to the class. "As I was saying, the vanishing spell becomes more difficult when the complexity of the animal increases. You need absolute concentration. Let's see you all try." For the remainder of the class, Professor Umbridge remained in the corner furiously taking notes. Harry did his best to ignore her and concentrated on vanishing his mouse. He was slowly making progress. McGonagall was right. It required a lot of concentration. So far he had managed to vanish the front half of the mouse. Professor McGonagall monitored everyone's progress, offering words of advice when she felt it was necessary. She finally approached Harry's desk and gave him a soft smile of reassurance before leaning closer. "See me after class, Harry," McGonagall whispered before moving on to the next desk. Once class was finally over, Harry stayed back as everyone else filtered out of the room after placing the mice back in the box. Professor McGonagall had retreated to her desk and was reaching in her desk drawer for something. Hoping that he hadn't done any wrong, Harry walked up to McGonagall with a nervous look on his face. His mind was quickly running through everything in the past few days, but he couldn't find anything that he had done wrong. Professor McGonagall gave Harry another reassuring smile. "Professor Dumbledore wanted me to give this to you, Harry, if you wanted it," she said softly as he handed over a wood case and waited for Harry to open it and see a necklace of square black, glass-like beads. It was the suppression necklace. The middle bead was slightly larger than the others. "Professor Dumbledore has charmed the necklace for you to basically turn it on and off as you please. To turn it on, touch the middle bead and say, 'Activate.' To turn it off, touch the bead and say, 'Deactivate.'" Harry closed the case and looked at Professor McGonagall with a soft smile on his face. He had completely forgotten about Dumbledore's offer. "Thanks, Professor," Harry said and discreetly put the case in his school bag. "Please thank Professor Dumbledore for me." Professor McGonagall nodded as she stood up. "Very well, Mr. Potter," she said sternly. "On your way." Harry nodded and left the classroom, noticing Professor Umbridge was waiting with an impatient look on her face. She cast a suspicious glare at Harry before turning her attention to Professor McGonagall. This could be an interesting conversation to overhear, but Harry didn't think he could take the chance considering the looks Umbridge had been giving him. As if transfiguration hadn't been enough, Umbridge was also present for care of magical creatures. She was already there questioning Professor Grubbly Plank when Harry, Ron and Hermione arrived for class. Harry made a point to stand far away from Professor Umbridge, something Ron and Hermione were all too happy to oblige along with the rest of the Gryffindors. None of them were fond of the new teacher. As class began, Professor Umbridge started wandering through the grouping of students, questioning some and walking past others. Harry did what he could to ignore her distracting actions and focus on Professor Grubbly Plank, who was talking Porlocks and Measles. Umbridge didn't stay much longer. After asking a few students questions about Hagrid, Professor Umbridge notified Grubbly Plank that she would receive results of the inspection within 10 days and left for the castle. Thankfully Harry didn't see Umbridge for the remainder of the day. That night Harry quickly buried himself in his homework. It had been another long day and Harry couldn't wait to call it a night, but he was determined to finish his homework first. His scar had been aching all day and was really starting to get irritating. Without even realizing it, Harry was continuously rubbing his scar with his left hand while writing with his right. It didn't make the pain away, but it wasn't making it any worse either. "Are you okay, Harry?" Hermione asked softly, breaking the silence. Harry nodded. He really didn't want to start talking about his scar and Voldemort now. "It's just a headache," he said offhandedly. Hermione glanced at Ron before inhaling deeply and turning back to Harry. "Look, I think it's clear that we're not going to learn any sort of actual defense from Professor Umbridge this year," she said in one breath. Well, I think we should start teaching ourselves." Harry looked at Hermione with a raised eyebrow. "You know we have to, Harry. None of us will be ready for our OWL practical exam if we don't, but that's not the only reason. With Voldemort back, we need to be prepared. We need to be able to defend ourselves." "How do you expect to do that?" Harry asked in confusion. He didn't miss that Hermione had actually said Voldemort's name, and from the partial flinch, neither did Ron. "I spent 4 years learning in the classroom and none of it made any difference at that graveyard or even that night on the grounds when I was attacked trying to protect Mr. Crouch. Sirius spent an entire summer running through survival scenarios with me and it still wasn't enough. It just isn't as easy as you're making it out to be." "I'm not saying it'll be easy," Hermione corrected. "I know it will be hard work, and I also know that this isn't something that can be accomplished in a normal classroom environment. We would also need a teacher with more knowledge than the majority of us and the ability to make the subject interesting." "You're asking for a miracle," Harry muttered, then returned to his essay. "Trying to accomplish something like this without letting Umbridge knowing is risky since it goes against the Ministry's regulations. So we make sure no one finds out," Hermione offered. "We can use the room of requirement. The room will change to whatever we need and could provide us with so many materials, don't you agree?" Harry thought for a moment. Hermione was basically saying what he had originally planned on doing by himself. "It's feasible," Harry said carefully as he set his quill down. "The only problem I can think of is a teacher. Professor Flitwick would be a good choice, but involving any teacher would mean having them risk their career for us. I wouldn't want to put anyone in that position. I'm not thinking of an actual adult to teach us," Hermione said cautiously as she shot a quick glance at Ron, who nodded for her to continue. "I was thinking more of a student that would be able to pass on his knowledge of personal experience." Harry looked at Hermione in confusion for a moment before realization dawned on him of who she was referring to. She wanted him to teach him Harry Potter, a kid who attracts trouble like a magnet and one of the people that the Ministry is currently watching like a hawk. Confident that she was out of her mind, Harry looked at Ron for help but saw that he was eagerly awaiting an answer. Ron agreed with her. "You're nutter," Harry said at last. "You know that, right? I'm not a teacher. I don't know how to teach. If anyone should do it, it should be you, Hermione. You've beaten me in every test." "Only the tests that were based on book knowledge," Hermione interrupted. "You beat me in the obstacle course Remus set up in our 3rd year. I couldn't defeat my boggart. Sirius and Remus have been teaching you defense for what, 3 summers now? That doesn't include the Patronus lessons Remus gave you through your 3rd year. It's not only that, Harry. Think of what you've done." Harry instantly paled as he inhaled sharply. That was the last thing he wanted to do. "Let's not." "Okay," he said softly. "I don't want to think about watching a good friend die. I don't want to think about seeing Cedric and my parents appear out of Voldemort's wand urging me to hang on when I wanted nothing more than to give up. I can't think about what was running through my head when that Death Eater pulled me out of the train, ready to take me to wherever Voldemort was kept. Must I remind you that the person you were ready to put so much faith into couldn't stand up to his muggle uncle? Must I remind you how many times those little escapades that you're so ready to brag about nearly cost me my life?" Hermione and Ron's gazes fell as they looked slightly ashamed of bringing up such a sensitive topic. "We didn't mean sorry, Harry," Ron said softly, then looked up at Harry in confusion. "What do you mean Diggory and your parents came out of Voldemort's wand?" Harry inhaled deeply, trying to remain calm. He couldn't believe he let that slip. Letting out a slow breath, Harry shook his head and started putting his homework away. "If you want to learn, fine," he said evenly. I understand that you want to prepare yourselves. I can give you advice if you need it, but I won't teach. You two don't realize that most of what I survived was complete and utter luck. I made it up as I went along to survive. On the train, I wasn't trying to impress the entire school. I was fighting for my life and the chance to see Sirius and Remus again. Standing up, Harry grabbed his school bag and looked directly at his best friends with a passive look on his face, trying to hide the hurt he felt deep inside, his memories of that night still fresh in his mind. I thought my friends would understand that, he said softly. I guess I was wrong. Not waiting for a feeble apology, Harry retreated to his dorm room. He couldn't believe that Ron and Hermione had gotten caught up with the hype that Harry Potter was a hero. He wasn't a hero. He was just a kid who had a knack for surviving. Unfortunately, everyone around him didn't have the same luck. His parents had died because Voldemort was after him for some reason. Cedric died because Voldemort wanted him for the ritual. Harry could feel his eyes burning as he crashed onto his bed and buried his face in his pillow. He had tried to be strong for so long. No one knew how much Harry looked up to Cedric. Cedric Diggory had every right to hate Harry for being in the tournament, but instead, Cedric looked out for the youngest champion. Cedric had protected Harry from Rita Skeeter and had given him friendship when most would turn their backs. There was no denying that Harry missed Cedric. Cedric treated him like a normal person, like an equal. It didn't matter that Cedric was 3 years older. It didn't matter that Harry was the boy who lived. Silent tears escaped Harry's eyes, only to be absorbed into his pillow. Sirius and Remus had insisted that Cedric's death wasn't Harry's fault, but Harry still felt guilty that, because of Voldemort's obsession with him, a good person had lost their life. How many more good people would lose their lives because of Voldemort? How many more families would Voldemort destroy? Remus had told Harry to focus on what he could control, but Harry couldn't help it. The things in his life that he couldn't control were too overwhelming to ignore. Not much happened over the next 2 weeks. Harry was able to participate in the bi-weekly Quidditch practices now. Ron was doing much better as keeper with Madame Hooch's advice. Harry had managed to vanish his mouse completely and had moved on to vanishing kittens with Hermione. The hysteria the beginning of the term brought had finally died away, and nothing had been said about Harry teaching defense. Ron and Hermione hadn't brought the subject up again after that night and had made an intense effort to give Harry his space. The end of September also brought one significant change for Harry. Madame Pomfrey had finally proclaimed him healthy, which meant no more early morning visits to the hospital wing. The relief Harry felt after hearing that had been indescribable. It was almost as if a large weight had been finally lifted off his shoulders. He was healthy again. There wasn't something looming over him anymore. Another change for Harry was that he was now wearing the suppression necklace Dumbledore had created. It currently wasn't activated, but Harry felt more secure knowing that the help was there if he needed it. The outburst the night Voldemort awakened had been the last one, big or small, Harry had, which was unusual. This past summer he usually had a small one at least once a week. Working on potions in the library, Harry was wandering through the stacks, searching for Asiatic anti-venoms. He had noticed the whispers from Ron and Hermione that began the moment he left the table, but didn't say anything about it. Whatever they were up to now, they clearly didn't want him involved. Harry didn't know if he was hurt or relieved by the thought. As much as Harry didn't want to admit it, he was afraid of Umbridge and what she could do. He knew she didn't approve of Remus and Sirius. Professor Umbridge made no point to hide her dislike for those of the non-human variety. According to Sirius, Umbridge had drafted a bit of anti-werewolf legislation 2 years ago which made it nearly impossible for any werewolf to get a job. The only reason Remus could was because he was the secondary guardian of the boy who lived, so many believed he wasn't as bad as the others. Remus had not been happy to learn that Sirius had told Harry about that. He had insisted that it wasn't a big deal, but anyone could tell that it was. Remus was an extremely private person when it came to matters of his lycanthropy. He didn't like others knowing what the curse put him through and took from him, including the right to be a father. Harry, turning around quickly, Harry let out a sigh of relief when he saw Cho standing there, looking at him hopefully. He had been so caught up in his thoughts to hear her coming. I really need to stop doing that. He didn't want to think what would have happened if it had been a Slytherin that had caught him off guard. Hi Cho, Harry said finally. Am I in your way? No, Cho said nervously as she shifted her weight back and forth. I was wondering if we could talk about Harry suppressed a groan as he forced himself to remember that Cho had been Cedric's girlfriend. He owed it to Cedric. Sure, he said softly, then motioned for her to follow. He walked to the far back of the library and pulled out a chair at an empty table, Cho doing the same a moment later. They sat down and faced each other. You can do this, Harry. What do you want to know? Cho started to fidget nervously as she avoided Harry's gaze. What happened after you two disappeared from the maze? She asked softly. Letting out a calming breath, Harry looked at Cho for a moment before his gaze fell to the floor. We arrived at a graveyard, he said quietly. We didn't know what was going on, but it was obvious that something wasn't right. Before we could do anything, a Death Eater by the name of Peter Pettigrew tried to kill Cedric with the killing curse. We evaded the curse, then ran for it. 2 Death Eaters chased us. I knew they were after me, so I told Cedric to run for help while I tried to distract them. The plan didn't work. We were both caught. Letting out a breath, Harry tried not to think of what happened next. I was bound to a headstone and could only watch as Cedric was murdered right in front of me. I tried, but I just couldn't stop them. Cho grabbed Harry's hands and held them tightly as a soft sob escaped her lips. It wasn't your fault, Harry, she said in a wavering voice. Cedric wouldn't want you blaming yourself. Cho let out a long breath as she tried to calm herself down. He never told me, but I know he cared for you like a brother. The way he talked about you, he was so upset that you were forced to be in the tournament. Cedric wanted to protect you, Harry, especially after that attack on the grounds. Harry slowly raised his head and met Cho's gaze. Why did everyone think he needed protecting? Everyone was ready to put the weight of the wizarding world on him, yet no one had any faith that he could protect himself. Why? Probably because everyone sees me injured most of the time. Pushing away the thought for now, Harry tried to think of something, anything to say. I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help him, Harry said at last. Cho shook her head and managed a compassionate smile. You did what you could, Harry, she said confidently. Thank you for trying to help him, and thank you for telling me. I know it couldn't have been easy. She gave Harry's hands a squeeze before releasing them and standing up. If you ever want to talk about anything, I'll listen, okay Harry? Harry nodded and looked up at Cho. Thanks, he said with a smile. He really didn't feel comfortable talking with Cho about anything that would be bothering him, but she was making an effort and he appreciated the gesture. Both of them were mourning the loss of Cedric, and both of them were too afraid to do anything about that loss. They were afraid of forgetting the person Cedric had been. Once Cho left, Harry returned to the stacks and finally found a book on the anti-venoms. He returned to his table where Ron was looking through a book, but Hermione was nowhere in sight. Sitting down across from Ron, Harry looked around again but saw no sign of her. Where's Hermione? Harry asked curiously. Talking to the Hufflepuff prefects, Ron said. She's completely obsessed with it and is trying to drag me along with her. Fred and George have been teasing me non-stop about the whole prefect thing, asking if I'm going to take points from them because they are still using first years to test their products. Harry had to smile. He knew Fred and George could be merciless when it came to teasing Ron. Why do you think they do that, Ron? He asked curiously and received a shrug as an answer. This is just a guess, but they could be doing it because they know it annoys you. In the few years I've known Fred and George, I know that they like to do whatever they can to rile someone up. Remember in our second year when they would walk ahead of him and say, "Make way for the heir of Slytherin, seriously evil wizard coming through." Ron let out a laugh. I can't believe you remember that, he said with a smile, but it quickly faded. You're right, Harry, I guess I do let what they say bother me. I think most of the time it's because I wonder if they're right. I don't want to be another Percy. I don't like to discipline people. That was an understatement. Harry knew Ron was in a difficult position. After Bill and Charlie left, there was Percy, who was the rule abidder, followed by Fred and George, who were the pranksters, two extremes leaving Ron somewhere in the middle. Ron wasn't a prankster, but he certainly wasn't someone like Percy. It seemed that Ron was just trying to find out where in the spectrum he was the most comfortable. Could it be because you don't want them to be angry with you? Harry offered. Seeing Ron's eyes fall to the table, Harry knew he was right. The problem is, Ron, you have been given a responsibility. You don't have to be as obsessive as Hermione, but you can't shy away from it because you're afraid of how someone may react. I'm sure Hermione would be grateful for the support. Ron sighed as he buried his face in his hands. This is a bloody mess, he said, his voice muffled from behind his hands. What was Dumbledore thinking? I never should have been made a prefect. Maybe he saw something in you that you haven't seen yet, Harry offered. Ron instantly looked at Harry with a scowl on his face. You know, it's extremely difficult to pity myself when you are talking like that, he said stubbornly as he unfolded his arms. When did you start talking like Dumbledore? You're supposed to say, Ron, you're right. You shouldn't be a prefect. Dumbledore is completely mad for not selecting me. Harry couldn't keep the look of amusement off his face. Both of them knew Harry would never say anything like that. Why say something I don't mean? He asked. Honestly, I don't believe I could have handled the responsibility with everything else that was going on. My first priority was my heart, not making sure the first years, Fred and George behaved. Ron gave Harry a grateful smile, but it died quickly as Ron's gaze fell to the table. His hands fidgeted nervously. Listen, Harry, he said at last in a quiet voice. I think you should know. Hello, Hermione said cheerfully as she sat down next to Ron with a huge smile on her face. So what are you two talking about? It was hard not to notice how big Ron's eyes became. Harry could clearly see that whatever Ron was about to say was something he didn't want Hermione to hear. We're just talking about the mystery that is Ron Weasley, Harry said easily. What are you so happy about? Hermione just shrugged her shoulders. Just some prefect stuff, she said evasively, then looked at Harry curiously. You were gone for a while, Harry. Did you get lost or something? No, I didn't get lost, Hermione, Harry said, not appreciating her attempt at humor. Although he never would admit it, he most likely knew the library better than anyone since he had spent half of the summer before his third year and the entire summer before his fourth year at Hogwarts. Cho wanted to talk about a few things, so we went someplace where no one would overhear us. Ron quickly looked up at Harry and smiled. Cho Chong, he asked. She's pretty. Why didn't you tell us you fancy her? If Ron had said that about anyone else, Harry knew he would probably be embarrassed, but not Cho. Harry felt offended, deeply offended. How could Ron say something like that? She wanted to talk about Cedric, Harry said tensely as he forced himself to keep his voice down. She was his girlfriend. She had questions about his death. I respect Cedric too much to do anything like you're suggesting. Ron lost his smile quickly as he looked at Hermione for help, but she was staring at Harry with a sympathetic look on her face. Sorry, Harry, he said softly as he returned his gaze to Harry. I wasn't thinking. I forgot she dated Diggory. How's Cho doing? Hermione asked gently. Harry inhaled deeply as he looked at Hermione. She's hurting, he said honestly. She misses him just like any girlfriend would. He glanced over at Ron, who appeared to be searching for something to say but couldn't find the words. Harry just shook his head and returned to his homework. He really didn't trust himself to say anything else right now. He didn't know why he was taking this so personally, but to be truthful, Harry didn't care. It just felt wrong for Harry to think of himself as going for Cedric's girlfriend. The following weekend was a Hogsmeade weekend, but Harry really didn't feel like going. After the misunderstanding in the library, Ron and Hermione had a tendency to talk quietly to each other or go off on their own, claiming that they had prefect duties. Harry wasn't stupid. He knew they were up to something, but just let them be. It wasn't like he was being completely truthful with them either. Harry hadn't told anyone that his scar was constantly hurting or of his strange dreams of the long dark corridors. He didn't know what they meant, but he was really starting to hate them, along with the trapped feeling that coursed through him from time to time. Harry figured the feeling had something to do with Voldemort, since it hadn't started until after Voldemort had awoken. He couldn't explain what was happening, so he just did his best to ignore it. He certainly didn't need another reminder that he wasn't normal. When the morning of the Hogsmeade visit arrived, Harry was awake and in the Great Hall with the other early risers. Like many other students, Harry had slowly acquired a taste for coffee to pull him out of whatever haze his odd dreams had left upon him. His habit of rising early from the summer holidays prevented him from sleeping in, and the chance of someone waking him to realize that he was casting silencing charms around his bed. Just as he was finishing his coffee, Harry looked up to see Ron and Hermione, already dressed for a journey to Hogsmeade, sit down across from him. Ron instantly started piling food on his plate while Hermione stared curiously at Harry, more so his attire than anything. Unlike Ron and Hermione, who were wearing their cloaks over their jumpers and pants for the cool, early October morning, Harry was only wearing a long-sleeved shirt and jeans. Harry, are you going to wear that to Hogsmeade?" asked Hermione. "It's a little cold out today." Harry looked at Hermione and shrugged. "I really don't feel up to going to Hogsmeade today," he said. "I think I'll just catch up on some homework and maybe spend some time in the room of requirement." Ron leaned in closer to Harry, his plate full of food suddenly forgotten. "Your scar isn't acting up, is it?" he asked in a hushed voice. "Is this about your heart? I thought you said it wasn't a problem anymore." "It isn't," Harry said truthfully. "I'm healthy and no, my scar isn't acting up. I just feel like going out in public, especially with everything that's happened. Everyone's finally stopped whispering about me here. I really don't want it to start up again with the adults at Hogsmeade. Call me a coward, but I just don't want to deal with the whispering and finger-pointing today." Hermione gave Harry a sympathetic smile. "We understand, Harry," she said. "Why didn't you say something before?" Harry shrugged. "It's really not that big of a deal," he said nonchalantly. "After spending the summer in seclusion, I suppose the attention's affecting me more than it normally would." It was more or less the truth. Harry really didn't want to face the public, but he also wanted some time alone to try to force an outburst and control it. It was a long shot, but he had to try something. "But you normally spend your summers in seclusion," Ron said in confusion. "Ron, think of everything that's happened," Hermione countered. "Harry has a right to feel overwhelmed by all of the attention." She then shifted her attention from Ron to Harry. "We could spend the day in the room of requirement with you." "We haven't been there since," she thought for a moment. February. That was certainly not what Harry had been expecting. "Although it doesn't surprise me. I don't want you two to miss out because of me," he said. "You two go and have fun at Hogsmeade. I'll finish my homework and you can meet me in the room of requirement when you come back." Ron and Hermione didn't appear to be convinced. "I'll be fine, you two. You don't have to worry about Malfoy. He'll most likely be at Hogsmeade." "Are you sure, Harry?" Hermione asked. "We don't have to go if you don't want us to." Harry looked at Hermione with a raised eyebrow. "If you two stay back because of me, I refuse to talk to you for the remainder of the weekend," he threatened. "I appreciate the gesture, I really do, but I don't want you two to miss out on a day away from the castle because of me. Go, have fun. You know where to find me when you come back." Hermione and Ron looked at each other, shrugged, then looked back at Harry. "We won't be long," Ron said as he stood up, with Hermione following suit. "Try not to work too hard. It is the weekend, you know." Harry smiled as Hermione glared at Ron. He bid goodbye, then watched as they left the Great Hall for Hogsmeade. Once he was certain they were gone, Harry left the Great Hall and casually strolled to the room of requirement. On the 7th floor, opposite of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, was Harry's destination. He walked past it 3 times, focusing on a place where he could train physically and magically before a door appeared. Entering, Harry's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked around the large room. The walls were covered with a variety of martial arts weapons. Punching bags hung from the ceiling. The floor was covered with a supportive mat to prevent injuries. Dueling dummies stood in the far corner of the room. A cupboard stood right by the door, which contained protective and first aid supplies. Opening the cupboard, Harry figured he would get the physical training out of the way and pulled out a pair of boxing gloves. He removed his wand holster before strapping on the gloves and approaching one of the punching bags. After setting his wand and holster off to the side, Harry started attacking the bag. He instantly felt his emotions leave as he focused on nothing but making contact with the stiff black bag. Nothing mattered outside making the bag move as much as possible. After 3/4 of an hour, Harry had to stop and found that his knuckles were extremely raw. He mentally cursed himself for not taking precautions to prevent it. Next, Harry ran through the Tae Kwon Do and Tai Chi exercises Sirius had taught him before taking a break. Not really wanting to leave, Harry called for Dobby, who arrived immediately with a large lunch, much to Harry's surprise. Sometimes he thought the little house elf knew him too well. After lunch, Harry started on his magical training after grabbing his wand and putting his holster back on his wrist. He started off with the dueling dummies to practice accuracy before changing the room into an obstacle course with a variety of obstructions blocking his path, ranging from a simple sandbag coming out of nowhere to a boggart taking the form of a dementor that Harry immediately vanquished with a vengeance. He wasn't going to be caught off guard again. Once the obstacle course vanished, Harry collapsed on a sofa couch that appeared, completely exhausted. He hadn't gone through a workout like that in a long time and would certainly be feeling it later. Waiting for his heart rate to return to normal, Harry holstered his wand and nearly jumped as a small table with a goblet of water appeared in front of him. He could really get used to this room, and if today was any indication, Harry figured he should definitely use it more often. His entire recovery had really restricted his stamina. There was no way he would last long in any duel at this point. After emptying the goblet, Harry figured that Ron and Hermione would be arriving soon, so he concentrated on a private place to clean up and saw a door appear on the wall to his right. Cautiously Harry opened the door to see a bathroom similar to the prefect's bathroom with an extremely large tub in the middle of the floor in the shape of a swimming pool. It was already filled with water, a layer of steam resting above it to serve as a notice of how warm the water was. Once the door was locked, Harry wasted no time in undressing before diving in, instantly feeling a stinging pain from his knuckles. He let out a wince and quickly surfaced, making sure to keep his hands out of the water. As if the room noticed Harry's discomfort, the water started to change to a creamy white substance. Harry tentatively placed his hand in the liquid and was surprised that there was no burning, only coolness. He stayed in the soothing bath, finally feeling relaxed for the first time in a long time, until his fingers started to show signs of prolonged exposure. Reluctantly Harry pulled himself out of the pool and grabbed a towel to dry himself off. Noticing his sweaty clothes, Harry concentrated on a clean set of clothes and smiled. Another pair of jeans, long-sleeved shirt in addition to a jumper appeared, folded neatly in a pile. Harry just shook his head and started to dress. Once Harry had his jeans on, he called for Dobby again, and once again to his surprise the house elf somehow knew what Harry wanted by banishing the sweaty clothes the moment he arrived. Harry thanked Dobby, who nodded happily, insisting it was no problem whatsoever before vanishing. Using the towel to dry his hair, Harry unlocked the door and stepped out only to find that he wasn't alone. Ron and Hermione were in the room of requirement waiting for him. Ron's eyes instantly widened as he stared at Harry, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. Hermione looked at Harry for only a moment before she blushed and quickly looked away. This strange behavior struck Harry as odd until he realized that he hadn't put a shirt on yet. Letting out a groan, Harry quickly grabbed his shirt out of the bathroom and put it on. "Sorry," Harry said as he re-entered the room as he put his wand holster back on. "I didn't think you two would be back so soon. How was Hogsmeade?" "Boring," said Ron as sat down on the sofa and looked around the room. "If I would have known this would be what you were doing, I would have stayed behind." He looked at Harry and grinned. "So, what have you been doing all day?" Harry shrugged. He wasn't about to tell them that he had been trying to push himself hard enough for an outburst to come. "Oh yeah, I wanted to push myself to the point of exhaustion so my magic could go out of control for me to find out if I could control it. A little of this and a little of that," he said evenly, then looked at his other best friend who still wasn't looking at him. "Hermione, is something wrong?" Hermione quickly looked at Harry and shook her head. "Not at all," she said with a smile. "So do you feel up to helping us review some spells until dinner? Maybe we can just start with the Protega charm." Harry looked at Hermione with a raised eyebrow for a moment before he remembered that he had spent weeks on the charm and the different variations of it. The normal Protega charm was easy when done correctly with the right amount of concentration. It was the variations that were difficult and dangerous. The more powerful variation, the more power it drained from you. That was the reason the normal charm was the only one taught until Aura training. "What about it?" Harry asked evenly. "Well, Victor told me about the attack and the shield you cast to protect yourself, Hagrid and Mr. Crouch from the attacker," Hermione said eagerly. "He said that he'd never seen a shield like it before. He said it was really powerful but that you passed out from it. I guess I'm just curious with what you did to cause something like that." Harry let out a sigh as he sat down on the sofa next to Ron. "You can alter the charm 4 ways: incantation, wand movement, concentration, or a combination of the 3. That night I used concentration," he explained. I put too much of myself into the shield, causing me to pass out. That's why very few try to alter the charm. It can be extremely dangerous for the caster if one thing is miscalculated. So why take that chance? Ron asked in confusion. You make it sound like you could kill yourself. Harry tilted his head backwards until it rested on the sofa. The silence was all Ron and Hermione needed to know that Ron had made an excellent point. That was the reason the variations of the Protega charm weren't touched on until new classes. No one wanted to risk anyone who didn't have enough control of their magic to try it. The only reason Harry knew about it was because he had been bored one day during his time at Hogwarts before his third year started. He had been working on the charm periodically since then in case he needed a powerful shield to protect himself. It had been over 2 years and Harry wasn't any closer on determining what his limitations were. Bloody hell, Ron cursed under his breath. Why would you ever attempt something like that, Harry? Especially for someone like Crouch. Wasn't he the one who had Sirius put in Azkaban without a trial? Harry quickly looked at Ron, horrified at his best friend's words. Please tell me you didn't mean that, he begged. I may not like the man, but if I hadn't done something he could have been killed. That wasn't something I was willing to have on my conscience. You can call it stupid if you want, but I'm the one who has to look at myself in the mirror every morning. Shaking his head, Harry had to look away. How do you explain what you can't put into words? You have no idea how hard that's been since Cedric died, Harry said softly. Hermione hurried to Harry and pulled him into a fierce embrace. But that doesn't mean we can't be there for you, Harry, she said sincerely. We want to help you through this. We just don't know what you need. Hermione pulled back and looked into Harry's eyes for some hint of what to say or do, but received nothing. Harry just stared at her for a moment before he looked away. Unless you don't want to talk about it, Ron quickly added. I think Hermione and I both know you're going through a lot right now. You have no idea, Harry mused. Looking back at his friends, Harry saw that they were both waiting for him to say something, anything. I know I've been difficult, he said at last. My head is such a confused mess right now. Earlier this past summer my emotions were all over the place. I put Sirius and Remus through an awful lot. I guess I'm just trying to spare you two the hassle of having to deal with me when I suddenly feel angry or depressed. Hermione sat down on the sofa to Harry's left, facing him. Listen, Harry, you went through something traumatic, she said compassionately. You nearly died because of it. I think we would rather have you shout at us or cry with us there to support you rather than having to face it all alone. I'm sorry if anything I said brought on any of these feelings. Harry shook his head at her apology. Don't worry about it, Hermione, he said. I'm sorry I snapped at you about your defense study group. I'll admit that Sirius and Remus have taught me a lot, but I wasn't comfortable with the thought of trying to relay it onto you too. Remus had a way to just make you feel comfortable around him when he taught, while Sirius tried to make everything a game, at least to him. I'm just not a teacher. Hermione shifted her body to look over at Ron, who shrugged his shoulders. Biting her lower lip, she returned her gaze to Harry, but now there was a definite nervousness about her. It was almost like she was afraid of breaking some horrible news, but that was impossible. If something had happened she would have mentioned it already, right? What's going on? Harry asked cautiously. Hermione's gaze fell as she fidgeted nervously. Harry, I think I really messed up, she said softly. I thought maybe you would come around about teaching us, so I went ahead and started talking to people. A lot of people want to learn how to defend themselves, Harry, and they want to learn from you. Right now you are the only one who has any sort of training in that area. Harry, we can't just wait around and hope that someone can save us the next time something happens. Please understand. Harry's eyes narrowed at Hermione for a moment before he stood up and walked towards the door. He couldn't believe Hermione went behind his back like this. Why couldn't she just take no for an answer? Couldn't she understand that he couldn't do it? He couldn't take such a risk, right? Why should he be pulled into this because his guardians felt it best to give him a few private lessons when others did not? Harry, please, Hermione pleaded. Why are you so afraid to help us? Turning around quickly, Harry glared at Hermione, his anger quickly rising. How dare you? He growled through his teeth and his hands tightened into fists. The last time I checked, it wasn't my responsibility to teach the students here how to defend themselves. You have no idea what is really going on here. How could you when you spend all of your time fighting with Umbridge? Umbridge is watching me. The moment I do anything out of line, she will inform Fudge, who will declare Sirius and Remus unfit guardians. I will be taken away from the only fathers I've ever known. At that moment, everything that was made of glass in the room, which was only a few mirrors, shattered. Ron and Hermione quickly covered their heads defensively, but quickly realized that nothing had hit them. Slowly, both of them looked at Harry, who was still standing there, breathing heavily, with his fisted hands shaking in anger. But they're your guardians. Ron protested nervously. Dumbledore wouldn't let that happen. Mum and Dad wouldn't let that happen. The Order wouldn't let that happen. Hermione carefully approached Harry and rested her hands on the sides of his face, tilting it so their eyes met. Harry, listen to me, she said gently. I would never do anything that would jeopardize your life with Sirius and Remus. You're right. It isn't your responsibility to teach us, but we weren't as fortunate as you to have guardians who were so proactive. We need this. We need to be ready, at least for our practical exam. If you don't feel comfortable with participating, then that is your choice. All I'm saying is that we could really benefit from your knowledge. This will all be kept a complete secret, Harry, Ron added. Hermione's thought of a few ways to make sure it stays that way. What would Sirius and Remus say if you asked them about this? Harry let out a sigh as his gaze fell, his anger fading quickly. He knew the answer to that question immediately. They would want me to be involved, he admitted. Sirius of course would do anything to break the rules, while Remus would insist that study groups are extremely helpful in learning. Slowly, Harry met Hermione's gaze again. You know I hate attention, Harry said softly. What's stopping everyone from wanting to know about everything? Hermione gave Harry a soft smile as tears escaped her eyes. Us, Harry, she said sincerely. We will be there every step of the way. Just give it a chance. If it's too hard or if it doesn't work out, then fine. At least you gave it a try, right? Harry closed his eyes and nodded. For some reason he just had a feeling that once he started he wouldn't be able to walk away. He would feel obligated to see it through, till the end, for everyone else's sakes. As much as he didn't want this, Harry knew he would hate it more if something happened to one of his friends and there had been something he could have done to prevent it, even if it had been teaching them a few spells and charms. Harry just hoped that what Hermione and Ron said were true about the measures they were taking. The last thing he needed was more trouble from the Ministry. The following evening Harry found himself back in Room of Requirement alone. This new study group that Hermione was forming was already making him nervous, forcing him to find some sort of outlet to clear his head. Not really wanting to think about anything, Harry covered his eyes with a blindfold and was attacking filled sandbags that fell from the ceiling with say. This forced Harry to keep his head clear of everything except for the swinging sound the bags made when they came down. The room seemed to understand what he wanted, throwing sandbags at him when he would least expect it. Harry moved instinctively, using the say to attack the sandbags as if they were an enemy. Soon the floor around him was covered with sand, making it more difficult to move quickly without losing his footing. Falling to one knee, Harry ducked to avoid being hit by another sandbag that came down. He repositioned the sai in his right hand as he rolled onto his back and flipped to his feet, slashing the sandbag open as he did so. Hearing another sandbag coming to his left, Harry jumped, twisting in the air as his foot came in contact with the sandbag, sending it flying backwards. This gave Harry enough time to land firmly on his feet before quickly turning his body so he could slash the bag open the moment it was back into range. The sound of sand falling to the ground filled his ears along with the creaks of the swinging sandbags that were nearly empty now. All of a sudden he heard a swoosh and knew another bag was coming right at him. Repositioning the sai in his left hand, Harry threw it at the sandbag, sending it in the opposite direction. He muttered a finite, then reached up to remove his blindfold only to stop in mid-action when he suddenly had the feeling that he was being watched. His body instantly tensed as he gripped his remaining sai tightly. No one but Ron and Hermione knew of this place except for maybe the teaching staff. But that doesn't mean no one other than them can find it. Instinct taking over, Harry quickly turned and threw his remaining sai at the thread as he pulled off his blindfold while turning to where he left his wand. A loud clang could be heard, alerting Harry that the sigh had hit something hard. Extending his hand, Harry silently called for the piece of wood with a phoenix feather core and completed the turn facing the threat. And immediately let out a groan when he saw a large group of blurry students by the door. The sigh he threw was embedded in the wall just over Ron's head. Ron's hair was unmistakable. I really should have locked the door. It'll be around the entire school by morning. Without saying a word, Harry walked over to the small table, picked up his glasses and put them on. He then grabbed his wand holster and put it on as he turned to face the crowd and looked directly at Hermione, who was looking nervous once again. If you wanted to use the room, Hermione, you should have told me, he said evenly. Hermione pulled out her wand and nervously cast a finite incantatem. Well, you remember the group I told you about, right Harry? She asked uncertainly. Well, I thought that since you would be already here we could just sort out a few things if that's okay with you. Harry looked at Hermione skeptically. The fact that she needed to cancel out a spell was all the proof he needed to know Hermione had something else up her sleeve. Really? He asked as he holstered his wand. That was the reason why you cast a silencing charm so I wouldn't hear you? I don't think so. How about the truth this time? It is the truth, Harry, Ron insisted. We didn't want to distract you. You told us you were coming here to clear your head. We never thought you would be doing well what you were. What were you doing? Do you know that you nearly hit me with that thing? Too bad he missed, Fred muttered to George, causing several people to snicker. Harry just shook his head and closed his eyes, concentrating on a place with enough room for everyone to sit. The sound of several gasps caused Harry to open his eyes and see that he was now in the middle of a cozy common room that strongly resembled the Gryffindor common room. Harry was saved from saying anything when Hermione cleared her throat. If everyone could take a seat we can get started, Hermione said, sounding slightly nervous. Everyone moved to the armchairs and sofas, murmuring quietly to each other. Hermione moved to the center of the room while Harry moved to the back, away from everyone's gazes. Looking around the room, Harry noticed Neville, Dean, Seamus, Lavender, Parvati, Ginny, Colin and Dennis Creevy, Lee Jordan, in addition to the Quidditch team from Gryffindor, Padma Patil, Parvati's twin sister, Cho with a few of her usual friends, a girl with dirty owned, nearly waist-length hair that he had seen with Ginny a few times, Terry Boot, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner were present from Ravenclaw, and Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley, Hannah Abbott and a few others Harry didn't recognize from Hufflepuff. It seemed that Hermione had been quite busy. Hermione stole a glance at Harry before clearing her throat. Well, all of us are here because we want to learn how to defend ourselves properly, she began. Regardless of whom we may believe, what happened on the train ride is proof that there is more than just one threat out there. The rubbish that Professor Umbridge is teaching us isn't what we need. We need to take matters into our own hands. Several people nodded in agreement. So Harry's going to teach us how to fight, right? Asked Michael Corner. Harry instantly looked at Hermione with a raised eyebrow as he unfolded his arms across his. What in the world had she been telling everyone? He had made himself clear that he would help out if he was needed, but he couldn't be the leader of this group Hermione was creating. He couldn't afford to be anything more right now. Harry is going to help us in learning spells to defend ourselves, Hermione corrected. I wouldn't call that fighting. So we're not going anything like he was just doing? Asked a blonde Hufflepuff boy in an annoyed voice. What's the point of him teaching us then if we can't learn the fun stuff? And you are? Ron asked bluntly. Zacharias Smith, said the Hufflepuff student as he sat up straighter, and I think we have a right to know what really happened. Harry inhaled sharply as several students jumped to their feet, Ron, the Gryffindor Quidditch team and Cho being among them. No, you don't have any right, Ron said defensively. Harry's not here to settle your curiosity, Smith. If you have a problem with that then you can leave. But Cedric was my friend. Harry interrupted Smith in a soft voice, but everyone could hear the emotion he was trying to keep inside. Those of you who knew Cedric know that he is very protective of those he cares for. Cedric and I looked out for each other during the tournament. We didn't care who won just as long as it was someone from Hogwarts. Cedric was like an older brother I never had. Those of you who have siblings think of what it would be like to watch their murder and have no way to stop it. Harry inhaled deeply as his eyes narrowed in Zacharias Smith. This was exactly why he didn't want to do this in the first place. You have no right to demand anything from me, he said evenly. I'm not here to teach you anything. I had been asked to help you since I have had the most training in this area. I can see now that this was a mistake. I'm not here to entertain you with stories of all of the horrors I've had to face in my short life. Do you honestly think I don't know what you all will do the moment you leave this room? You will tell your friends of what you've heard. You will tell them that I had to watch as Cedric was forced on his knees in front of me before he was hit with the killing curse. You will tell them that I witnessed Voldemort's several people flinched and gasped in surprise. Rebirth then had to fight for my life, which I nearly lost. Both Ron and Hermione had moved to Harry's side. Ron had a protective hand on Harry's shoulder while Hermione was resting a hand on Harry's arm. The moment Umbridge hears this, she will inform the Ministry, who will blame Professor Dumbledore or my guardians for spreading rumors to discredit the Ministry and create a panic. I have too much to lose to take that risk. Harry is taking a risk by helping us, Hermione added. That is why everything that is said here stays here. Can any of you create a corporeal Patronus because you have read about it? We need to practice. We need to learn before something may happen, or we are tested in the classroom or out in the real world. How many of you are confident enough in your skills to face a Death Eater? No one said a word. Harry could see that everyone was slowly starting to look at him with admiration, something he really didn't want. Look, I know those of you from a magical background may think the physical part of my training is appealing, but it was really only a last possible option, he said truthfully. The only reason I had to rely on martial arts was because I had dropped my wand. Hand-to-hand combat puts you too close to the enemy. There is very little time to react. By keeping the distance that using wands gives you, there is a greater chance of escape. Silence filled the room as everyone continued to stare at Harry, which was starting to make the 15-year-old extremely uncomfortable. Well, Fred said, breaking the silence. That answers that question. So, we're all agreed to let Harry help us with defense. We need to decide on a meeting time that doesn't clash with any of our Quidditch practices. Well, for now I think once a week is suitable, Hermione said. We'll let you know on the day and time. This place will be where we'll meet. I think you all can see that it is more than adequate. She reached in her bag, pulling out a quill and parchment. We need everyone to write their name down so we know who to contact. Remember, we don't want to be spreading this around, especially to Umbridge. She is completely against any sort of practical learning. The Gryffindors signed immediately, followed by the majority of the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. The only ones who were hesitant were Zacharias Smith, Michael Corner and Ernie Macmillan. Ernie signed after glancing at his friend Justin, who nodded encouragingly, while Smith and Corner signed their names almost reluctantly. Although nothing was said, it was obvious that Zacharias Smith still wasn't happy with Harry's reluctance to teach everyone how to fight. With the meeting over, everyone slowly filtered out so not to attract attention. Harry waited patiently until it was just him with Ron and Hermione, then instantly turned to her with a narrowed stare. She had known that he didn't want attention, and yet she had gathered a large group of people and arranged a meeting behind his back. It didn't matter what Hermione thought he would be doing. The fact was she had taken advantage of the situation. Hermione flinched at Harry's gaze. Listen, Harry, she said nervously. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean. Yes, you did, Harry interrupted. I am not a teacher. I told you that. Now everyone wants to learn what has taken me over 2 years to even grasp. You manipulated everyone in this room because you want to learn what is required to pass your owls. Did you really think that people wouldn't want to know what happened to Cedric if they saw me train? Harry silenced Ron with a glare before returning his attention to Hermione. May I remind you, Hermione, that you need me to help you? He asked rhetorically. I thought you understood my need for privacy. After 4 years of friendship I thought you understood me, but I guess I was wrong. Who cares about what I need when it doesn't coincide with what Hermione Granger wants? Tears were falling down Hermione's face as she fought to keep a sob from escaping her lips. It was hard to figure out if it was because she was hurt Harry would say such a thing, or whether she finally realized what she had been doing. Harry knew he was probably out of line, but he couldn't help it. He couldn't help feeling like he had been betrayed. His training was supposed to be a secret to avoid confrontation and to avoid Voldemort finding out about it. Ron clearly didn't know what to think as he rested a nervous hand on Harry's shoulder. Listen, Harry, I know we messed up, he said. "We should have come in first and told you so they didn't see. I know the meeting didn't go exactly as planned, but I don't think anyone's going to bring it up again." Harry shrugged off Ron's hand and stepped back so he could look at both of them. "If either of you ever try to do anything like you pulled tonight again, I will never forgive you," he said through his teeth. "You have broken my trust. Good luck trying to repair it." Without another word, Harry left the room of requirement for the Gryffindor Tower. It had taken every ounce of self-restraint for Harry to keep his anger under control, but now, walking in the silent hallway, Harry felt like he was going to burst. He had never felt so betrayed before. Hermione had always seemed to be so sympathetic about what he was going through. He understood that she wanted to learn defense with as much trouble as she had been causing in class. Hermione was trying to help people, that much was clear, but the way she was going about it made Harry feel like he was being used. Harry had nearly reached the Gryffindor Tower when a familiar sweet voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Potter, it's a little late for wandering the corridors, isn't it?" asked Professor Umbridge. Breathing deeply, Harry quickly tried to calm himself and turn around. This was certainly the last thing he needed right now. "I was just returning from the library," Harry said evenly, then glanced at his watch. "I still have a few minutes until curfew." "If you were in the library, then where are your books?" Professor Umbridge asked curiously. "I didn't find the book I was looking for," Harry said innocently, hoping against hope that Umbridge would buy the lie. "Someone else had checked it out. If you'll excuse me, Professor, I have homework to finish before classes tomorrow." Professor Umbridge smiled widely. "Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Potter," she said. "You of all people should know that there are penalties for lying. I think a detention tomorrow at 5 with me is in order. I suggest you arrive on time. Now, on your way." Biting his tongue, Harry nodded and hurried to the Gryffindor Tower. Just when he thought his day couldn't get any worse, he had to run into Umbridge only to be given a detention which would force him to miss Quidditch practice tomorrow. Angelina wasn't going to be happy, that was a guarantee. It was clear that Professor Umbridge was simply looking for an excuse to assign a detention. She had been ever since the first class. That was the only reason Harry didn't protest to the unjust ruling. She would have only given him more. Entering the Gryffindor Tower, Harry noticed that the common room was rather full. He looked around the room and noticed that Angelina was in the far corner of the room, talking with Alicia and Katie. Figuring it was best to get it over with, Harry inhaled deeply and approached his teammates. Katie Bell was the first to notice him and smiled, but Harry didn't return the gesture. He really couldn't bring himself to. "Harry, what's wrong?" Katie asked as Alicia and Angelina turned to face him. "You're not still upset because we saw you train, are you?" Harry looked directly at Angelina, ignoring Katie's questions. "I'm letting you know that I won't be able to attend practice tomorrow. I have detention with Professor Umbridge at 5, he said automatically. Angelina glanced at Katie and Alicia before pulling Harry to a nearby chair and encouraging him to sit down. She then knelt down in front of Harry and took hold of his hands. "What happened?" she asked gently. "How in the world did you get detention?" Harry shrugged, suddenly feeling the weight of the long day catching up to him. "She found me in the halls and asked where I had been," he said in the same tone. "I lied, saying I was coming back from the library, and she gave me detention for it." Angelina pulled Harry into an embrace as she looked up at Katie and Alicia helplessly. "I guess you weren't kidding when you said Umbridge has it in for you," she said gently. "Don't worry, Harry, I know it's not your fault." Pulling back, Angelina looked into Harry's eyes and smiled reassuringly. "You look exhausted. Perhaps you should call it a night." Harry nodded and left for his dorm room. His brain felt like it had completely shut down, leaving him to operate out of habit. He changed his clothes, cast a few silencing charms around his bed and crawled in. He was so out of it that he didn't even notice when Ron and Hermione had come up to check on him only 10 minutes after he had dozed off, news of Harry's unfair detention having already spread through the entire common room. Classes the following day seemed to drag by. History of Magic was unimaginably boring like always, and to make matters worse, Professor Umbridge was observing Potions class, a class that was unbearable in its own right. They were continuing work on their strengthening solution, another potion that Harry was determined to brew correctly. He certainly didn't need to be given detention by Professor Snape in front of Professor Umbridge. As class began, Harry fell into his routine and ignored Professor Umbridge scribbling on her clipboard as much as he could. He was so busy following the steps he had on the parchment in front of him that he didn't notice Umbridge start asking questions a half-hour later. She started with Professor Snape, then moved on to Pansy Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode, making a point to avoid all of the Gryffindors. The entire morning Harry had avoided Ron and Hermione like the plague. They had tried to corner him in the Great Hall, but Harry left without saying a word. He sat with Neville in History of Magic and in potions, which seemed to bother Hermione more than Ron. She certainly didn't like it when Harry vanished after potions in order to finish his potions homework, so he didn't have to worry about it tonight after detention, something he heard about from Neville before divination. It was during divination that Harry learned of Professor Trelawney's probation due to Umbridge. Trelawney had been so distraught that she just left the class to interpret their own dreams. Parvati and Lavender were completely outraged that Professor Umbridge would do such a thing to their favorite teacher, while everyone else had to silently agree with the defense teacher but had to feel sympathetic with how hard Professor Trelawney was taking the news. Defense class was as boring as always, reading out of the book only and no talking. Eager to have the class period pass as quickly as possible, Harry simply did as he was told. The moment class was over, Harry grabbed a quick dinner before he had to hurry back to the defense classroom for detention. He arrived at the door with 5 minutes to spare and knocked, not wanting Umbridge to give him another detention for being late. "Come in," Professor Umbridge's voice called sweetly, forcing Harry to open the door and face his fate. Entering the office, Harry instantly remembered all of the times he had been in here during his 3rd year when Remus had taught. It had been a sanctuary then, but not anymore. The once conservative room had been completely transformed into what could only be described as girly. There were lacy covers and cloths covering everything, vases of flowers, and once of the walls had a collection of ornamental plates, each containing a large kitten wearing a bow around its neck. The mere sight of the room made Harry want to gag. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," Professor Umbridge said sweetly. "Evening, Professor Umbridge," Harry replied politely. Professor Umbridge smiled widely. "Sit down, Mr. Potter," she said, pointing at the small table beside her where a piece of blank parchment was lying. Harry obliged, sitting down on the chair in front of the table and setting his school bag down on the floor. "Now, I think we both know how damaging lying is, Mr. Potter. You are going to be writing some lines for me with a very special quill of mine." She handed over a long and thin black quill that had an extremely sharp point. "You will write, 'I must not tell lies,' until it sinks in. I suggest you get started." Harry watched as Umbridge sat down behind her desk and started attacking the large stack of parchment before glancing down at the quill. He noticed that there was no ink but figured that it was some sort of self-inking quill, so he didn't question it. Letting out a sigh, Harry placed the quill on the parchment and wrote, "I must not tell lies." Suddenly, searing pain erupted from the back of his right hand, causing Harry to gasp. The words appeared on the parchment in red ink as the same words appeared on the back of Harry's right hand, engraved into his skin for a moment before the skin healed. His hand now looked irritated, but there was no other sign of what he just saw. Closing his eyes for a moment, Harry let out a calming breath before he returned to his task. The sooner he finished this the better. Returning his gaze to the parchment, Harry once again wrote, "I must not tell lies," and once again felt the screaming pain from the back of his hand when the words cut into his skin before the skin healed moments later. The torture continued, Harry watching as his own blood appeared on the parchment as the words kept appearing on the back on his hand. He had slowly learned to shut out the pain. It was constant now, much like it had been that summer before Sirius rescued him from the Dursleys. He had learned long ago to remain silent in order to avoid harsher punishments. That was what he had learned from his years with his relatives. Darkness had fallen, but Harry continued writing. He didn't notice that Professor Umbridge had given up grading essays and was watching him closely. Finally, she rose from her seat and approached the 15-year-old. He was so focused on his task that he didn't notice her standing in front of him until she pulled the quill out of his hand, then took his right hand and looked at it closely. "I don't think we've learned our lesson yet, have we?" Professor Umbridge asked with a smile. "It looks like we will just have to try again tomorrow evening, same time. You may leave, Mr. Potter." Harry grabbed his school bag and left quickly for the Gryffindor Tower. His hand was throbbing in pain and he still had homework to complete. He didn't know how long he had been writing lines, but it was surely after midnight, which meant he would probably be up for the rest of the night. Glancing at his inflamed right hand, Harry had to wonder what had he done to deserve this treatment. He wanted to tell someone, but he knew it would only get someone in trouble. Umbridge wouldn't do anything without Fudge's approval. Sirius and Remus would probably attack Umbridge, Fudge and Dumbledore for something like this happening, which was the last thing Harry wanted to happen. He had vowed not to cause trouble this year and was going to stick to it. These detentions were nothing when compared to what happened at the end of last term. For now he would stay silent. He had to, in order to protect those he loved. Sitting alone in the empty Great Hall the following morning, Harry was drinking coffee like it was pumpkin juice. He had fallen asleep at 3:30 only to wake up 2 hours later with his scar and right hand throbbing in pain. With a groan of annoyance, Harry crawled out of bed and pushed away any strange feelings on impatience that were coursing through him. These strange feelings were really starting to be annoying, and the constant pain was really making it difficult for Harry to think clearly. Harry finished another cup of coffee and was finally starting to feel awake. Today was going to be another long day, and with detention tonight it was going to be a late night too. Not feeling particularly social at the moment, Harry spent the remainder of the time before classes in the library, then went about his routine of going from class to class, trying his hardest to pay attention to the material being covered. Silencing charms were practiced on bullfrogs, something that Harry had managed to accomplish within the first 5 minutes of practice, but some others weren't as fortunate. The entire class could hear Hermione scolding Ron for not doing the charm right, even with the rain pouring against the windows. It didn't help matters when Ron was given extra homework, having been one of the few who didn't complete their tasks. Once classes for the day were over, Harry repeated yesterday's actions, grabbing a quick dinner before hurrying off to detention. Just like the night before, Harry was forced to write lines in his own blood that were engraved in the back of his hand, which had stopped reverting back to normal, looking red and inflamed even after the words vanished. Harry knew it wouldn't be long until the cuts on his hand were permanent. The thought of a constant reminder of this inhumane punishment made cringe. What had he ever done to deserve this? Darkness had just fallen when all of a sudden pain seared from the scar on his forehead, causing Harry to drop the quill and grab his head. The pain this morning was nothing compared to what he was feeling now. In fact, he hadn't felt pain like this since Voldemort had awoken from his coma, which couldn't be good. He didn't know how, but Harry could tell that Voldemort was angry about something, really angry. Shaking his head in hopes to push away any thoughts of Voldemort, Harry grabbed the quill again and continued writing. He didn't want to know what Voldemort was feeling. He had enough on his mind without worrying about what some homicidal Dark Lord may be doing. The pain slowly dimmed to a minor ache like it usually was, leaving Harry with the biting pain from the back of his right hand, but when compared to the headache he just had, it wasn't anything worth complaining about. As midnight arrived, Professor Umbridge once again checked Harry's right hand and shook her head sadly before declaring that he would need to come back tomorrow night to ensure that the message had completely soaked in. This enraged Harry. What right did Professor Umbridge have to do this? Not even Professor Snape was this cruel. Leaving the office, Harry made a mental note to find out what exactly were the allowed punishments for detentions. He thought he could handle whatever Umbridge dished out, but 3 detentions for something she had no proof of was ridiculous. And do what about it? What could he do if he discovered that Professor Umbridge was in the wrong? He couldn't tell anyone without causing problems between the Order and the Ministry, something that the Order really couldn't afford at the present time. As much as he hated it, Harry knew he would just have to deal with it for now. The Order was in this situation because of him. He wasn't going to make it worse. The following morning Harry found himself in the same situation as the previous morning, except that his scar wasn't throbbing as much as his right hand, which made it difficult to finish his remaining homework during breakfast. The back of his right hand was still red and inflamed, forcing Harry to pull up his sleeve over the area with his thumb sticking out of the opening below the cuff of the sleeve. The fabric of his shirt irritated his hand, but the redness was too noticeable for it to be left alone. Buried in his schoolwork, Harry didn't even notice when his fellow Gryffindors started arriving and sitting down around him. It wasn't until Fred Weasley pulled the quill out of Harry's hand that he looked up to see his teammates looking at him with a concerned eye. Ron and Hermione weren't sitting too far away either. "So, where were you last night, Harry?" Fred asked curiously. "No one could find you." Harry grabbed his quill and returned to his schoolwork. "Detention with Umbridge again," he said evenly without looking up. He really didn't want to see the looks of sympathy everyone was probably giving him. He didn't want to think about the last 2 nights and what tonight would bring. Forgetting was his only choice right now. "Wait a minute," George said in confusion. "You mean that you had detention for 2 nights because Umbridge thinks you're lying about where you were Sunday night?" When Harry didn't say anything, George scowled and slammed his fist on the table. That hag. I can't believe this. I'm going to McGonagall." "No," Harry said quickly in a hushed voice, causing the Weasley twins to look at him like he had gone mad. "Involving any of the other teachers would only cause problems. I can handle this. I have enough to worry about without starting a war between Hogwarts and the Ministry because of a few unfair detentions. Umbridge may be wrong in her punishment, but causing a scene would only make me look like a spoiled kid." Fred and George didn't look convinced, but they nodded anyways. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see Ron and Hermione staring down at their plates with guilty looks on their faces. He didn't know what happened last night, but apparently he was missing something because no one seemed to make an effort to talk to Ron and Hermione, not even Ron's siblings. That only happened when the twins were upset at Ron for doing something stupid. The rest of the day passed similarly to the previous, slowly but not slow enough, because before Harry knew it he was once again entering Professor Umbridge's office for detention. The 3rd night of torture was even worse than the previous 2. The back of his right hand wasn't healing anymore, allowing, "I must not tell lies," to remain etched into his flesh as blood dripped down his hand, staining the parchment. For the 3rd night in a row, Professor Umbridge forced him to write blood-soaked lines until midnight before glancing at his hand. She smiled at Harry and released his hand gently. "There now, that ought to serve as a reminder, don't you think, Mr. Potter?" Umbridge asked sweetly. "I think I'll go easy on you since this is your first offense. It would be in your best interest to be truthful in the future. Lying only leads to trouble." She moved back to her desk and sat down behind it. "Use your free time wisely, Mr. Potter." Harry held back the urge to roll his eyes in annoyance and bid goodnight. The moment he left the office, Harry hurried to the nearest bathroom to tend to his still bleeding hand. Thankfully the bathroom was empty, so Harry could quickly clean the wound before bandaging it up with some bandages he conjured. He could only hope that it would be healed within a few days so no one would ever know what really happened in detention. From the way the Weasley twins acted this morning, Harry figured they would be outraged to see the scarred flesh on his hand, just like Remus and Sirius would be. Sometimes Harry had to wonder what he had ever done to deserve the lengths so many people were willing to go to for him. All of his life he had wanted to be treated as everyone else was, but he seriously doubted that everyone else had an entire secret organization protecting their secrets. That was probably what bothered Harry the most, the fact that Professor Dumbledore, Sirius and Remus were willing to risk so many lives to ensure his outbursts remained a secret. Was one life really worth all the trouble? The remainder of the week passed without incident and rather quickly now that Harry didn't have to worry about any more evenings in Professor Umbridge's office. Thankfully no one noticed the way Harry had his right shirt sleeve pulled over his hand to hide his bandages. It had taken until Saturday morning before Harry's hand had healed over, although the words, "I must not tell lies," could still be seen if you looked hard enough for it, not that anyone did. Why would they? No one had even asked what detention with Umbridge had entailed. For the past few days Ron and Hermione had tried to approach Harry but seemed to be unable to think of anything to say and ended up walking away in frustration. Harry figured it was a combination of the confrontation in the room of requirement and the detentions he received because of it. Truthfully, Harry didn't blame Ron and Hermione for the detentions. It was all Professor Umbridge's doing, and somehow Harry had a feeling that this was just the beginning. He would have to be extremely careful from now on. He couldn't give Umbridge another opportunity to assign another detention. Working on homework in the library late Saturday afternoon, Harry wasn't surprised when Ron tentatively sat down across from him and waited for Harry to acknowledge his best friend's presence. 3 factors entered Harry's head as he slowly looked up. 1. Ron was alone. 2. They were in the library, meaning there could be no yelling back and forth. And 3. Everyone around them was watching. Ron seemed to notice the last factor too as he nervously cleared his throat. Look, I know I have no right to ask you for anything, but we're going to have another meeting tonight, he said softly. If you don't want to come, Hermione, and I understand. The thing is, everyone knows something's not right with us and they've been asking about you. They want to learn from you, not Hermione. They only want to be involved in this if you're involved. Then you probably shouldn't make promises you can't keep, Harry said evenly as he returned to his schoolwork. I told both of you that I would help out, not lead the entire thing. Hermione played both sides of the chessboard to get the results she wanted. She's the one who needs to apologize to me and to everyone else. Sirius and Remus trained me in secret to give me an advantage because I need it. That advantage is gone if one person decides to talk about what they saw me doing. I don't think you realize that for me, this is a matter of life and death. This isn't for some trivial exam or to impress anyone. I have learned this in order to stay alive. Ron fidgeted nervously as he bowed his head in shame. Hermione realizes that she messed up. Harry, he said. Both of us know it's going to take a lot to get things back to where they were, but we want to try. Hermione was planning on apologizing to everyone tonight and reiterate that you are just helping us, not leading if you still want to, of course. Ron let out a sigh, then slowly looked up at Harry, hoping for some indication of what Harry was thinking. Harry, this past week has been horrible without you. Hermione's been in tears every night because she thinks she's lost one of her best friends. So she sends you to talk to me on her behalf. Harry countered in a hushed voice as he met Ron's pleading gaze. If Hermione was so sorry for what she had done, then why hadn't she just told him? I'm not going to sympathize and tell you I understand how hard this past week has been for you too, because I don't. My best friends used me in order to convince others that their point of view was the right one. I don't just get over it because someone's crying about their mistakes. Both of you have to realize that this isn't a game. Voldemort is back and I'm at the top of his want to kill list. What do you want me to say? Ron asked helplessly. We messed up. We didn't think. I promise that it will never happen again. Believe me, Fred, George and Ginny would never let it happen again. They have made it their mission to point out our faults for the last week. Harry shrugged his shoulders as he started putting his schoolwork away. I can't guarantee I'll come tonight, he said softly. I should really wash my hands of the entire thing, but unlike Hermione, I keep my promises. Ron winced at the comment. Hermione has her work cut out for her. My trust isn't given freely. When she gathers the courage to apologize herself, you both know where to find me. Wanting to end the conversation, Harry left the library before Ron could say anything else. He really didn't know what to do anymore. His mind kept wandering back to the train ride to Hogwarts. That day he had fought for his life alone. The problem was he wasn't always going to be the only target. The students at Hogwarts needed to learn how to protect themselves, maybe not at the extent that Harry had, but they needed to learn the basics. Yes, the basics were boring to learn but necessary in order to even attempt learning something more difficult. This was why the school needed an actual defense teacher, not a fraud like Umbridge. The problem was the Ministry just couldn't accept the truth. That evening, Harry watched his classmates leave the Gryffindor Tower for the meeting in the Room of Requirement from the far corner of the room. Tonight was going to be interesting. If Ron had been telling the truth, then Harry knew that several people would be angry with Hermione. He also knew he could prevent it from happening, but Harry had a feeling deep down that this needed to happen. Hermione needed to learn how to deal with people. She needed to accept the consequences of her actions. After an hour, Harry finally gave in to his frustration and left for the Room of Requirement. Upon entering, Harry saw that the walls were lined with wooden bookcases. Silk cushions covered the floor instead of chairs. There was a set of shelves on the far end of the room that contained a variety of magical spying equipment. In the center of the room was the group of students that had met here a week ago. They were talking amongst themselves, paying no attention to the person who had just entered. Harry took that as a sign and sat down on one of the cushions, watching his classmates in silence. Announcing his presence would only distract everyone. Listen, Hermione said over the chatter, I know you all wanted to learn from Harry, but please understand from his point of view. He was given 3 days of detention from Umbridge already because he was protecting what we're trying to do. Actually, I was given detention because it was the first opportunity for Umbridge to do so, Harry corrected her, causing everyone to jump in surprise. The reason she had was inconsequential. Her main motive was to have me admit that I'm lying about Voldemort's return. Several people flinched at the mention of the Dark Lord's name, causing Harry to roll his eyes in annoyance. These people wanted to learn how to fight against Voldemort and his followers, yet they couldn't even hear a simple name. That certainly did nothing for his confidence in everyone. All their opponent had to do was mention Voldemort's name before striking them down. But that's not fair. Cho protested. Welcome to the world of Professor Umbridge, Ron said sarcastically, then turned to Harry, a nervous look appearing on his face. Glad you could come, mate. We decided on a name. The Defense Association, or the DA for short. We were currently discussing who should be the leader since you don't want to do it. You're right, I don't, Harry said evenly. I don't think anyone should. Several people stared at Harry in confusion at the comment. Harry looked directly at Hermione. May I? He asked, and Hermione quickly nodded. Everyone, please separate into groups of your own house. He stood up and waited as everyone did so. Now, as a group, select either one or two people who will be a part of a committee. This committee will be in charge of arranging the meetings. This will take off the strain from one person running the entire thing. Those of you who are a prefect or a member of your house Quidditch team, or maybe even both, and feel you won't be able to handle another responsibility, make your feelings known to your group. Quiet conversations broke out amongst the three groups. Harry watched the Gryffindor group and noticed that Ron, Fred, George, Angelina, Alicia and Katie quickly declared themselves out of consideration. He also noticed that Hermione was being unusually quiet. That was odd. He had expected Hermione to jump at the chance to be a representative. The Hufflepuff group was the first to quiet down, followed by two students approaching Harry, Justin Finch-Fletchley and Hannah Abbott. That wasn't much of a surprise. The next group to quiet down was the Gryffindor group. Ginny Weasley and Neville Longbottom approached Harry from that group. That was a surprise. Finally, the Ravenclaw group silenced with Cho Chang and Ginny's blonde-haired friend approaching. It seemed that the committee had been formed. Congratulations, Harry said to the 6 members. I suggest you start with something easy today. Perhaps the disarming charm. One thing, Harry, Ginny said with a smile and a glance at Neville before returning her gaze to Harry. We accept being members of this committee, but I think all of us will agree that we also need leadership. I think you should be our supervisor. None of us can deny your knowledge in this area. It would be a shame not to use it, don't you think? The other 5 members nodded in agreement, leaving Harry trapped. At least he wasn't teaching. Fine, he said softly. Once the meeting is over, we'll talk about when and where to meet. I suppose you all want me to take over today's lesson. Ginny's smile brightened. Just to start off, I think, she said happily. Once we get the hang of it, we can help you out, right everyone? Everyone nodded in agreement. Just give it a chance, Harry, Cho added. Most of us learned this charm years ago, so it shouldn't be too difficult. I think everyone just needs to practice it until they get it down. Harry nodded as he rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses. So much for not getting involved. Everyone please break off into pairs, Harry announced as straightened his glasses, stepped around the committee and faced the remaining students. We will be reviewing the disarming charm tonight, and before you complain, remember, there is no point in learning the more advanced charms, spells and hexes if you don't have the basics down first. For the next 3/4 of an hour everyone practiced the disarming charm on each other while Harry and Cho observed, the rest of the committee claiming that they needed the practice. Neville was partnered with one of Cho's friends, and after a few reassuring words from Harry had no problem in disarming her. The entire committee watched, even if it was out of the corner of their eyes, as Harry strolled among the groups, offering his input if it was needed and congratulating others when they were successful. To Harry he was simply doing as Sirius and Remus had done when they taught him, so he didn't think anything of it. When Harry finally called a ceasefire, the majority of the group was happy with their accomplishments. All right, feel free to practice throughout the week, but not in public, he said casually. If anyone has any questions, talk to any of the committee members. They will be teaching you next week. Everyone but the committee is free to go. If the time changes, you will be notified. The 6 students quickly approached Harry, eagerly waiting to schedule their meeting. That was really good, Harry, Neville said instantly. You're a natural teacher. Once you told me how to focus, it was easy. No one's ever explained it out to me before. I have to admit that Longbottom's got a point, said Justin with a shrug. I think Professor Lupin was the only one to really explain things out. We should probably take that direction in the future. It would certainly help everyone when we reach more difficult material. It does, Harry said more to himself than to the group, but everyone heard him anyways. The comment only reinforced what Harry already believed. Remus was an excellent teacher, but because he was a werewolf the ministry wouldn't let him teach again. Does anyone have any objections to meeting in the library tomorrow morning at 9? Everyone shook their head and promised to be there before leaving the room of requirement for their respective towers. It was close to curfew, and the last thing anyone needed was to get into trouble by Flitch, Professor Umbridge or Professor Snape. Ready to follow, Harry cast one more look around the room and saw that he wasn't alone. Hermione was sitting in the corner, crying softly. He couldn't help but let out a frustrated sigh. He really wasn't ready for a confrontation with her tonight. Hermione seemed noticed that she and Harry were alone, stood up and rushed over to him, throwing her arms around him. "Oh Harry, I'm so sorry," she cried. "I never meant to hurt you or put you in danger. I was surprised to see what you were doing and thought I don't know what I was thinking. Please, please forgive me. I promise that I'll never try to do anything that will put you in danger again." Harry awkwardly patted Hermione on the back, not sure of what else to do. Yes, he was upset with her, but he knew she would think twice before even trying to do something like it again. Chances were Hermione was too excited about the group to think about the consequences. How could he blame her for that? "I forgive you, Hermione," Harry said sincerely, "but I can't forget it. It's going to take time for me to trust you again, but I'm willing to make the effort." Hermione pulled away and smiled at Harry as she brushed away her tears. "Thank you, Harry," she said gratefully. "I'm glad you came tonight, and I like your idea of representatives from each house to share the load." Harry shrugged at the comment as he walked towards the door with Hermione. "I figured it was best since there may be a time when I won't be here." What?" Hermione asked in shock. "What do you mean, won't be here? Why wouldn't you be here? Did something happen?" "I meant that Professor Umbridge may try to give me another detention in the future," Harry clarified quietly as he walked out of the room with Hermione close behind him. "Right now she sees me as a threat since so many people want to follow in my footsteps, and I clearly don't agree with the ministry's views at the moment. I'm being attacked from both sides, the ministry and Voldemort. That's why I need to stay out of the spotlight." Hermione let out a sigh as they reached the staircases. "I'm really, really sorry, Harry," she said softly as they stepped onto the moving staircase. "You just seem to take on everything so calmly that we forget what you must be going through. Even when you were mad at me you didn't really raise your voice. We've been through a lot, but this past week, I think I've realized something. You really don't get angry anymore. I don't know when it started, but I know it's been this way for a while. I realize I have no right to say anything, but I'm concerned, Harry. It isn't right to keep everything inside." "I'm not," Harry said as they reached the fat lady portrait. "I just don't feel that it's necessary to rant to people who can do nothing about what's on my mind. If I have a problem with my homework or something else concerning life here at Hogwarts, then you'll hear about it." He told the fat lady the password and entered, leaving a startled Hermione behind. He knew it was going to take time to trust Hermione again, but at least they were talking. The emotions problem was going to be slightly more difficult. Telling his friends that he couldn't get angry wasn't an option. He just hoped that he could think of something believable if the matter ever came up again. The following morning Harry was in the library an hour before he was supposed to meet with the committee, trying to finish his essay for potions. He had once again dreamed about the windowless corridor that was starting to drive him mad. He hated the dream, but he just couldn't seem to get it out of his head. Why? What was so important about some empty corridor? He had never even seen such a place before, at least not that he could recall. Cho and the blonde-haired Ravenclaw, who introduced herself as Luna Lovegood, were the first to arrive nearly 20 minutes before 9. Luna instantly stuck her wand behind her ear before pulling out an issue of a magazine called The Quibbler, turning it upside down to read it. Harry glanced at Cho with a raised eyebrow but only received a shrug as an answer. Harry had heard about The Quibbler from Sirius and Remus. Apparently it was similar to the tabloids, printing mostly fiction and rarely fact. He didn't know much more than that since Sirius and Remus had such resentment against reporters, especially Rita Skeeter, who had been surprisingly quiet as of late. You can only ridicule Dumbledore and the Ministry for so long. Ginny and Neville were the next to arrive. Neville sat down next to Harry while Ginny sat down next to Luna. Justin and Hannah arrived a short time later, and after casting a few silencing charms, they were ready to begin. After introductions, Justin and Hannah immediately jumped in on material that should be covered at the next meeting. Simple spells, charms, and curses were agreed upon, along with who would cover what. Saturday night was decided to be the next meeting time, leaving the representatives would have plenty of time to prepare. Harry quickly discovered that Luna Lovegood was a rather strange person. She had a tendency to offer comments that made very little logical sense and didn't seem to mind the odd looks she was getting from everyone else. Harry made a mental note to ask Ginny about Luna later. He didn't know if Luna was just trying to be funny or if she just wasn't entirely there. With everything decided, the meeting ended, leaving Harry alone once again to tackle his potions homework. At least some things never changed. No matter what was going on, there was always potions homework. Over the next 2 weeks, the DA slowly morphed into an exciting learning experience. The representatives, or council, as they were now called, quickly learned how to act as a team and play off of each other's strengths. The biggest surprise was Neville, who once he got over his nervousness had no problem demonstrating. DA meetings were on Saturday nights, with council meetings the following morning. There was also another council meeting Wednesday night in the room of requirement to run through everything and make sure every single member of the council could perform the charms, spells and jinxes they would be covering. During DA meetings, Harry would simply observe, throwing the occasional comment in only when he needed to. Using Remus' style of teaching had certainly paid off. Every single member of the DA was making progress and feeling better that they were preparing themselves as quickly as they could. So far, no one had any idea of the DA's existence, which allowed the regularly scheduled times to remain. With DA meetings, almost nightly Quidditch practices and homework, Harry was lucky if he got 5 hours of sleep at night. The first Quidditch match of the season was Saturday, and with Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the entire school was eager to see the game. The problem now was that in addition to Professor Umbridge and Professor Snape, Harry had to worry about running into any Slytherins who would try to hex him, since he had never lost to Malfoy, the Slytherin Seeker. Ron was performing better as a keeper, but he still had a long ways to go. He had a tendency to become frustrated after missing a goal, causing him to miss more. The entire team had tried to convince Ron that he needed to focus on the present and not the past, but it only worked until he missed another quaffle. Harry had a feeling that the sooner he caught the snitch on Saturday, the better off Ron would be. With the arrival of the first week of November, the howling winds turned bitterly cold, forcing many to cover up every exposed skin they may have. The morning of the match, Ron was up at the same time as Harry for once. They ate what little breakfast they could swallow in silence. The Great Hall was filling earlier than usual, many wishing the Gryffindor Quidditch team good luck, which only increased Ron's nervousness. Ron's hands were visibly shaking so much that Harry had to grab Ron's shoulder in an attempt to calm him down, and was overcome with such an overwhelming force of anxiety that made his head pound. Harry quickly released Ron's shoulder as he shook his head, trying to push away the strange feeling that was quickly leaving. Where had that come from? Rubbing his still aching forehead, Harry glanced over at Ron, whose hands were no longer shaking. Whatever that had been, Harry was certain he never wanted to do it again. It wasn't long before Angelina called the Gryffindor Quidditch team to head to the pitch. Hermione wished them both luck by dotting them on the cheek, something that seemed to snap Ron out of his daze. The shock of what had just transpired seemed to vanish any nervousness he had on their way to the pitch. They changed quickly, then met for the pre-match talk. That was when Harry and Ron learned that Crabbe and Goyle were the new beaters for the Slytherin team. Today was certainly going to be interesting. The Gryffindor team stepped out onto the pitch and was welcomed with deafening cheers and whistles. The Slytherin team was already waiting for them. The captain, Montague, was massively overweight, with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. Malfoy was standing off to the side, with a smirk on his face as he stared at Harry. Oh yeah, this was one game Harry couldn't wait to get over with. "Captains, shake hands," shouted Madame Hooch, the referee. Everyone waited as Angelina and Montague approached the center of the pitch and shook hands. "Mount your broom," Madame Hooch announced, then put her whistle in her mouth and blew. Everyone shot up in the air as the balls were released. Harry instantly started looking for the small glint of gold, dodging a bludger as he soared higher. He couldn't worry about what anyone else was doing or what anyone was saying. Becoming distracted could cost him the snitch. He started roaming around the pitch and nearly collided with both bludgers that had been hit in his direction. Harry quickly dived to avoid being hit, pulling up just a few feet from the ground before coming to a halt at the Slytherin goal posts. He started looking for the snitch again, but it wasn't long before he heard the whistling noise of one of the bludgers coming directly at him again. Pulling up, Harry shot up, high above the pitch, only having to take off as quickly as possible when the other bludger came at high speed directly at him. It was clear now that Crabbe and Goyle were trying to take him out of the game. Diving again, Harry flew past both Crabbe and Goyle, making them nearly fall off their brooms. He pulled out of his dive and found himself face to face with Malfoy. "What's the matter, Potter?" Malfoy sneered. "Too busy showing off to look for the snitch. At least I don't need others to distract my opponent so I can catch the snitch," Harry shot back as he looked around for the snitch. "When are you going to stop relying on others to do things for you, Malfoy?" Not wanting to wait around for a retort, Harry took off towards the Gryffindor goal posts, rising high in the air so he would be prepared for anything. It wasn't long before Harry was once again the target of two bludgers, forcing him to dive and maneuver among the other players. Pulling up again, Harry looked towards the Slytherin goal posts and nearly cried out when he saw the tiny golden snitch fluttering a few feet about the ground. He didn't even bother looking around for Malfoy before sharply diving at a 45-degree angle. Nothing happening around him seemed to matter. He was nearly there when the snitch took off towards the other side of the field, forcing Harry to turn sharply in order to follow it. It was then that Harry noticed that Malfoy was right on his tail. Leaning forward on the broom to dampen the wind resistance, Harry took off as fast as he could, pushing his firebolt to the limit. He could feel Malfoy trying to grab hold of his broom in an act of desperation. Dropping a few feet, Harry reached out for the snitch, stretching as much as he could, and felt his fingers wrap around the tiny, struggling ball. Harry instantly let out a sigh of relief as he pulled upwards, holding the still struggling ball in his hand for everyone to see. Glancing at the score, Harry saw the final score: Gryffindor 200, Slytherin 40. He could only hope that Ron wouldn't take missing those 4 goals too hard, or it was certainly going to be an extremely long day. Wham! A bludger hit Harry right in the small of his back, causing him to fly forward off of his broom as pain shot through his entire back. Before Harry could even register what happened, something slammed into his left side, causing bones to break with sickening cracks and sending pain throughout his upper body. It was impossible to think, impossible to breathe. Harry couldn't even bring himself to move and slammed into the ground, face down, sending more pain throughout his. Silence filled the air as everyone seemed to be waiting for Harry to move, but he remained still. Madame Hooch's whistle rang through the air, snapping everyone out of their daze. The crowd was in an uproar as the Gryffindor Quidditch team hurried to Harry's side. Harry felt hands carefully turn him over onto his back, the simple movement drowning him with pain. He felt like he was trapped in his own body, unable to do anything, even breathe. "He's not breathing," shouted George, then gently slapped Harry's face. "Come on, Harry, snap out of it. Breathe, blink, do something. All of you out of the way," ordered Professor McGonagall. 2 familiar faces came into Harry's line of sight as his started to burn from lack of oxygen. Harry could feel a tear escape his right eye at the worried looks his guardians were giving him. He had been so caught up in Ron's nervousness that he had completely forgotten that they were coming to the match. How could he have forgotten about Sirius and Remus? "We need to get him to Poppy," Remus said to Sirius as he conjured a stretcher. "Remember the last time he couldn't breathe?" Sirius jumped to his feet and levitated Harry onto the stretcher. Harry was then hurried back to the castle, Sirius only stopping for a moment to warn Professor Dumbledore and Madame Hooch that something had to be done to punish the Slytherin players responsible for what happened. That was the last thing Harry heard before he passed out. Loud voices quickly pulled Harry out of his painless slumber. His back felt stiff and his left side was aching. After a moment, Harry remembered why he was in pain and was grateful that at least this wasn't anything like it had been before. He could breathe without any effort, which was definitely a plus. Too tired to open his eyes, Harry could only listen to the voices around him. "Don't you dare try to wiggle out of this, Snape." Sirius spat angrily. "Those students of yours deliberately attacked Harry after the end of the match. They should be suspended at the very least. They could have killed him." Hem, Professor Umbridge said, sounding like she was attempting to clear her throat. "Mr. Black, this is a first offense." "No, it's not," Ron shouted. "Malfoy and his friends have been after Harry ever since we got here. This is the second time they went out of their way to attack him." Ron let out a sigh as he sat down at Harry's bedside. Harry didn't want to cause problems, so he didn't say anything. "That was why we had Madam Hooch supervising our practices. We were trying to protect Harry." "Mr. Weasley, when was this attack?" asked a stern Professor McGonagall. "The first Saturday of the term," Ron said softly. "Harry had been grounded by Madame Pomfrey, so he was watching us practice. All we knew was that Harry was watching us 1 minute and the next he was gone. We thought something happened, so the team went looking for him. We found him cornered in the changing room by Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, and Bulstrode. Malfoy was taunting Harry about his parents, Sirius and Remus. They had their wands pointed at him, Professor. They were going to hurt him. I find it extremely convenient that you bring this matter up now, Mr. Weasley," Professor Umbridge countered. "It seems to me that you simply want to cause trouble for a handful of students. There is no proof." "Umbridge, shut up," Sirius shouted. "Why are you even here? This matter had nothing to do with defense against the dark arts. It seems to me that you are doing everything in your power to protect Draco Malfoy." "Why is that?" Now, Sirius," Remus warned calmly. "I'm sure Professor Umbridge didn't mean to sound biased. I mean, she knows the trouble Lucius Malfoy can cause when his precious son is mistreated, even if it is only in young Draco's mind. Of course, that is nothing compared to the trouble you, Sirius, can cause for what happened today, but none of us want to cause trouble now, do we? I seem to remember that when I was a teacher here, an offense to this degree would warrant suspension from the Quidditch team and removal of one's prefect status. It doesn't matter who Draco Malfoy's father is or who Harry Potter is. What matters is that a student was attacked today after the game had ended with intent to cause physical harm, and according to Ron, this isn't the first attempt. I'm sure we could gain access to a pensieve and view Harry's memories, so there is no doubt that the first event did indeed happen. Wouldn't you agree, Professor?" A tense silence filled the room. No one missed the underlying threat Remus had just issued. If something wasn't done, Sirius and Remus would do whatever they could to ensure Harry's safety, just like any parent would. It was a threat that Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape were quite familiar with by now. It was also one Professor Umbridge didn't like in the slightest. "Severus, what happened today was unacceptable," Professor Dumbledore said firmly. "I am sorry, but action needs to be taken to ensure something like this doesn't happen again, to any student. We can investigate the other attack further. Vincent Crabbe shall have to be suspended indefinitely for his actions. As far as Draco is concerned, he may choose whether to lose his prefect badge or his position on the Quidditch team and is once again on probation. I will send a letter to Vincent and Draco's parents notifying them of their inexcusable behavior. If they have a problem with their punishment, then I will deal with them myself." There was no room for argument, so no one bothered to try. Regardless of Professor Umbridge's position, Professor Dumbledore had the final say in any decisions. "Oh, and one more thing, Severus," Professor Dumbledore added. "You will inform your students that what is happening to Vincent and Draco is the result of their own actions. They are not to take their frustration out on Harry or any other Gryffindor. Minerva, you will tell your students that they are not allowed to avenge Harry in any way. It would not do well to have two houses at each other's throats because of the poor choices a few have made." The only thing that could be heard was several footsteps walking out of the hospital wing, followed by one walking in. The individual walked directly to Harry's bed and started checking him over, alerting Harry that it had been Madame Pomfrey who had entered. He felt her lift his shirt up and start to poke at his aching left side, causing him to release a moan of pain. "I think another pain-relieving potion is in order," Madame Pomfrey said softly. "Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, you may visit Mr. Potter later. He needs rest now." She hurried off before Ron and Hermione could even try to object. Ron and Hermione left as Madame Pomfrey returned. Harry was on the verge of sleep when his upper body was lifted so the ill-tasting potion could be poured down his throat. Even though Harry was partially awake, he was still caught off guard by the potion in his mouth and started to gag. A hand gently massaged his throat and the liquid went down. That was the last thing he knew before he succumbed to darkness. The next time Harry woke, darkness had fallen outside. Opening his eyes, Harry immediately picked out the blurry figures of Sirius, Remus and Professor Dumbledore through the dim lighting, sitting nearby and talking quietly. At the moment Harry was too content in his warm bed to move or to let the three adults know he was awake. Right now his mind was too overloaded with everything that had happened. He didn't know what was worse. The fact that everyone knew about the first attack, or that Malfoy was being punished for his poor sportsmanship. No matter what any of the teachers said, Harry knew Malfoy would want revenge for his punishment. "How long do you think we have until Fudge steps in and declares another decree about issuing punishments?" Remus asked softly. "Tomorrow morning," Professor Dumbledore said casually. "It was bound to happen, Remus. Fortunately for us, Dolores won't be able to overturn a decision made today, and before you ask, I do not regret standing up for Harry. Draco Malfoy is out of control. If something hadn't been done, matters would only worsen. Harry has enough to worry about beyond the walls of the castle without having to worry from attacks within." "I can't believe Harry didn't tell us about the first attack," Sirius muttered bitterly. "I thought Harry trusted us." "It wasn't about trust, Sirius," Remus said calmly. "What would you have done if Harry told you?" "I would have made sure something was done about it," Sirius said like it was obvious. "Dumbledore has a point. Harry has enough to worry about as it is. He shouldn't have to worry about the Slytherins attacking him whenever they feel like it." "That was why I didn't tell you," Harry said softly. "It would only cause more problems." Sirius and Remus hurried to Harry's side with relieved smiles on their faces. Remus gently slid Harry's glasses on, allowing the teen to see everything clearly. Both of the Marauders looked exhausted, which made Harry feel guilty for worrying them. Why couldn't anything ever be simple? Why did Ron have to open his big mouth? The last thing Harry wanted was for Sirius and Remus to worry about him. Before Harry could say anything, he found himself pulled into a tight embrace by Sirius. "Don't you even start feeling guilty, Cronlet," Sirius said softly. "No matter what you're thinking, it's not your fault. You never have to hide anything from us, Harry. We're supposed to be protecting you, not the other way around. You know that, right?" Harry couldn't do anything but nod. His face was buried in Sirius, muffling anything Harry would even try to say. He sincerely wished that he didn't have to keep anything from his guardians. He wanted to tell them about Professor Umbridge, but if Sirius found out about the detentions, he would act like he did today. Sirius would demand for something to be done which would cause even more problems between Professor Dumbledore and the Ministry, right? Sirius gently lowered Harry back down on the bed and pulled up a chair. "You've had quite a few visitors throughout the day, Cronlet," he said with a smile. "It seemed that several people were rather disappointed to learn you wouldn't be released until the morning." It took Harry a moment to realize that tonight had been a DA meeting. He couldn't help but groan at the thought of having a council meeting early in the morning. He had a feeling that the next DA meeting wasn't going to be a high priority on the list of things the other council members wanted to cover. "So how angry is Professor Snape?" Harry asked, breaking the silence. That certainly wasn't what Sirius had been expecting. "How do you know Snape's upset?" he asked. "No one can sleep through your yelling, Sirius," Harry said honestly as he closed his eyes. "Oh, and telling Professor Umbridge to shut up probably wasn't the smartest thing to do." "He has a point about the yelling, Sirius," Remus added, "but I'm not so sure about Umbridge. She was interfering in a matter that didn't concern her." "As far as Professor Snape is concerned, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly, "he is aware that only his students are to blame. I think even Professor Snape will admit that Draco is out of control. He has physically attacked you twice and, according to Ron, attempted to attack you once more. I wish you would have said something." Harry shook his head slowly. "It would only have caused more problems," he said softly. "I was trying to prevent a war between the houses." He could feel sleep overtaking him again. Why was he so tired all of a sudden? He had slept through most of the day. "It wasn't what she wanted," Harry mumbled. "Who, Harry?" Remus asked curiously. Who are you talking about? Harry was already asleep. When dawn arrived, Harry was allowed to leave the hospital wing by Madame Pomfrey after being advised to take it easy for the next few days. His left side was still a little tender. Sirius and Remus had left after a stern lecture from Sirius about keeping secrets while Remus tried to play mediator. In the end, Harry promised his guardians that he would say something if Malfoy or any other Slytherin caused any more trouble. After a quick change of clothes, Harry hurried off to the library for the council meeting. He found the 6 members of the council at the normal meeting place, deep in the library. To say that everyone was surprised to see Harry would be an understatement. Cho and Ginny hurried to Harry, pulling him into a group hug. Everyone else greeted Harry warmly, asking him how he was feeling and congratulating him for beating Slytherin. Soon enough they had jumped back into going over what had been covered last night and what would be covered next week. At the conclusion of the meeting, Harry left with Neville and Ginny for the Gryffindor Tower. Both Gryffindors immediately informed Harry on everything he missed, including Crabbe's suspension from the Quidditch team, Professor McGonagall's lecture of the Gryffindor House, Professor Dumbledore's speech to all houses last night at dinner along with Malfoy's probation and removal from the Slytherin Quidditch team. This didn't really surprise Harry. Malfoy could cause more damage as a prefect than a seeker. Dumbledore's speech to the entire school last night was a surprise. According to Neville, Professor Dumbledore declared that any feuding between and even within houses would not be tolerated. Both Neville and Ginny had revealed that quite a few Gryffindors had wanted to avenge Harry, feeling that the punishment given to Malfoy was too lenient, and were now frustrated that they couldn't do anything because of the announcement. The Gryffindors felt that it was their right to defend one of their own. Harry didn't know what to think about the entire mess. He was touched that people cared but was still uneasy about Malfoy being punished. Malfoy's group had never been one to follow the rules. They were just discreet about how they broke them. Harry had a strong feeling that wasn't about to change just because Professor Dumbledore gave everyone a warning. Entering the Gryffindor Tower, Harry found himself bombarded with voices of sympathy and congratulations. Questions of Harry's recovery were mixed with praise for causing the Slytherin team to lose 2 members. Much to Harry's relief, Ron and Hermione pulled him away from the crowd and up to the empty 5th-year boys' dormitory. Ron closed the door behind them and locked it while Hermione cast a few silencing charms. Hagrid's back, Harry, Hermione said urgently. We saw him last night. He's in rough shape. He looks like he's been fighting giants. Harry instantly tensed. The thought of something happening to Hagrid had never crossed his mind. But he's okay, right? Harry asked nervously. He would have told me if something went wrong. The last thing I heard was that he was delayed. How bad is he? Ron and Hermione looked at each other in surprise before returning their gaze back to Harry. You've been in contact with Hagrid? Hermione asked. Harry nodded as he sat down on the nearest bed, which happened to be Dean's. He felt guilty that he couldn't be around when I had almost died, he said uncomfortably. He would send an owl every few weeks, asking how I was doing and what trouble Sirius and Remus were causing. He never told me what he was doing, so I didn't ask. You know Hagrid. He can't keep a secret if his life depended on it. Ron suddenly looked away while Hermione sat down next to Harry. We noticed, she said under her breath. Hagrid told us that he was in the mountains trying to convince the giants to join our side. Evidently it didn't go too well. First there was some sort of revolt among the giants, then Death Eaters arrived. I think Hagrid didn't want to worry you, so he didn't go into detail about what was going on, just like you haven't told him about what's been going on. Harry instantly turned to Hermione, eyes wide. There was so much Harry hadn't told Hagrid because of the fact that Hagrid would immediately abandon his mission to be at Harry's side if he knew something was wrong. The half-giant was extremely protective of those he cared about. What did you tell him? Harry asked nervously. Hermione glanced at Ron anxiously. She was still trying to repair her friendship with Harry and appeared worried that she had endangered what progress they had made. Well, Hagrid wanted to know why you weren't with us, she said as she returned her attention to Harry. We had to tell him about the Quidditch game. Hagrid didn't understand why Malfoy had acted that way, so we told him that this wasn't the first time that Malfoy had attacked you this year. Then Hagrid wanted to know why you were grounded from practice, so we had to tell him about the attack on the train. He was really angry about that, Harry, Ron added. I've never seen him so angry. We calmed him down, then Umbridge came and started questioning him about where he had been. Luckily we had your cloak so she didn't see us. She really doesn't like Hagrid. I don't think it helped when Hagrid really couldn't explain his injuries to her. Harry kept shifting his gaze between Ron and Hermione as he worked out everything they just said. He had figured Hagrid would find about everything else sooner or later anyways, most likely from Professor Dumbledore. So you didn't tell Hagrid about my heart condition, right? He asked carefully. Ron and Hermione shook their heads, allowing Harry to let out a sigh of relief. At least an angry Hagrid wouldn't corner him anytime soon. In regards to Umbridge, I don't think she likes any of the teachers here since they're loyal to Professor Dumbledore. True, but Hagrid doesn't realize how much trouble Umbridge can cause, Hermione said matter-of-factly. Hagrid doesn't realize how much things have changed this year. If he brings out a dangerous creature for class. I get it, Harry said as he rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses. Umbridge could declare him unfit to teach. I trust you warned him. Hermione nodded. Then you've done everything you can. Hermione moved to object. Hermione, you can't force someone, especially an adult, to believe something if they don't want to. I don't want Hagrid to get in trouble either, but nagging him isn't going to solve anything. Hermione let out an annoyed huff and scowled. Well, if you're going to use logic, she muttered, making Harry and Ron laugh. That was certainly the last thing they had expected to hear Hermione say, since she had always been the logical thinker of the group. It was clear that she wanted to argue but knew that Harry indeed had a point. She couldn't force people to believe what she wanted, no matter if it was the truth or not. Sometimes people just needed to make the mistakes and learn from them. Hagrid's teaching abilities would be tested the following Tuesday in Care of Magical Creatures class. Ron and Hermione were right. He did look like he had been in a fight with giants. His left eye was swollen shut, cuts covered his face and hands that appeared to only have begun healing, and he was moving a little on the stiff side, alerting Harry that there were additional injuries under the surface. The moment Hagrid, who was waiting for everyone at the edge of the forest with a dead animal that somewhat resembled a cow over his shoulder, saw Harry, he smiled brightly and waved. Harry waved back, trying desperately not to let his apprehension show. He really didn't want to know what they could be learning about today that would require the presence of such a large dead animal to serve as a bargaining chip. As soon as the entire class had arrived, Hagrid could hardly hold back his excitement. Today we'll be workin' in the forest, he announced. They prefer the dark and it's a bit more sheltered. I've been savin' this trip into the forest fair this year. We're seein' these creatures in their natural habitat. Just so ye all know, what we're studying today is really rare. I'm probably the only person in Britain who's managed to train these creatures. Stay close and follow me. Several students didn't bother hiding their nervousness as they followed Hagrid into the forest, Malfoy being one of them. Harry could think of quite a few creatures in the forest that preferred the dark and silently prayed that they weren't visiting the Acromantulas today. He really didn't think Ron would be able to handle it. It didn't take long for Harry to realize that they weren't traveling in the same direction of Aragog's cave. From the relieved sigh that came from Ron, Harry figured that Ron had been thinking the same thing he had. They walked for approximately 10 minutes until they were surrounded by trees that were so close to each other that no sunlight crept through the branches. There was absolutely no snow on the ground, only mud. Hagrid dropped his load on the ground, then stepped away before turning to face the class. Most of the students had never been in the forest and appeared to be one shout away from running for their lives. Gather round, everyone, Hagrid said with a smile. No reason to be scared. They'll be attracted to the smell of the meat, but I'll give 'em a call anyways. Cover ears, everyone. The students immediately obeyed as Hagrid let out a strange shrieking cry that echoed throughout the forest. After a few moments Hagrid let out another cry, then waited. It wasn't long before Harry noticed strange horse-like creatures appearing out of the darkness. They looked almost starved, their black coats apparently the only thing covering their skeletons. Harry was certain he could see every bone. They had heads that resembled ones belonging to dragons. Their eyes were pupil-less, which was extremely unnerving. They had black, leathery wings resembling those belonging to bats. Harry took a nervous step backwards as more creatures arrived. They observed the class for a few seconds before they started attacking the dead animal with their pointed fangs. Glancing around, he saw that no one seemed to notice the creatures. They were all looking up in the trees as if they were expecting something else to come. Harry turned to Hagrid, who had his attention on the creatures with a proud smile on his face. "There's plenty of them around now," Hagrid said proudly. "Now, who can see 'em? Put your hands up." Harry raised his hand along with Neville and a stringy Slytherin boy standing just behind Goyle. "I figured ye would, Harry," Hagrid said softly. "Neville, ye too, and what are we supposed to be seeing here?" Malfoy sneered. Hagrid pointed to the dead animal. "Watch," he said firmly. After a few seconds several students gasped while others squealed as pieces of the carcass disappeared. "These are Thestrals," he informed the class. "Hogwarts has an entire herd of 'em in the forest now, but they're extremely unlucky," cried a frightened Parvati. "They bring horrible misfortune to those who see them," Professor Trelawney said. Hagrid let out a chuckle. "There's just a superstition, Parvati," he said. "They aren't unlucky at all. They're very clever and very useful. How do ye think carriages get tear Hogwarts? The Thestrals pull 'em. They won't hurt ye. Who can tell me why some o' ye can see 'em and some can't?" Hermione's hand instantly went in the air. Hagrid nodded at her to answer. "The only people who can see Thestrals are those who have seen death," Hermione said confidently. "That's right," Hagrid said with a nod. 10 points tear Gryffindor. Now, Thestrals. Hem. Harry suppressed a groan. Professor Umbridge had arrived and was standing not too far from Harry, wearing a green hat and cloak with her clipboard ready. This certainly was not the day for a review. Harry just had a feeling that Umbridge would find some way to make Hagrid incriminate himself, something that really wasn't that hard to do. Harry had managed it when he was a first year. "Oh, hello, Professor Umbridge," Hagrid said with a smile. "Glad ye found the place. We're doing Thestrals today." Professor Umbridge simply blinked at him before she started scribbling on her clipboard while muttering to herself, similar to what she had done in Professor McGonagall's class. The problem was Hagrid wasn't as confident in his teaching abilities as Professor McGonagall was. Harry looked directly at Hagrid and mouthed, "Just ignore her," earning a nod from Hagrid in return, who returned his attention to the class. "We started off with a male and 5 females, Hagrid said, his voice clearly not as confident as before. "This one's," he patted the first horse that arrived, named Tenebris. "He's the first one born here in the forest. Are you aware, Professor," Umbridge interrupted loudly, "that the Ministry of Magic classifies Thestrals as dangerous?" Hagrid chuckled at the comment. "Anything's dangerous if ye don't know how to handle it," he said to Umbridge, then returned to the class. "Thestrals have a bad reputation because o' the whole death thing. People used to think they were bad omens, but they didn't. Understand, Thestrals'll leave ye alone as long as ye don't attack 'em or get in their way." Professor Umbridge started walking around, asking questions to the students in a loud enough voice that made it difficult for Hagrid to ignore her. Of course Umbridge only questioned the Slytherin students, who seemed to think it was their mission to think up whatever lies they could about Hagrid. Pansy claimed that Hagrid was impossible to understand and had several Slytherins agreeing with her. Umbridge didn't stick around much longer after informing Hagrid that he would receive his results soon. Harry didn't miss the look of disgust on Professor Umbridge's face while she spoke to Hagrid. It was clear that Umbridge had already made her mind up about Hagrid, which didn't ease Harry's mind. Hagrid may be a little unorthodox, but he knew quite a bit about magical creatures and was certainly enjoyed his teaching position, which was more than what Harry could say about Umbridge. Harry had to admit that the inspection hadn't gone as bad as it could have, but it had gone bad enough. Hagrid never had much for self-confidence. He needed to be reassured that he was doing something right, and Umbridge's attitude and constant questioning had only damaged what had taken so long for Hagrid to build. For the next few days life at Hogwarts was as normal as it could be, at least for Harry. With the Gryffindor versus Slytherin Quidditch game over, the intense rivalry between houses had shifted back to normal. So far all students had obeyed the warning Professor Dumbledore had given about improper actions against opposing houses, even the Slytherins. Other than some harmless pranking by the twins on other Gryffindors, no one had really done anything. Harry had managed to avoid attention until potions class on Thursday, where they were brewing an extremely difficult potion. As with all of his potions, Harry was extremely careful in following the instructions. He had been determined not to destroy a cauldron this year and was so far had followed through with the vow. His potions had all been given at least an acceptable grade, something that seemed to annoy Professor Snape endlessly. As the end of class approached, Professor Snape started examining the cauldrons. The usual comments of dismal and pitiful were muttered except when Snape took a sniff from Hermione's cauldron before moving on to Harry's. The color of Harry's cauldron was nearly an identical shade of blue to Hermione's, something that Professor Snape would never admit. Knowing the routine by now, Harry moved out of the way and let Professor Snape sniff his potion, then watched as the potion's master examined the texture. "Too dark and too thick, Potter," Professor Snape said coldly. "Detention tonight at 6 with your head of house for your incompetence." Harry tried to ignore the snickers from the Slytherin students as his shoulders hunched forward and head bowed in disappointment. He had done everything correctly, but it just wasn't enough for Professor Snape. After dropping off a corked flask full of his potion on Snape's desk, Harry left with the rest of the class without even daring a look at the overly biased, greasy-haired hook-nosed man. This had been the first time this term where Professor Snape had gone out of his way to signal Harry out. Why? Probably for revenge, Harry mused. Snape had just lost 2 members of his Quidditch team. Harry spent the remainder of the day in a daze. He didn't know what to think anymore. There was so much happening this term that just didn't make sense. The teachers were acting strangely, but that could be because of Professor Umbridge and her High Inquisitor role. His dreams were stranger than normal, which was certainly saying a lot. The only good thing that was also strange was that he really hadn't had an outburst since Voldemort had awakened. Harry really didn't know what to think about that. In one aspect, he was grateful that he didn't have to worry about it, but on the other hand, it could mean that the next one would be a powerful one that would completely overwhelm him. After a quick dinner which he barely ate anything, Harry hurried off to Professor McGonagall's office for his detention. He reached it with 5 minutes to spare. Figuring that he better just get it over with, Harry knocked on the door and heard a firm, "Come in," from Professor McGonagall. He opened the door and saw McGonagall sitting at her desk, grading assignments. Not wanting to interrupt, Harry remained by the door until Professor McGonagall looked up at him. "Close the door, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said sternly, making Harry wince. She hadn't used that tone with him for the past few years. Once Harry closed the door, Professor McGonagall stood up and walked around her desk, her pile of assignments instantly forgotten. "We need talk about the attack in September, Harry," she said in a kinder tone. Why didn't you tell anyone? To say that Harry was confused was an understatement. Was she upset with him or not? Why did she want to talk about something that happened months ago? Well, something that didn't really happen months ago. "Excuse me," he asked softly, not sure that he heard right. Professor McGonagall approached Harry and met his gaze with a knowing look on her face. "Harry, I spoke with your teammates," she said gently. "I know you were cornered by 5 Slytherin students when you were grounded by Madame Pomfrey. The question is, why did you remain silent about it? Those students were wrong to do what they did. Remaining silent only encouraged their behavior to continue." But nothing happened, Harry protested as he took a step back, trying to distance himself from McGonagall. Words were said, that was all. Of course that wouldn't have been the case if they hadn't been interrupted when they had by the Gryffindor Quidditch team, but Harry wasn't about to mention that. "I don't understand why everyone's making a big deal about this. You know Malfoy, he's all talk." "Okay, that's a lie. If that was true, then how do you explain what happened after the Quidditch game?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Mr. Malfoy is clearly out of hand. If we had known what he had done months ago, then we could have kept an eye out if this inexcusable behavior continued. You should have come to me with this, Harry. I still don't understand why you did not." "Because I didn't want any more attention than I already had," Harry shouted before he could stop himself, and instantly regretting it. Letting out a sigh, Harry rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses and shook his head. This was why he didn't say anything about what happened. No one would understand why he needed to do what he did. "Forgive me, Professor," he said softly. "I didn't mean to shout. You don't know Malfoy like I do. He's jealous of what happened on the train. He was just trying to convince me that he was the king of the playground, so to speak. As true as that may be, Mr. Malfoy is not a little boy anymore," Professor McGonagall said firmly. "He is a 15-year-old who needs to learn that you don't always get what you want in life. I seem to remember his father being the same way. Did it ever occur to you that Mr. Malfoy may be acting out against any other students here, not just you? Harry shook his head. He had to admit that it didn't occur to him. He hadn't heard anything, so he assumed that nothing had happened. Malfoy had always targeted Harry and his friends. He never bothered with anyone else then, why should he now? A firm knock on the door halted the conversation. Professor McGonagall motioned for Harry to take a seat in front of her desk as she moved for the door. Sitting down, Harry set his school bag on the floor as he glanced over his shoulder to see Professor McGonagall open the door and step outside. She kept the door partially opened, allowing Harry to hear the conversation, although whether that was intentional, Harry didn't know. "Professor Umbridge, I'm afraid I can't talk right now," Professor McGonagall said in her normal stern voice. "I am currently with a student for detention." "That is exactly why I'm here, Professor," Umbridge said in her usual sweet voice. "I understand you have Mr. Potter for detention at the moment." A shuffling sound could be heard, followed by a rustling sound. Hem, hem. As a result of recent events, the Minister has passed Educational Decree No. 24 declaring that the High Inquisitor will henceforth have supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions and removal of privileges pertaining to the students of Hogwarts, and the power to alter such punishments, sanctions and removals of privileges as may have been ordered by other staff members. Sighed Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, Order of Merlin First Class, etc., etc. Before Professor McGonagall could say anything, Professor Umbridge forced her way into the office. "Mr. Potter, please come with me," she said in the same sweet voice that made Harry feel ill. "Now see here, Professor," Professor McGonagall objected. "Mr. Potter was assigned to detention with me. To come in here and alter the punishment like this undermines my authority and the authority of every other professor in this school." Now, Professor," Umbridge said with a wide smile as she turned back to McGonagall. "There is no need to be overdramatic. I just have it on good authority that you may be a little lenient on your students, especially Mr. Potter." She looked back at Harry, noticing the teenager hadn't moved in the slightest. "Come on, Mr. Potter. The longer you dawdle, the later your detention will last." Not wanting to get Professor McGonagall in any trouble, Harry stood up, grabbed his school bag and followed Professor Umbridge, noticing a shocked Professor McGonagall as he passed. This day was just going from bad to worse. This meant that every time Professor Snape was being unfair, Professor Umbridge could change the punishment to a night of writing lines in his own blood. No matter what it took, Harry made a mental vow not to give any of his teachers any incentive to give him detention. Following Umbridge into her office, Harry noticed that the infamous quill was already on the table along with a long piece of parchment. "You know what to do, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said sweetly as she motioned for him to take a seat at the table. Chop, chop. Harry suppressed a groan as he set his school bag on the floor and took his seat. Picking up the quill, Harry inhaled deeply, already dreading what he knew was going to happen. How many hours would she keep him this time? Reluctantly, Harry put the quill to the parchment and wrote, "I must not tell lies." The words appeared in red on the parchment and on the back of his hand as clear as if it had been there all along. Ignoring the stinging pain from his hand, Harry wrote, "I must not tell lies" again, and this time felt a more intense pain as the cut on the back of his hand deepened. It was only an hour into the detention when Umbridge started talking. "Mr. Potter," she said with a sad tone to her voice, "I'm afraid we are having a problem." Harry hesitated and looked up. "Oh, keep writing, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said sweetly, then turned her tone back to distressing. "I try with you, but you can't seem to let it sink in. You are determined to spread lies around the castle. Sometimes I have to wonder if this just isn't a cry for help." Professor Umbridge looked at the scroll in her hands and shook her head slowly. "I believe it all started before your third year with Sirius Black and your uncle," she said thoughtfully. "From what I've learned, you were quite the delinquent when you lived with your relatives, causing problems, starting fights. One has to wonder if Vernon Dursley was justified to use whatever means necessary to ensure your obedience." Harry froze as he inhaled sharply. No, there was no way what Uncle Vernon did could be justified. Sirius, Remus and the entire Hogwarts staff assured Harry that Uncle Vernon was wrong to take his anger out on a teenager. No adult has any right to strike a child. Remus had told him repeatedly that Uncle Vernon had been wrong to do what he did. Terrorizing your relatives with threats of magic, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said regretfully, and you wonder why your relatives behaved like they did. Keep writing, Mr. Potter. She waited until Harry resumed writing his lines before continuing. Perhaps you are the reason your relatives hate magic so much. From what I understand, they provided everything you needed for almost 12 years before you accused your uncle of abuse. Accused? Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. Professor Umbridge was blaming him for Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's fear of the abnormal. It wasn't true. Aunt Petunia had been jealous of her sister and resented her for being a witch. Aunt Petunia had admitted that much when Hagrid had rescued him on his 11th birthday. That was when the lies started, Professor Umbridge continued. Once you saw the attention you received, you couldn't stop. She clicked her tongue and shook her head. It's sad that a respectable family must now pay the price. I fear that lying is like an addiction for you, Mr. Potter. Once you start with one, you just can't stop. It doesn't help that your Hem Guardians only enforce the lies. You may think you have everyone wrapped around your finger, Mr. Potter, but I know what you're trying to do. I don't think you realize the trouble you have caused for so many. It's not true, Harry mentally repeated over and over again. The Dursleys were anything but respectable. It's not true. They treated him like a South Avenue. It's not true. Sirius and Remus were the first ones to tell him the truth about his parents and what the Dursleys had done to him. It's not true. Harry trusted them with his life. It's not true. He would never lie about anything like that. An ex-convict and a half-breed, Umbridge muttered. Perhaps your current living environment has been more damaging than what we originally believed. It seems clear that your relatives were the only ones who could keep someone like you in line, Mr. Potter. It has only been since you left them that you have caused nothing but problems. That's because the Ministry is too daft to accept that they make mistakes. Harry mentally screamed. He could only come to the conclusion that Professor Umbridge was completely out of her mind. Umbridge was obsessed with the Ministry. In her distorted mind, everything the Ministry did was right regardless of how true it actually was. She is certainly a few bricks shy of a full load. I suppose it shouldn't surprise me to find you taking advantage of a gracious title and privileges the Ministry had given you, Professor Umbridge continued. You could be using your fame to be such a positive influence for the Ministry, yet you use it to strut around these halls like you own the place. With such an attitude, I find it to be no surprise that others take it upon themselves to keep you in line. Harry's breathing quickened as he tried to keep his emotions under control. He did not strut. How could she be so twisted to think that Malfoy was in the right? Also, he never asked for the fame that came with being the boy who lived. He never wanted it. The problem was no one could seem to realize that. You may have many people under your control, Mr. Potter, but I am certainly not one of them, Professor Umbridge said confidently. I see what a pampered brat you really are. You seem to make it your mission in life to cause problems. The way I see it, it's only a matter of time before your precious guardians and teachers see you for who you really are. When that time comes, I hope you're prepared to face the consequences of your actions. Harry could feel his control faltering. Calming techniques, Harry. Closing his eyes, Harry tried to focus on anything but Umbridge's voice. She had the right to her own opinion. Remus told him that much. Remus didn't tell him how much her opinion hurt, though. Why didn't anyone understand that he would happily give up the name and all of the fame the Ministry gave him if it meant he could just be like everyone else? Why did everyone assume that he loved the publicity that took away any hope had having any sort of life? Desperate times call for desperate measures, Mr. Potter, Professor Umbridge said matter-of-factly. People like you need a firm hand to keep you in line. It appears that the actions your uncle took have been the only way to keep you out of trouble. In my opinion, it won't be long until everyone awakens to see that you are nothing more than an attention-wanting liar. With her speech complete, Professor Umbridge sat down behind her desk and started grading assignments. On the outside, Harry displayed no sign of her words breaking the surface, but inside he was screaming. Remus had insisted that Uncle Vernon had been in the wrong to take his anger out on Harry. The entire teaching staff had ensured Harry that what happened wasn't his fault. That was the reason Uncle Vernon was in jail. Professor Umbridge was silent for the remainder of the detention. The only sounds that could be heard were their quills scratching parchment and the occasional shuffling of parchment as Umbridge moved from one assignment to the next. Finally, at nearly 1 in the morning, Professor Umbridge examined Harry's blood-soaked hand before dismissing him with a smile and a sweet, "Good night." After grabbing his school bag, Harry hurried out of the room and for the nearest bathroom. He carefully cleaned his wound before bandaging it up like he had before. His hand was throbbing severely and still bleeding heavily without any sight of stopping any time soon. After hiding his hand in his robes, Harry hurried to the Gryffindor Tower, not wanting to be caught for being out past curfew and receiving another detention, something that wouldn't surprise Harry in the slightest. Entering the Gryffindor common room, Harry wasn't surprised to find it empty. Everyone had most likely gone to bed hours ago. Maneuvering around the furniture to the staircase, Harry couldn't think of anything except for wanting this day to end. He had thought he could handle whatever Umbridge threw at him, but the ridicule she had just given him was something he hadn't been ready for. It had been over 2 years since he had been subjected to it, but this was nothing like what his relatives had said to him. His relatives had never told him that those who cared about him would turn against him, since they never believed that anyone saw Harry as nothing other than a freak. Harry softly entered his dorm room and was instantly hit with the sounds of Neville snoring. He carefully made his way to his 4-poster bed and set his school bag on the floor. He had never thought that he could be so surrounded by people and yet feel so alone. None of them could begin to fathom what his life was really like. At the moment, Harry was willing to go to Malfoy and offer his life to his rival freely. How could people want a life like this? Changing into his pajamas, Harry subconsciously touched his ribs, remembering the pain that he had felt over 2 years ago when his uncle had broken them. He remembered Umbridge's words, but the truth was he never accused Vernon Dursley of anything. The wail of a man had admitted what he had done. Everyone knew that. Umbridge knew that. Harry cast a few silencing charms around his bed and then crawled in. He buried his face in his pillow, trying to fight back the tears that so desperately wanted to come. This was the price of keeping his secrets. His friends and teachers didn't understand him. The wizarding world either thought of him as a hero or a liar, and he was ridiculed for matters that were long dead. Professor Umbridge was just trying to make him do something stupid like she always did. It wasn't true. She was lying. She had to be. But if it wasn't true, then why did it hurt so much? For the next month Harry felt himself being pushed past his limit. Professor Umbridge somehow found reasons for assigning Harry detention, which gave her hours to drill into his head what a troublemaker he was while he mutilated his hand with writing lines. In addition to the DA and council meetings, all of the 5th-year students were given so much homework that it was impossible to get a decent night's sleep, so Harry did the only thing he could do. He cut back on sleep. Throughout the detentions it was becoming more and more difficult for Harry to remain silent while Professor Umbridge ridiculed him, Sirius, Remus, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, but somehow he managed. That didn't mean he left those nights unaffected. After spending hours in bed calming himself down, Harry fell into nightmares of everyone he cared about telling him he was nothing more than a burden and should be sent back to the Dursleys. As soon as the nightmares started, Harry was extra careful in casting the silencing charms around his bed. His 4-poster bed soon became a fortress of charms that made Harry's head ache, but at least no one heard him cry out. Ron and Hermione were also feeling the strain with their prefect duties that had steadily increased as the holidays drew near. It wasn't uncommon for Ron and Hermione to disappear for hours and return, with Ron complaining about trouble causing first years, with Hermione only moments away from losing her patience with him. It was hard to figure out who was more stressed with their duties, Ron or Hermione. Hermione clearly loved being a prefect but still took her responsibility seriously, which aggravated Ron, who enjoyed his position when he didn't have to discipline or when he didn't have a lot of schoolwork. Their hectic schedules were probably the only reason they hadn't started to question the slowly increasing shadows under Harry's eyes. As Christmas drew near, everyone seemed to become more and more anxious for a break away from the walls of Hogwarts. Harry was no different. His weekly correspondence with Sirius and Remus had only increased the want to see his guardians face to face, although Harry was also nervous. Sirius and Remus were extremely observant and had a tendency to know when Harry was hiding something. There was also the problem that Harry wouldn't be able to blame his exhaustion on schoolwork at home. Ron and Hermione were also going home, which would mean this was the first Christmas they were completely separated. Hermione was going skiing with her parents and Ron was going home to the burrow. It took a while for Harry and Hermione to explain the concept of skiing to Ron, who still thought it was ridiculous to strap pieces of wood to your feet and slide down a mountain, but they managed. With everyone leaving for the holidays, especially everyone from the council, DA meetings were being put on hold until everyone returned. When the final DA meeting before the holidays arrived, Harry made a point to arrive to the room of requirement early only to see that someone had been extremely busy. Christmas decorations were hanging all over the place. It seemed that Dobby had taken it upon himself to spread a little Christmas cheer. The council arrived shortly after him, also admiring Dobby's handiwork. "Oh, mistletoe," Luna pointed out dreamily that Harry was standing under it, causing Harry to quickly move and the rest of the council to laugh. Before anything else could be said, DA members started to arrive. Tonight was just a review, which meant everyone from the council had a portion of the lesson. Neville covered the impediment jinx, Cho covered the stunning spell, Justin covered the disarming spell, Hannah ran through the basic Protega charm, Ginny and Luna ran through some basic jinxes, and Harry covered a few of the more advanced spells that the DA had learned. From time to time Harry had actually taught when no one from the council felt comfortable teaching the material. It was a rare occasion for no one from the council to grasp the material in the Wednesday meeting, but it did happen. Watching the representatives instruct, Harry couldn't help but be amazed at the progress everyone had made so far. Neville and Justin had found confidence, Cho had found something to throw herself into so she wouldn't dwell on the past, Hannah had gained patience, Ginny had stepped out of the long shadow made by her many brothers, and Luna would always be Luna. She certainly had a unique perspective, but now she wasn't hesitant to voice it. The council had accepted each member for who they were, which had done wonders for their self-esteems. After 2 hours of running through everything, Harry called the meeting to a halt. "Everyone is making excellent progress so far," he announced as he walked back to the council. "After the break we will begin to cover more advanced material, perhaps even Patronuses if time allows. It all depends on you and how hard you work for it. If you have any questions or ideas, you know who to talk to. Have a happy Christmas, everyone." Everyone slowly filtered out, wishing Harry and the council a Happy Christmas as they passed. Soon it was just the council left, who cleaned up before they departed for their own towers. Harry walked with Neville and Ginny, who were talking quietly about possible material to be covered after Christmas. Harry just listened to the excited chatter. His supervisor role had slowly shifted to supervising teacher, but he found that he enjoyed the change. He enjoyed teaching. "As long as everyone treats me normally, I'm fine." With the final week of classes before break arriving, Harry made every effort not to give Professor Umbridge any ammunition to give him detention. With the ever-increasing pile of schoolwork, Harry really couldn't afford it. He had been up late every night and early everyone, yet he was only just getting by. It was almost like all of the teachers were trying to push all of the fifth years into exhaustion before they left. Unfortunately for Harry, Professor Umbridge wasn't in the Christmas spirit. Just as class ended on Monday, she declared that Harry would have detention on Wednesday for not paying attention in class. This completely enraged everyone in the class. They had been reading the entire time. How could you be punished for not paying attention when you weren't supposed to be paying attention to the teacher to begin with? What even shocked the class more was that Harry just accepted the unfair punishment and left with Ron and Hermione hurrying after him. "I can't believe this," Hermione ranted as they walked to the Great Hall, not caring who may be listening. That hag, how can she possibly use that as a valid excuse for giving anyone detention? We were reading the entire time. You should really say something to Dumbledore, Harry, Ron added. Umbridge is out of control. How many detentions has she given you the past month? More than I care to remember, Harry muttered honestly. His detentions had been at least twice a week, which made it extremely difficult for his hand to heal completely between detentions. He had grown accustomed to having his sleeve cover his right hand all the time now to hide the bandages. He had slowly started using his left hand more so he wasn't attracting attention to his right hand, and so far it was working. "So what does she have you doing in detentions, Harry?" Hermione asked curiously. Just writing lines," Harry said evenly. It wasn't a lie necessarily, just not the complete truth. Harry had become extremely talented in half-truths lately. It was an accomplishment that he wasn't proud of, but he had convinced himself that it was necessary. "Oh," Hermione said in amazement. It was clear that she hadn't been expecting to hear that. "Well, I guess it could be worse." "Right," Harry said softly. It could be worse, although he didn't know how it possibly could. Soon enough time for detention on Wednesday arrived and Harry had to endure hearing Professor Umbridge berating Harry, claiming that he was a troublemaking burden and it was only a matter of time before the wizarding world wizened up and realized the truth while Harry wrote lines in his own blood. Truthfully, Harry was too tired to do anything but listen as Umbridge went on and on for at least an hour before sitting down behind her desk to grade assignments. By now he was used to Umbridge's scolding voice and tried to just ignore it as much as he could. He was released around 11 and quickly followed the pattern of hurrying to the bathroom to clean and bandage his wound before hurrying to the Gryffindor Tower. By now he had everything down to a routine. He made his way through the empty common room without having to look, hurried up the staircase and entered the dark dorm room with Neville's snores being the only loud sound. He maneuvered past the belongings his roommates had left on the floor to reach his bed before changing, casting several silencing charms and crawling in with a hope that tonight would be a night without nightmares. But like every night, tonight wouldn't be that night. He quickly fell into a nightmare where Sirius and Remus were shouting at him, telling him he was a good-for-nothing freak who would be given back to the Dursleys as soon as Vernon was released from jail so some sense could be knocked into Harry since that was what Harry so desperately needed. Harry tried to plead with his guardians but they wouldn't listen. To them, Harry wasn't worth listening to. Then the nightmare changed. His body changed. His body was now smooth and flexible. He was gliding like he was on ice but it was cold, dark stone. He was sliding on his belly, flat against the floor. It was strange but he didn't feel strange for some reason. The objects around him pulsated with strange colors. Looking down the corridor, he noticed a man sitting on the floor with his head bowed, his outline clear despite the darkness. He was obviously asleep. Sticking out his tongue, Harry could taste the man's scent in the air. It was strangely familiar but he couldn't place where from. It was so familiar. He knew this man. Why couldn't he think of who it was? The man started to stir, causing his silver cloak to fall as he jumped to his feet, noticing that he wasn't alone anymore. The man was tall compared to him but that didn't matter. He watched as the man pulled out a wand leaving him no choice at all. But why? Why didn't he have a choice? An overpowering wave of pain flooded him especially around his scar, pushing away any protest as Harry cried out. It felt like his head was being split open by an extremely powerful force. He had absolutely no choice, he had to strike the man. It was needed. It was necessary. But why? He reared high from the floor and struck the man's side. No. A commanding force pushed Harry backwards, allowing him to see a familiar-looking S strike 2 more times. Harry instantly recognized the man now yelling in pain before falling back against the wall and slumping to the floor, his blood soaking the floor around him. It was Mr. Weasley. Before Harry could act, the scene quickly distorted into darkness as he quickly sat upright in his bed. He was soaked with sweat, breathing heavily, his head was completely throbbing in pain, and feeling like he was about to lose his stomach. As quickly as possible, Harry untangled himself from his sheets and hurried out of the dorm room, tripping over Seamus's shoes in the process. He ran to the nearest bathroom, to the nearest stall and emptied his stomach in the toilet. Now feeling completely exhausted, Harry flushed the toilet then sat down with his back against the stall. At the moment he didn't trust himself to be able to sit up without some form of assistance. "Harry!" Ron shouted as he entered the bathroom and made his way to the stall. The moment he saw Harry, his eyes widened at the sight of his friend. "Harry, why you're bleeding? There's blood all over your face. What happened?" "McGonagall, please," Harry said weakly, which was all the incentive Ron needed to run out of the bathroom as fast as he could. Closing his eyes and tilting his head back against the stall, Harry desperately tried to keep his thoughts in order and not give in to the pounding pain in his head. Unfortunately his stomach didn't agree with staying still, forcing Harry to retch whatever little was left in his stomach in the toilet. Flushing again, Harry fought the urge to collapse and retook his spot leaning against the stall for support as several people entered the bathroom at an extremely quick pace. "Mr. Potter!" Professor McGonagall cried at the sight of Harry as she knelt down at his side. "Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Thomas, fetch Madame Pomfrey. Mr. Weasley, inform Professor Dumbledore, the password is Fizzing Wisby. Mr. Finnegan, Dampen a cloth with cool water. Move, boys. They didn't need to be told twice and hurried to do as they were told. Harry felt someone moving his fringe off to the side and looked over to see Professor McGonagall with panicked look on her face. He knew he had to tell her what he saw before Ron came back. Order guard in corridor injured badly, he said tiredly as his eyes closed. Are you sure, Harry? McGonagall asked in an urgent whisper. Harry started to nod but stopped when the movement caused the pain in his head to amplify. He let out a moan. But it had been enough for Professor McGonagall, who quickly left after instructing Seamus to put the damp cloth on Harry's forehead. A moment later Harry felt something cold applied to his forehead, sending chills down his spine. He suddenly felt so cold but couldn't bring himself to do anything about it. His head lolled forward as he slowly lost consciousness. The last thing he remembered was the feeling like he was being effortlessly lifted out of the stall. Intense cold surrounded him, yet he was covered with blankets. He was shivering, his teeth chattering as he rolled onto his left side and tried to pull his bed covers tighter around him in a hope for some warmth. His head ached and his stomach was uneasy. It took Harry a moment to remember why he felt so ill. His vision. Great. Just great. Now he didn't have to worry about normal nightmares but scar nightmares too. I can't explain it. I don't know why he isn't responding to any of the potions, but I also can't explain how his scar started to bleed. Perhaps the two are connected. It's a possibility, Poppy. We won't know for sure until Harry wakes. Until then, I must ask that no one be allowed to see him, including his friends. Harry doesn't need the distractions right now. A cold hand gently brushed his cheek, causing Harry shiver. It was almost like he had been touched by a ghost. The hand quickly pulled away, then rested on his back with the covers separating any coldness the touch may provide. The hand started to move slowly, almost like it was trying to coax Harry to awaken. Harry let out a groan in protest as he tried to bury his face in his pillow. The hand against his back was alerting Harry that his clothes were wet and sticking to him. Come on, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said softly. Time to wake up. Harry let out another groan in protest, but he did slowly open his eyes and looked over his shoulder to see an overabundance of white that could only belong to Professor Dumbledore. Reluctantly, Harry rolled onto his back and blinked tiredly at the headmaster. Professor, he asked groggily, is Mr. Weasley okay? Professor Dumbledore carefully slid Harry's glass on, allowing Harry to see clearly. Arthur is currently at St. Mungo's, he said quietly. I must thank you, Harry. Because of you we were able to find him before it was too late. Do you feel up to telling me what you saw? Harry swallowed painfully, discovering that his throat was extremely dry. Professor Dumbledore appeared to realize this and helped Harry take a few sips of water before sitting down at Harry's bedside. Slowly, Harry told Professor Dumbledore about his scar nightmare, having to take periodic breaks for a drink of water when his sore throat made it too hard to continue. It was odd. His throat almost felt like he had been screaming for a long period of time. When he finished, nothing was said for what felt like a long time. Turning his head, Harry saw Professor Dumbledore had a thoughtful look on his face. If I understand correctly, you saw everything from the S's point of view until the attack, when you saw everything from the third-person point of view, Dumbledore concluded. I wish I could give you answers for the questions I know are running through your head right now, Harry, but I must ask you to be patient for now. Can you do that? Harry slowly nodded but had to stop when the movement caused the pain in his head to increase. Professor Dumbledore was about to call for Madame Pomfrey when the sound of the door opening startled both of them. Dumbledore instantly stood and turned, his body blocking Harry's view for a moment until the headmaster moved aside and allowed a familiar black-haired marauder to hurry to Harry's side and pull him into a fierce hug. Sirius gasped as he loosened his hold on Harry and felt the teen's forehead. You're burning up, he exclaimed and looked at Dumbledore. You didn't tell us that Harry was ill when you sent us to retrieve Arthur. Why hasn't he been given something for it? I didn't know, Sirius, Dumbledore said honestly. Poppy has tried everything but so far Harry isn't responding to any of the potions. It could be any number of things. At the moment Harry just needs some uninterrupted rest. Then let us take him home, Remus said calmly. He wouldn't have to deal with any distractions like he would here. You wouldn't have to worry about someone sneaking in to see him, and we know enough from this summer to help him recover. You don't have to convince me, Remus, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly. Harry is your charge. If you two want to take him home until he recovers, then that is your decision. Poppy is the one you have to convince. You know how protective she is of her patients, particularly Harry. Sirius gently lowered Harry back to the bed and covered him up before running a hand through Harry's wet hair, the familiar action instantly causing Harry to relax and close his eyes. Get some rest, Cronlet, he said with a smile. We'll be home before you know it. Remus reached out and gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. If you need anything, just let us know, he said gently. We'll be right here. Harry let darkness consume him, knowing that for the first time in a long time, he felt safe knowing that Sirius and Remus were by his side. For Harry it was almost like he was trapped in a place between sleep and consciousness. One moment he was in a soft bed and the next he was being carried upstairs with his head resting against his carriers. He was wrapped in a blanket, but it just wasn't enough to stop his shivering. A muffled voice spoke so quietly that Harry didn't bother in trying to figure out what was being said. Another muffled voice replied, but it was so distant, so faint that Harry wasn't sure he had indeed heard someone speaking. His mind was such a sea of fog at the moment that he really couldn't make out anything, yet alone what people were saying. The person carrying Harry had finished ascending the stairs and was now walking on a smooth surface, allowing Harry to begin his descent back into slumber. The descent wasn't long. Before Harry knew it, he was being lowered onto a bed and instantly curled up, clutching onto the blanket as if his life depended on it. Hopefully the large piece of cloth would warm him soon. Hands carefully pried the blanket out of Harry's grasp and pulled him out of his cocoon. Harry Ned in protest as he felt bitter cold surround him even more. He was pulled into a sitting position and held upright as hands started to lift his shirt up. All of the cloudiness in his head instantly vanished as he realized what was happening. Removing his shirt would mean someone seeing his bandaged hand that was currently hidden in his sleeve. Harry tried to push the hands away, earning a chuckle at his antics. Come on, Harry, Remus said gently. Your clothes are wet. Changing into some dry ones will warm you up. Harry let out another moan of protest as he broke free of Remus' grasp and backed away. He instantly curled into a ball, clutching his hand to his. He couldn't let them see. He couldn't let them know what he had to endure for the last term. He didn't want to be a burden. He didn't want to cause trouble because that was what letting them see would do. It was better this way. Moony, just cast a drying charm, Sirius said on Harry's behalf. He needs his rest right now. No, Sirius, Remus interrupted. Poppy told us not to use magic. Besides, look at him. Something's not right. He then moved closer to the teen. Harry, what's wrong with your hand? Let me see it. Receiving no reply, Remus took another approach. He wrapped his arms around Harry and pulled him upright. Sirius, look at his hand. Sirius easily pried Harry's hidden hand out of his grasp and slowly pushed up the sleeve to reveal white gauze that was wet with a mixture of sweat and blood wrapped around his hand. What in Merlin's name? Sirius asked in shock. Harry, what happened? Harry tried to pull his hand back, but Sirius wouldn't let go. How could he tell them? What would they think? They would be angry, no, furious. That much was a given. Remus tightened his hold on Harry, pulling the teen deeper into his. Harry couldn't move. He was trapped. He could only sit there as Sirius slowly unwrapped the gauze and looked closely at the wound. Sirius inhaled sharply. Harry, he growled angrily. Who did this to you? Harry was clearly shaking, but now it was from a mixture of fever and fear. His breathing quickened as panic settled through his body. He couldn't move. He couldn't think of anything except Sirius anger. Who did this to you? Changed into, what did you do, in his mind? It was after all his fault, right? It had to be. He had been the only one singled out by Umbridge. No one else had been punished like this. His head was tilted backwards before cool liquid filled his mouth, causing him to gag. Some of the liquid escaped his mouth, but the majority of it found its way down his throat. The reaction was instantaneous. Harry's body relaxed. He was still shaking from fever, but it wasn't anything like it had been a moment ago. Instead of panic, Harry found himself unable to think of anything substantial. It was like he was in his own personal bubble. Nothing could hurt him here. A calm voice that sounded a lot like Remus entered the bubble. Harry, what happened to your hand? He asked. Detention. Harry answered groggily before he could stop himself. Lines Umbridge. Whatever happened next, Harry was too out of it to know. I don't care what you say, Dumbledore. I want Umbridge arrested and tried for abuse of a child and abusing her position. Blood quills are illegal. Fudge has gone too far this time. I will not stand by and let them get away with this. Harry's eyes flew open at the sound of Sirius' angry voice. He wasn't so cold anymore, but now he had an uneasy stomach, although not as bad as he had after the vision of Mr. Weasley being attacked. Looking around, Harry saw that his room was dimly lit, the source of light being the hallway light shining in from his partially opened door. From the sounds of it, Sirius was right outside his door. Pulling his bed covers over his head, Harry slowly tried to make sense of what Sirius was shouting about. The last thing he remembered was talking to Sirius and Remus in the hospital wing. Clearly he wasn't there anymore. He knew his own bed too well to make that mistake. Sirius, please calm down, Remus pleaded, his voice sounding tired. You'll wake Harry, and you saw what happened the last time you were upset. Harry was afraid of you. I'm angry too, but shouting isn't going to solve anything. Right now it's just Umbridge's word against Harry's. Do you have any idea what a trial like that would do to him, especially now with the condition he's in? So they know, Harry thought grimly. He knew it had been too much to hope that his detentions would remain a secret, especially with him being ill. From the sounds of it, that was all they knew, which was a blessing in its own right. If Sirius found out what Umbridge had been saying, he would probably track her down and curse her for hours unless he agreed with her. No, don't think that. It's not true. It can't be. Harry can handle it, Moony, Sirius said confidently. He's strong. He'll do the right thing. I was doing the right thing, Sirius. I was keeping you safe. If that's the case, then why did he try to hide it from us? Remus countered. Harry's scared, Sirius. He's scared of us. This is not the same Harry that we've talked to every week. Something happened to him, something traumatic. We need to find out what it was, and we won't get anywhere if you can't control your temper. If that's too hard for you, Sirius, then you'll have to stay away from Harry for the time being. What is important is to find out what happened to Harry, Professor Dumbledore said calmly. I spoke with his friends, but they knew little. Harry had only mentioned that Professor Umbridge writing lines. He hid it from everyone, Sirius. The question is why? Why would Harry hide something like this? Umbridge obviously threatened him, Sirius said instantly. Harry would have told me otherwise. There was a long silence. Why didn't he tell us, Moony? Sirius asked painfully. I thought he trusted us. Why couldn't he trust us with this? Why does Harry always think he has to deal with everything himself? He's just a kid. Harry pushed back the covers and slowly sat up. The hurt in Sirius' voice was too much to bear. Ignoring the wave of dizziness, Harry pulled himself out of bed and stood up, fighting a wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm his stomach. He covered his mouth with one hand as he grabbed hold of his bedside table with the other to stop the swaying, knocking over a half-full glass of water in the process. In the blink of an eye, Harry found himself being supported underneath his arms and almost carried to the bathroom. The sudden movement was too much in Harry's already nauseated state, causing him to lose the fight with his stomach. Fortunately, there was nothing actually in his stomach, so nothing actually came up. After nearly 5 minutes of dry heaving, Harry sat back on his heels and was gently urged to lie down on Remus' lap while Sirius covered him with a blanket. Feeling better, Harry? Remus asked softly. Harry could only let out a groan as his eyes closed. There was so much he wanted to say, but he just couldn't find the energy. He wanted Sirius and Remus to understand that he never meant to hurt them. If there was one thing he learned this year, it was that his fame made him a target in more ways than one. Everyone wanted to make an example of him, Voldemort, Death Eaters, Draco Malfoy, and Professor Umbridge being among the many. Back to bed, Sirius said as he burrowed his hands underneath the teen's back and knees. Poppy will be stopping by a little later, and then we need to have a talk, kiddo. He repositioned Harry and carefully lifted him off the floor. Someone's lost weight again, he muttered as he carried Harry out of the bathroom. You're supposed to be gaining weight at Hogwarts, Harry, not losing it. It was clear that Sirius was talking to fill the silence since Harry was half asleep as it was. Remus could tell that Sirius finally realized that there was a lot more going on with Harry. They had suspected something had been off with Harry, but the 15-year-old had always claimed that he was stressed with homework. They had believed him and ignored any suspicions they may have had. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin were certainly kicking themselves for it now. Opening his eyes, Harry had to blink a few times for his eyes to adjust to the sunlight filling his room. He felt extremely warm and reflexively pushed back his overabundance of bed covers only to be hit with a blast of cold air coming from his opened door. Curious to where the cold air was coming from, Harry slid out of bed, grabbing his glasses off his bedside table in the process. With everything coming into focus, Harry walked towards the partially opened door. Black Manor was large, but it was rarely as quiet as it was right now. Sirius hated the quiet. That was why there had been modified silencing charms around Harry's room during the summer. Harry couldn't hear what was happening outside his room, but people could hear him. Entering the hallway, Harry shivered as the cold air strengthened, seeming to swirl around him. He walked the familiar path down the hallway, turning the corner, then continued walking to the staircase, trying to stop himself from shaking. Something wasn't right. Sirius and Remus never allowed the temperature to fall this low, since the cold tended to remind Sirius of his cell in Azkaban. Each occupant of the Black Manor had their own horrors of the past that affected who they were today. Sirius avoided silence and cold because of Azkaban. Remus avoided people around the full moon because of an incident while he had been a student at Hogwarts. Harry avoided loud, angry voices that reminded him of his uncle. As Harry reached the staircase, he could hear distant voices that were too muffled to make out. He held on to the railing tightly as he descended the stairs. He was still shivering and didn't trust himself to walk down the stairs quietly without some form of support at the moment. Knowing his luck, he would end up tripping and alerting everyone in the house that he was out of bed. He didn't know if an order meeting was in process, Sirius and Remus had company, or if something was being discussed that he didn't know about. At the moment, Harry's goal was to make it to the living room and sit down in front of the fire. He could see as he reached the bottom of the stairs that it was currently empty, which meant whoever was here must be talking in the kitchen. Reaching the sofa chair in front of the burning fire seemed to take forever, but Harry was grateful he made the effort. The warmth of the fire was exactly what he needed. Staring into the fire, Harry could make out Sirius' voice, but he still couldn't understand what his godfather was saying. There was a brief silence, then another voice spoke that clearly belonged to Remus, but again Harry couldn't figure out what was being said. "Well, at least I know they're here." The sound of the door opening caused Harry to quickly look up and see Sirius and Remus enter the room. Both of them stopped abruptly when they noticed Harry. "What are you doing out of bed?" Sirius instantly asked as he approached. He felt Harry's forehead, then looked over his shoulder at Remus. Still a little warm, but well enough for his appointment. "Appointment?" Harry asked in confusion. "What appointment?" No one answered him. "I'll let her know," Remus said to Sirius, then walked back into the kitchen. Sirius looked back down at Harry and took a step back as he unfolded his arms across his. "We have tried to be patient, Harry," he said firmly. "We thought that you just needed time, but we were wrong. We now see that you'll never change. We can't continue to put our lives on hold, hoping against hope that you'll change. We gave you everything, Harry, but I guess it just wasn't enough for you." Harry shrank back in his chair, completely confused. Where was this coming from? "What are you talking about?" Harry asked nervously. "What did I do?" Sirius narrowed his gaze at Harry. "What haven't you done?" he spat. "If your parents could see you now, they would disown you. You're a disgrace to the Potter, Black and Lupin families. You're a murderer, a liar, and a freak. I never should have taken you from your uncle. That has been the biggest mistake of my life," which is saying a lot. Harry could feel tears falling down his face. How could Sirius say such a thing? How could Sirius agree with Uncle Vernon of all people? Sirius hated the man. But I didn't kill anyone," Harry said in a wavering voice. I never lied to you and Remus. I swear." The door to the kitchen opened again. Harry looked past Sirius to see Remus entering the room, followed by Professor Umbridge and two tall wizards that he had never seen before. One had short brown hair with hazel eyes, while the other had sandy blonde hair with blue eyes. Both men had a look of disgust on their face as they caught sight of Harry, which made the teen try to shrink back in his chair all the more. Glancing at Professor Umbridge, Harry noticed that she had a look of triumph on her face. That couldn't be a good thing. The Ministry appreciates this, Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin, Umbridge said sweetly. I assure you that Mr. Potter will be rehabilitated in no time. Of course, it all depends on Mr. Potter. I can tell you from personal experience he is rather stubborn, so we may need to use other, perhaps even unconventional means, if that is all right with the two of you. Whatever is necessary, Dolores, Remus said evenly. We appreciate the Ministry covering the cost of this. We've already wasted plenty of money from our vaults on him. Harry couldn't help but stare at Sirius and Remus in disbelief. How could they do this? They were giving him over to the Ministry when they had spent months convincing him that it was too dangerous to trust the Ministry at this time. How could they believe anything Professor Umbridge had to say? She was the one lying. She must have said something. It was the only explanation. Sirius and Remus would never do something like this. They just wouldn't. Sirius moved out of the way, allowing the Aurors to approach Harry, grab him under the arms and lift him out of the chair. Panic quickly set in. Harry tried to break free, but the Aurors only tightened their grips, causing Harry to cry out in pain. No, he shouted as he continued struggling to break free. You can't do this. Sirius, Remus, please, don't do this. I'll be good, I promise. She's lying. I swear. Please don't do this. We're only sorry we didn't do it sooner, Sirius said hatefully. We've made a deal to have your uncle released. Once that is complete, he'll be the one stuck with you. Harry stopped struggling as he stared at Sirius in horror. He was going back to the Dursleys. To Uncle Vernon. Vernon would kill him. They were sending him to his death. But they don't care. I'm just a burden that they don't want anymore. The realization that his guardians actually hated him was more than what Harry could bear. Sirius and Remus had been his family more than the Dursleys ever could, but they hated him just as much. Maybe he was a freak. He had to be if everyone eventually hated him. Arms wrapped around him and held him tightly as his head tilted to the right and rested against something firm. Fingers ran through his hair in a comforting motion. Harry tried to turn his head to see who it was, but he found that he couldn't move. The living room faded away into darkness, but Harry was too distraught to care. The pain in his heart was excruciating. He wanted to die so that the pain could end, so that he wouldn't remember the looks on Sirius and Remus' faces, the hate that they had for him. It's okay, Harry, a soft voice said in his ear. I'm here. You're safe now. Whatever it takes, Harry, I'm going to keep you safe. I don't care if I have to follow you around until the day I die. That woman is never coming near you again. The entire Ministry can jump in front of a dragon for all I care. The arms around Harry tightened slightly. I'm sorry if I scared you, Promlet. I don't know what she did to you, but I promise that we'll help you through it. Sirius? Harry asked sleepily, his eyes still not wanting to open for some reason. Sirius was the only person to call him Promlet. Why would Sirius be comforting him? Didn't Sirius hate him? That's right. Old Midnight's here, Sirius answered, his voice now soft but relieved. That must have been some nightmare you had. Remus should be here soon with Dumbledore. We have quite a bit to talk about, Promlet. We know that something happened over the past few months, but we don't know what. We want to understand how something like this could happen. Harry tried to break free of the arms and left out a groan in protest when he failed. I'm sorry, he said nervously as he tried to break free again. Please don't hate me. I thought you would be angry. I didn't want to cause any more trouble. I'm sorry. Sirius once again tightened his hold on Harry as he buried his face in Harry's hair. I could never hate you, Promlet, he said softly. You are my entire world. You're the reason I'm here and not still rotting in a cell in Azkaban or worse. You're like a son to me, kiddo. I may get angry when someone hurts you, but my anger is at them for doing this and at myself for letting it happen. I want to keep you safe, Harry, just like your parents wanted me to. There was a soft knock at the door. Sirius instantly looked up and relaxed his hold on Harry, allowing the teen to see two blurs standing in the doorway. Carefully, Sirius repositioned himself so Harry was a little more comfortable as he grabbed Harry's glasses off the bedside table and gently slid them on Harry's face. Everything quickly came into focus, but Harry wasn't sure that was necessarily a good thing. He could see the look of regret and pain on Sirius' face. How are you feeling today, Harry? Professor Dumbledore asked pleasantly as he entered the room and sat down on a chair at bedside. Better, Sir, Harry answered as he tried to sit up, but a hand on his shoulder from Sirius told him to stay put. What day is it, sir? Professor Dumbledore glanced at Sirius over his half-moon spectacles before returning his attention to Harry. It's Friday morning, Harry, December the 22nd to be more precise, he said pleasantly. Before you ask, Arthur is still in St. Mungo's recovering from the attack. The Weasleys at Hogwarts are aware of their father's condition. Molly will be taking them home today. I'm afraid Professor Umbridge wasn't too pleased to find you gone yesterday morning. I believe she mentioned a week's detention was in order for missing class. Harry instantly stiffened as he stared at Dumbledore in horror. A week. He didn't think he could handle an entire week of Umbridge's detentions. Reflexively, Harry clutched his right fist to his as his breathing started to become erratic. He barely registered that someone was trying to get his attention. All he could think about was an entire week of Professor Umbridge ridiculing him and telling him Sirius and Remus would eventually agree with her. The next thing Harry knew, all feelings of panic were gone and replaced by a floating and hazy feeling. He felt his body relax as his head became too heavy to hold upright. Someone tilted his head upwards, allowing Harry to see the concerned gazes of Sirius, Remus and Professor Dumbledore. He slowly blinked and noticed that Remus had an empty potion vial in his hand. It had to be some sort of calming draft. I am sorry, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said sincerely. If I had known your reaction would be like that, I never would have said anything. I must apologize, my boy. I never considered that Professor Umbridge was using illegal materials in her detentions, but I have a feeling it goes deeper than that. We need to know what happened in these detentions, Harry. Your guardians want to press charges, but to do that we have to know what we're dealing with. Do you feel up to telling us? Harry's head tilted to the right and rested against Sirius. It took a few moments for him to process everything Professor Dumbledore said. Sirius and Remus wanted to press charges. That would only cause trouble. Why? Harry asked groggily. You told me not to cause trouble. I was just doing what you told me to. Remus sat down on the edge of the bed and took hold of Harry's left hand. We never meant for you to face something like this alone, cub, he said sadly. You must have known what Umbridge was doing to you was wrong. Teacher or not, no one has the right to have you mutilate a part of your body. From what we hear, this has been happening for at least a month, right? Harry nodded slowly. His mind was starting to clear, which made thinking a lot easier. She didn't like what happened to Malfoy, Harry said softly. She blamed it on me, saying that I asked for it, what Malfoy did to me. A part of Harry knew he shouldn't say anything, but he had been keeping it all inside for so long that he didn't think he could handle it anymore. She said Uncle Vernon had been right to punish me like he did. She said I deserved it. He felt Sirius stiffen and Remus' hand tighten around his. She said I was a burden and it was only a matter of time before everyone hated me. Harry closed his eyes and buried his face in Sirius. He hated appearing weak, but he couldn't help himself. Everything he had been suppressing was coming to the surface. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. Please. Please don't send me back to her. Please don't send me to Uncle Vernon. Please. Somehow Sirius and Remus managed to hold Harry in a group hug. Both marauders were speechless along with the headmaster. They had never suspected something this severe had been happening right under their noses. Noticing that Sirius and Remus weren't going to release Harry anytime soon, Professor Dumbledore stood up and placed a gentle hand on Remus' shoulder. I will have Professor Umbridge removed from the school and charged with abusing her position, using an illegal artifact on a student and abusing a student, he said softly. I will be by later with a pensieve so we can view these detentions. If you need anything, please let me know. Remus nodded in confirmation, then returned to attempting to comfort his distraught charge. Harry eventually fell back asleep, exhausted. The guardians quickly transfigured some furniture so someone could be in the room at all times. They now knew where Harry's nightmares were coming from and had a feeling it would take a long time to extinguish the doubts Dolores Umbridge had planted in Harry's mind. It was a few hours later when Harry awoke from his dreamless slumber to see that there were a few things that weren't right. To start with, someone was touching his face, particularly his forehead, causing Harry to open his eyes in confusion. Next, Harry saw that he wasn't alone. There were 5 blurry figures standing over him. Noticing his confusion, Harry's glasses were slid on his face, allowing him to see the figures were Sirius, Remus, Professor Dumbledore, Tonks and Professor McGonagall. He blinked a couple times to make sure he was seeing what he thought he was seeing, then tried to sit up only to be immediately helped by Sirius and Remus. It was then that Harry noticed the furniture in his room had changed. There were several more chairs and tables throughout the room. Parchment, ink and quills covered the tables. It made Harry wonder what had been going on when he slept. Glancing at the 5 adults, Harry noticed worried expressions on all of their faces. Sirius and Remus also looked exhausted, which made Harry feel guilty for being the cause of it. This wasn't the way he wanted to spend the holiday, and this was the reason why. He didn't want people feeling sorry for him and feeling guilty because Professor Umbridge was completely out of her mind. It wasn't like they could do anything about it anyways. "Good afternoon, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. "You just missed Madame Pomfrey. You have been deemed healthy but could use a few hearty meals to put on a little weight. I took the liberty to invite Dobby over for the holidays. He assures me that you will have plenty to eat whenever you need it." Harry scowled as he looked away. "He'll feed me, till I burst," he grumbled, but everyone heard him and chuckled at the comments since they were well aware of the house elf's attachment to Harry. "Is Creature okay with another house elf here?" he asked after a moment. It was Sirius' turn to scowl. "Creature could use a few lessons from Dobby," he said bitterly. "That elf has been sulking around here, not doing a single thing ever since you left for school. It takes every ounce of self-restraint I have not to hex him." Professor Dumbledore cleared his throat, ending the conversation. "I hate to intrude, but there are a few matters we need to discuss," he said. "Seriously." Sirius and Remus instantly picked spots on the bed and sat down by Harry, while Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall and Tonks sat down in chairs at Harry's bedside. "I should inform you, Harry, that Professor Umbridge has been temporarily removed from Hogwarts, pending the outcome of the investigation of the charges your guardians have filed on your behalf." Harry visibly stiffened at the mention of charges. "Why?" he asked quietly as his gaze dropped. "Why do we have to make such a big deal out of this? It's only going to cause problems." Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders and pulled him into a one-armed embrace. "Don't you even think like that," he said firmly. "If we don't stop Umbridge now, what's stopping her from continuing with you and even other students? Harry, this would be like walking away after I saw what your uncle did to you. I can't do that. We can't do that. We're supposed to be the ones protecting you from harm, not the other way around." Professor Dumbledore reached out and touched a shallow stone basin with strange carvings around the edge that weren't recognizable that was sitting on Harry's bedside table. Inside the basin was a whitish silver substance that swirled and separated on its own accord. "This, Harry, is a pensieve," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "I believe you remember how you allowed us to see what happened in the graveyard." Harry nodded. "This is similar to that, but it isn't nearly as draining on the body. It allows someone to view their memories at their leisure to spot patterns and links that they normally may not see. It also allows others to view someone's memories at no pain to Holder." Sirius pulled Harry closer while Remus rested a hand on Harry's back, reminding the teen that they were both there. "You want me to put the vision I had in there?" Harry asked tentatively. He didn't know if he wanted everyone else to see that. Just thinking about it still made him sick to his stomach. "Not the vision," Professor Dumbledore said patiently. "We need the memories from your detentions. We need to see what Professor Umbridge actually did. The Wizengamot will need to see proof that we are not making this up to remove a ministry-appointed teacher from Hogwarts." Harry moved to protest, but Dumbledore motioned for Harry to hear him out. "I realize that the emotions that come with these memories may be painful, but we need to know, Harry. It was my responsibility to keep you safe at school and I failed. Please allow me to take the steps to right the wrongs that you have had to endure this term." How could he say no to that? Professor Dumbledore was practically begging him for the memories, something Harry never thought he would hear. Reluctantly, Harry nodded as his gaze fell and heard a collective sigh of relief. Evidently Professor Dumbledore wasn't the only one who believed that Harry would refuse to have others view his memories. Of course, Harry always had a tendency to give in when someone begged him to do something. Professor Dumbledore pulled out his wand and held it out so that the tip of the wand was touching Harry's temple. "Concentrate on your first detention, Harry," he said gently. Harry closed his eyes and did so, remembering the first time the quill cut into his hand. A few moments later the sound of Professor Dumbledore's voice pulled Harry out of his thoughts. "Very good, Harry. Now, concentrate on your second detention." Once again Harry concentrated until Professor Dumbledore's voice told him to move on to the next detention. The pattern continued for what felt like exhausting hours. In the end there had been almost 20 detentions that had been put in the pensieve, shocking everyone present. They had been aware that Professor Umbridge had given Harry more than his fair share, but they had never imagined there had been so many, and Harry hadn't complained about it. The only reason Professor McGonagall had known there had been quite a few was because she had overheard a few Gryffindors complaining about how unfair Professor Umbridge was being to Harry. After a quiet lunch in Harry's room, Harry was given a sleeping potion to rest while the 5 adults viewed his memories. The first 3 detentions had left them furious. They had only viewed portions of the memories since Professor Umbridge had kept Harry so long every night, but they got the overall idea of what Harry had been through. The detentions after that left every single one of them horrified. They couldn't find words to describe the variety of emotions coursing through from watching Professor Umbridge continuously blame Harry for matters that were not of his doing. No wonder the teen had been so determined not to say anything. It was 4 hours later when the 5 adults left the memories in the pensieve to see that Harry was still sleeping peacefully. Sirius instantly approached his godson and gently lifted the teen's right hand. He could still see the words, "I must not tell lies," written on the back of it. Sirius sat down on the edge of Harry's bed, still staring at the words on the skinny hand. "I don't care what it takes, Dumbledore," he said solemnly. "I don't want her ever coming near my godson again. Because of her, Harry can't sleep through the night without nightmares of us hating him. Because of her, Harry has taken everything on himself trying to protect us." He looked up at Dumbledore with a pained look on his face and tears in his eyes. "Because of her, my godson is afraid of me. If you don't do something to stop her, I will kill her myself." "Sirius," Remus warned but was silenced with a glare. "Aren't you angry, Moony?" Sirius asked in disbelief. That hag forced Harry to mutilate his own hand while she sat there and watched. She made Harry believe that we would turn against him. How can you just sit there? Because unlike you, Sirius, I don't have the option of allowing my emotions to overpower me at the moment, Remus spat. You have no idea how hard it is to suppress the wolf right now, so don't start scolding me on how I should be acting. Boys, Professor Dumbledore interrupted calmly. Now isn't the time to allow our differences get in the way of what we must do. Harry is going to need us more than he realizes to move past this. With Christmas on Monday, we can't do anything until afterwards. I will do what I can to set up a hearing as fast as possible for Harry's sake. The sooner we can have this matter dealt with, the less likely the press will get wind of it. If you need anything, don't be afraid to contact anyone in the Order besides the Weasleys. I suspect that they have enough on their plate right now." Nodding in agreement, Sirius and Remus watched as Professor Dumbledore left, pensieve in hand, with Professor McGonagall following him. "I'm sorry, Moony," Sirius said regretfully. I just don't know what to do. I feel so helpless. How could I have been so blind? I saw that he was slowly pulling away, but I just thought it was teenage stuff. I thought that we could work everything out over the holiday. Join the club, Remus said truthfully. He slumped down in the nearest chair and rubbed his tired eyes. It's going to take a lot of work to fix this. So we do what was done when the summer holidays began, Tonks offered as she sat down in the chair next to Remus. We take shifts with him. We're his family. We can't do any less. Sirius and Remus had to agree. For Harry, they couldn't do any less. Harry didn't wake until early evening only to find that he wasn't alone. He was sleeping on his back, and on his was a familiar black head of fur that could only belong to Midnight. Reflexively, Harry started petting Midnight as he let his eyes close again. He didn't know why he was so tired. He had slept through the majority of the day, so how could he still need sleep? Whatever the reason, Harry decided that sleep was probably the better alternative at the moment. He didn't want to face Sirius and Remus right now. How could he make them understand something that he just felt he had to do? How could he explain how important a family was to someone who grew up having none? Deep down Harry knew that Professor Umbridge had only said what she did to instill doubt concerning his guardian's feelings towards him. Deep down he knew that Sirius and Remus would never give him back to the Dursleys. However, sometimes the mind isn't so rational, especially after a nightmare. It was childish, he knew it. He was 15 and shouldn't be worried about whether Sirius and Remus would abandon him, but the truth was that he worried about it every day. He still worried that he would wake up and his life with Sirius and Remus would only be a dream. Those worries on top of everything else had pushed his paranoia over the edge. A soft whine could be heard from midnight. Harry knew the mutt was awake and was worried about him. Letting out a sigh, Harry opened his eyes to see somewhat blurry blue eyes looking back at him. "I'm all right, Midnight," he said softly. "Just tired for some reason." "Change the subject, Harry. You know, I think we need to have a little talk. You aren't getting any younger, Midnight. I think we should start looking for a friend for you, a female friend. Wouldn't you like to have a litter of puppies running around the house?" Midnight's head instantly raised off on Harry's as the dog stared with wide eyes. "Oh yeah, I will be paying for that," Harry mused. The dog let out a snort, then stood up, turned around and sat down with his back facing Harry in an attempt to prove that Harry had offended him. Harry let out a sigh as he sat up and moved to the edge of the bed but hesitated before leaving the warmth. "I didn't mean anything by it, Midnight," he said softly. "I just meant, well, you're a good dad and I thought you would want your owner puppies. Not well, it's not important." "Forget I said anything." Before Harry knew it, an arm wrapped around him and held him tightly while a hand ruffled his hair. "You are my son, Harry," Sirius said sincerely. "Maybe not biologically, but in my heart, you are my son." He released Harry and hopped off the bed before taking a seat in the nearest chair at Harry's bedside so they were face to face. "That means that I will never turn my back on you, you know that, right?" He waited for Harry to nod before continuing. "Umbridge was wrong to do what she did. She was wrong to say what she did. She lied, Harry. We would never give you back to your uncle no matter what you did. You are stuck with us. Me, Moony and Tonks. We're your family." Harry bit back the urge to point out the Dursleys were also his family. Don't think about them. He hated that he now had so many doubts about the family he had felt so comfortable with only a few months ago. Harry knew Sirius, Remus and Tonks were nothing like the Dursleys. He hated himself for even thinking that his new family would be anything like his old one. He hated himself for allowing Sirius and Remus to know that he was afraid of them now. "So, are you hungry, Harry?" Sirius asked as he ruffled Harry's hair again. "I'm sure Dobby would make you anything you wanted." Harry shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't hungry, but he knew saying as much would only worry Sirius. His godfather had always grumbled about his lack of appetite, declaring that if he ever came across the Dursleys he would curse them into the next century. Harry shuddered at the thought of how angry Sirius had to be for him to be shouting at Professor Dumbledore about Umbridge. He had never heard Sirius so angry before. "Harry," Sirius asked gently, "what's wrong? You're shivering. Are you cold? Is your fever back?" Harry quickly shook his head. "I'm sorry," he said softly as he avoided Sirius' gaze. "It's nothing. Nothing worth worrying you about, Sirius. I'm just being stupid by letting anything Umbridge said influence me." He had told himself that she had been lying over and over again, yet it seemed that some of the endless ranting had stayed with him regardless. Sirius gently touched Harry's forehead with the back of his hand. "You are a little warm, but it could be from sleeping under so many blankets," he said thoughtfully, then stood up. "Make yourself comfortable, kiddo. I'll wake Moony so we all have dinner in here together." "But if he's sleeping." "He wanted me to wake him," Sirius insisted. "Tonks is at work, so it's just the three of us." Sirius gently rested a hand on Harry's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. "We have to talk about a few things, Harry, including what will be happening with Umbridge. I know you probably don't want to deal with it, but you have to. Ignoring what she did to you won't make the nightmares and the doubts go away." Harry reluctantly nodded but remained silent. Sirius gave Harry's shoulder another squeeze before he left the room. He really didn't want to talk about his nightmares. He didn't want Sirius and Remus to know how easily he allowed himself to become affected by Professor Umbridge's words. Granted, the repetition of Umbridge's words probably had something to do with it, but it didn't change the fact that Umbridge had won. She had succeeded in making Harry believe that his stable life with his guardians wasn't as stable as he originally thought. A hand against his forehead quickly pulled Harry out of his thoughts. Looking up, He saw Remus give him a soft smile, but that didn't hide how tired the man looked. Harry's gaze fell again when he realized that Sirius and Remus were probably taking shifts like they had during the summer when they were too scared to leave him alone. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. You look better, cub, Remus said reassuringly as Sirius sat down in the chair he had previously occupied. No nightmares, visions or anything of that sort. He let out a relieved sigh when Harry shook his head, then sat down next to Harry on the bed and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. Well, that's good. We should have some dreamless sleeping potion by morning for you in case you need it. Harry fidgeted nervously. He was already dreading the long talk they would need to have and figured it was best to just get it over with. Do the Weasleys know about this? He asked softly. At the moment, no they don't, Remus said gently. We didn't want to worry them but we will have to tell them soon. Dolores Umbridge's suspension won't be kept a secret for long. We were lucky that Amelia Bones stood up and took action on our behalf, so we need to use whatever advantage we have right now. Dumbledore will be calling an order meeting later tonight to inform everyone of the situation. Harry moved to protest, to prevent the entire order from barging in here to find out if what they hear at the ministry is true, and because you will need protection when the hearing is held. Harry instantly stiffened at the mention of a hearing. He could picture it in his mind. He would be accused of lying and causing problems because he wanted attention. He didn't think he could handle someone taking his messed up life apart. He didn't think he could handle Sirius and Remus being attacked because they were his guardians. Everyone he cared about would be attacked because of him. Was it worth it? Was he worth it? We know you're scared, Pronglet, Sirius said, noticing the change in Harry's stature. Please understand that this is something we have to do. Amelia Bones was horrified to learn that Umbridge had been using a blood quill on you. The ministry had banned the use of them years ago. Umbridge knew this. She knew that she was using an illegal artifact on you. Fudge claims ignorance, of course, but if Umbridge is found guilty, then there's a good chance that Fudge's role in everything will be under a lot of scrutiny. But that will cause a lot of trouble, Harry protested. What about the order? Remus gave Harry a reassuring one-armed embrace. Don't worry about it, cub, he said with a smile. I had a feeling this was the situation. You didn't tell us anything because you were worried about us and the order. Harry only shrugged, but the lack of protest was all the Marauders needed to know it was the truth. Let us be the adults, Harry. Let us do this for you. It isn't right to have a teacher that abuses you, and it is our responsibility along with your headmaster to stop it from continuing. You understand that, right? Harry understood what was being said. He just didn't like that so much fuss was being made over this and will continue to be made over it. There was also the possibility of the Wizengamot not believing him. What happens if we lose? He asked. I don't know if I can go back to Hogwarts. She'll give me detention every night until summer vacation. We won't lose, Sirius said firmly. We'll have Dumbledore's Pensieve there with your memories. Once the Wizengamot view them, Umbridge won't be allowed anywhere near Hogwarts, let alone you. Trust us, Harry. We're going to fix this, no matter what it takes. It's the least we can do. Harry had to smile. He couldn't help but believe that his guardians were going to make everything better. It was a childish notion, but when Sirius Black was determined, it was extremely hard not to believe him. Leaning against Remus, Harry closed his eyes and realized for the first time in months he felt normal. He didn't have to worry about secrets or being the perfect student for everyone that had been watching him. Here, in the noble house of Black, Harry was just Harry, and that was enough. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.